So, good morning. Happy to see all of you, or many of you here. It's very early, I know. So I hope you grabbed something for breakfast or some coffee. I wouldn't be long, so we're gonna start right into things, but just a few words about the event and the symposium. And I printed something, so I just say it quickly. So, good morning, everyone, again. It's my great honor to have you all join us in celebrating the book launch of Professor Ariella Aïsha Azoulay's latest book, The Jewels of the Ummah, A Potential History of the Jewish Muslim World. I will not take too long and want us to jump straight into what I'm certain will be an energetic and influential conversation. But before we do that, and before I give the stage to Ariella, I want to take a few moments to share with you some of the behind the scenes of this symposium. As we will be hearing a great deal about the book itself today, I want to say a personal few words around it and about Ariella. So last year, my friend Adel bin Bella here came to me with the idea of organizing a book launch. And the idea of having a symposium as a framework was born rather quickly. For years now, Ariella has been personally to me, and certainly to Adel and many others in this room, a source of significant influence. I remember emailing her for the first time with Dear Professor Azoulay when I applied to Brown, and then her quickly becoming my mentor and friend. For years now, she has taught me how to push my thinking, how to see what photographs hide and what texts omit, how to challenge the border of binaries, how to cross the threshold of the potential, and how to imagine. I can speak at length about Ariella's role in my intellectual growth, from interrogating language to engaging with the intimacies and capacities of the body and of the living and the dead. But it's enough to say that these are exactly the grounds in which this symposium came to be. This is a celebration of a book that brings together a beautiful culmination of Ariella's work for decades now. It's a mission of refusal and recognition, to refuse the borders, ruptures, and wounds of empire, and to recognize our histories and our capacity to make peoples and worlds re-emerge. Her addressees and the format of the letters are nothing short of radical challenges to the conventional ways of thinking with our kin and interlocutors, of unlearning and of creating. This is a book that resists inhumation of all sorts, to borrow from Lebanese theorist Walid Sadiq, and to borrow from Palestinian author Ghassan Kanafani, to whom I feel a very personal kinship. It's also a book that teaches us how to find shelters in our ancestors and in the worlds that were deemed finite, undeserving, and negligible. Before I finish, I would like to thank Erica Holshoe for her attention to details and for her great help in bringing this event together, as well as to Janae Perry and Tiffany Lewis for their additional assistance. I would also like to thank Adel and Jana Omar Al-Khatib for all the behind-the-scene conversations and insights. Thank you also to the Departments of Modern Culture and Media, Comparative Literature, History, French, Center of Middle East Studies, and Paper Nautilus for the support and sponsorship. Finally, thanks to you all for being here, and I look forward to a full day of great conversation. Please welcome Ariella.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Needless to say how excited I am and how nervous I am. I would like to start with thanking, first of all, Ahmad and Adel, that had this idea, as Ahmad described, to have this event that started from let's make a book launch into a community coming together in a conversation. And so I cannot thank you enough, Ahmed and Adel, for this event, and I cannot thank enough all the participants who took the time at the beginning of the semester to read letters from the book and to respond to them, and I'm really excited to hear your interventions, your interactions with it. I really relate to this book as, a kind of invitation for others to join the conversation, to join the anti-colonial struggle all over the world. And I'm really grateful that you took the challenge and you are here today with us. I would like to thank also my two departments, and Macarena is here. So Macarena in particular at MCM, I feel like I am supported by Macarena and by MCM and comparative literature. And I think that this coming together of a community around these letters is, if I have to quote, again, Ahmad, finding shelters. So this is a kind of shelter in really horrible, horrible, horrible days. I don't have even words to say more how horrible are these days from one day to the next. So what I decided to do instead of speaking is reading, because most of you didn't read the book yet. I hope you will read. There are copies over there, Paper Nautilus. Thank you, Christine, for bringing them. So I would like to read for you an excerpt from one of the letters, the letter to Wasila Tamzali. Ahmed, can I switch to this photograph? So actually, by coincidence or not coincidence, Wasila Tamzali, who is one of the addressees of the book, you can read the biographies of the 16 people, the 16 people to whom I wrote the letters. So Wasila Tamzali, she's a lawyer, a militant, an Algerian, who published in the 80s. She took 1 year off from her practice as a lawyer. She took 1 year off in order to write a book called Abzim. And by coincidence, one day I found it in Paper Nautilus bookstore as a second-hand book. And it started a friendship with Wasila, who is, I think, 19 years old, and we exchange a lot around this. So this is a letter to Wasila. The Jewish artisan travelers' presence is tracked through their different names, often indicating their status as both within and outside the cultural frameworks that they served, and through the persistence of Kabbalistic cosmogonies captured in forms such as spirals, the 10 sphirot, the tree of life, triangles, trefoils, or magic squares with letters and numbers. And their presence is tracked in occultism, both indigenous occultism and occultism intermingled with Sufism. What makes it so fascinating is the impossibility of disentangling these sources, traces, forms, beliefs from the African tapestry, showing the fiction of a colonially dissected Africa and exploding the fantasy that moves the Jews out of Africa and solely into the Euro-American Judeo-Christian invented sphere. I'm grateful to the jewelry my ancestors made for failing this imperial project of moving us, Jews, with quotation mark, to our rightful place, with quotation mark again, outside of Africa, away from Muslims. I'm grateful to the jewels' insubordination, skipping over imperial divisions, testifying to previously shared worlds way beyond the delineated territory of their amalgamation, where the transfer of their makers outside of the country could have been doubled with their epistemological disappearance from history and memory. I'm grateful to the jewelry, to all the pieces who taught me that my ancestors were not the Jews, with quotation mark, as defined by Europeans, but the jewelers of the Ummah. Those who were at once artisans, scholars, rabbis, sorcerers, traders, healers, and alchemists. Those who were part of the Ummah, and at the same time also part of their Jewish communities, protected as such, with no coercion to erase their threats. Those who, despite the imperial erasure, were still treasured in local memories, names, invocations, costumes, and oral histories by those who still remember them and are not invested in sustaining their disappearance. Dear Wasila, finding who we were before we were kidnapped into the Zionist project is an anti-colonial endeavor, a way to counter the colonization of the Jews by the Euro-Zionists who coerce them into becoming soldiers. I want to share with you a story written by a colonizer who despised all the indigenous and their former rulers. meaning the Ottoman Empire. I rewrote it in my own words to bring my ancestors' actions to the fore. The story goes like this. In response to some riots, the local ruler, the Dey, decided to recruit all able-bodied men between the age of 16 and 60. Not having enough soldiers, he decided to also recruit the jewelers, meaning the Jews. Desperate, the jewelers ran to the temple, to the Bet Knesset, where they used to pray, and they prayed. Their rabbi went to the Dey and asked for mercy. Surprised, the Dey responded that he hadn't ordered any executions, and he wondered why he was being asked for mercy. The rabbi continued to ask for grace, and the Dey replied, "It is exactly in order to protect you that I ask all men to bear arms." "Where are your men?" asked the Dey. "Bring them here." "They cannot come," the rabbi replied. "They are being prevented from marching." "By whom?" asked the Dey. 50 children armed with stones in their hands. "And how many are they?" the Dey continued to ask. "Almost 5,000. The Dey kicked the rabbi in his face and broke his teeth. And he said, "I will order these dogs, these sons of dogs, to disarm. They are so cowardly that they will run during battle." The rabbi blessed the Dey and went to the temple. The crowd was delighted and proposed to preserve his broken tooth in memory of his heroic courage. The Jews continued their ancestors' tradition and refused to become soldiers. My muscles are reminded we are people of jewelers, and that our only talent for armament was that of crafting metal objects. I often write in the margins of the books I am reading. I can still recognize, Sher Wasila, the sense of excitement I felt on reading in your book that metal craft in the Muslim world was predominantly practiced by Jews. And I'm quoting, "If there is a remarkable trait of this profession, it is that it was almost always practiced by Jews, in the cities as well as in the country." Understanding the woven presence of the Jews of Algeria of the Jews in Algerian life through the objects they produced for everybody was breathtaking, like a gift. It meant that their presence as makers could not be reduced to the individual objects that they made, or to the symbols singled out as Jewish, again with quotation mark, in order to justify to art history scholars their delineation as a group. Rather, it proved that their presence transcended, preceded, and exceeded any individual inclination, aspiration, or decision one could make to belong or not, to be part or not, to isolate, assimilate, or concede to any imperial measure that would make of them a group apart. What you told me, dear Wasila, illuminated the way different communities shared labor and cosmologies to organize their intercommunal life. When I read about this in your book, I felt as though I had learned it for the first time. After a while, I realized I had actually read somewhere else that the Jews were often metalsmiths in Islamic countries. It was in Cecil Roth's book, Jewish Art, which I read when I was in high school, and where the mention of Jewish metalsmiths takes up scant pages. That I didn't remember this fact is not surprising to me. Even in high school, I had an intuitive reticence toward the idea of Jewish art, with quotation mark, and the Zionist origins of the project of collecting Jewish objects from all over the world. This was even before I understood the violence involved in dissociating such objects from their contexts and turning them into components of a single linear history. Why did your book speak so powerfully to me? While reading your book, it occurred to me that the forced departure of Arab Berber Jews from the Maghreb meant that many objects made by Jews, Arab and Berber, had been left behind. It also became clear that these objects continued to exist in close and intimate proximity to the bodies of Algerian women, who knew, even if some did not transmit this knowledge to their children, that the presence of Jews' skilled and caring hands was imprinted in these objects. In other words, Algerian Muslim women know without knowing that each of these objects carries an anti-colonial key to a shared Muslim-Jewish world, necessary in the anti-colonial struggle that continues in Algeria and Palestine. Can these objects break the Zionist spell cast by the State of Israel? What would it mean not to interact with these jewels as remnants of bygone world reduced by colonial agents to a Berber tradition, with quotation mark, but to reverse these fossilized and racialized inventories so that these objects can once again be North African talismans whose dormant powers can be awakened? For that to happen, we must tell a potential history, a tale in which objects and their magic powers are not neglected, a fable in which the telling of what happened to this jewelry, much of which was expropriated from our ancestors and stored in Euro-American museums, is part of telling what happened to the people who made it. Our fable begins, as do so many other such fables, with the theft of the objects. And here starts the fable. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you, Ariella. Thanks, everyone. We're going to start with the first panel now. Just for the panelists, we're going to have 15 minutes each, and there are signs to remind you of the time, so please don't run on time. The first panel will be moderated by Elizabeth Berman, our friend, and yalla, enjoy it. Yeah, I said yalla.
Hi, everyone. It's such a joy to be here today with all of you. So I will just very briefly introduce the panelists so that we can get started as soon as possible. We'll be hearing from Thangam Ravindranathan, Katerina Ramos-Jordan, Macarena Gomez-Baris, and Ahmad Abu Ahmad. So I'll be sitting there with some timers for you all, and we'll welcome Thangam first.
Dear Houria, starts the 7th letter of Ariella's book of letters. Reading your book for the first time, writes Ariella, in French, touched my heart. I had never read a text that addressed me in the way yours did. She goes on to quote a moment in a book by Houria Bouteldja, Franco-Algerian anti-racist and anti-colonial militant. The book in question is titled Whites, Jews, and Us, Towards a Politics of Revolutionary Love. It was published in 2016. The moment in question is in a chapter titled You, the Jews, where Houria Bouteldja addresses the Jews of France. This is Ariella quoting Houria, addressing Ariella. You can't ignore the fact that France made you French, to tear you away from us, from your land, from your Arab Berber identity. If I dare to say so, from your Islamic identity, just as we have been dispossessed of you, if I dare to say so, of our Jewish identity. I cannot think about North Africa without missing you. You left a void that we will never be able to fill, and for that I am inconsolable. It could be said, and I think every respondent today to a letter may say this about their letter. It could be said that the whole of the jewelers of the Ummah, this 700-page book, and the pre-colonial Jewish Muslim world that it remembers emerges from this moment, springs into being from this place, though not quite in the way that in that famous Scène de la Madeleine in Proust, a whole city, a whole past, a whole world, I quote, taking their proper shapes and growing solid, sprang into being, town and gardens alike, all from my cup of tea, end quote. And yet, why not recall that literary precedent? And why not recognize that what happens here in Ariella's book is a wager quite other, because it goes in search of a time, a continuity, not simply lost, but ruptured, made unreadable by colonial history, by what she calls the imperial reprogramming of the human species. Here, to regain time, and I refer to the Proust title, Time Regained, requires extraordinary efforts of time, person, and form. It involves a certain kind of wisdom and magic. It involves using language like a craft and craft like a language to revive memories and redraw boundaries against the verdicts of history. Ariella finds in Houria's words an address to her, a missing of her, an acknowledgement of her missing, of her being missing from a place become a void that can never be filled. And this acknowledgement, this address, gives her courage, gives her, in a sense, permission to write her way back to this void. She writes, "Inspired and reassured by your statement about the loss of your Jewish identity, I searched for my Islamic identity in what happened to Algerian Islamic identity when the French invaded Algeria. I looked for traces of our entangled identities in the little isles where it persisted, and especially in the lived experience of our ancestors." Ariella's addresser and addressee calls to her from the other side, reassures her that there may be Algerian Muslims too who, and I quote here from the introduction, feel strange about the way Algerian history has so neatly divided Jews from Muslims and about how they have been invited to ignore the other half of the inmates in the historiographical prison they inhabit. Quote, end quote. The I here is nested in a you, which in turn is nested within an I. And it is in this intricate, unstable place where reading and writing form a kind of Mobius strip that is located a call from the other half, from a distant cousin that has not forgotten the place that Jews had occupied in their world before French colonial rule. The Jews of Algeria, as this letter and many parts of this book remember, had the distinguishing roles, and Ariella has already talked about this, of craftspersons, and in particular goldsmiths, silversmiths, coin makers, jewelers, those who were entrusted with the community's gold and precious metals, those who worked with fire and metal, and for this role, which had to be performed by non-Muslims, benefited from protections within Muslim communities during 4 centuries or more of living side by side. However defined or demarcated or subordinated such roles were in contractual terms, the fact of what was being made, coins, amulets, jewels, ceremonial objects, meant that the Algerian Jewish ancestors that Ariella remembers had the privilege of performing an intimate service to the Ummah, or Muslim community. She writes, "Jewelry making was what simultaneously separated and united our ancestors from and with others. Jewelry produced by Jews who were tasked with dealing with fire and metal was, and can still be, the outcome of endless exchanges with those who desired to enchant the world again with the wisdom and magic involved in holding those jewels close to their bodies and hearts." The letter to Houria collects through a gap-ridden archive the traces of what Ariella calls the Jewish-Muslim world. This world was destroyed. The gold and jewels were plundered as part of colonization's primitive accumulation. The jewelers' and smiths' shops razed to the ground. The Jews were converted to a new kind of Jewishness that was European, modern, white, and made to forget a centuries-long shared political, commercial, and phenomenological world with the Muslims. But the most destructive lie, writes Ariella, is the one that persistently represents the Jews of Algeria as having welcomed French colonization or French citizenship, or as having chosen to leave. No, she writes, my ancestors did not consent, or even if they did, their consent should be understood as something extracted from them, as a colonized people, not something willfully given. She writes, it is their fragmented and scattered refusal that I am renewing. While writing this book, as many of you know, Ariella has also been learning to make jewelry in the Algerian style, finding teachers where she could, following models that she found on the market, in museums, in pictures. The writing has been accompanied throughout by these efforts to recover what she calls a muscle memory, as if both were writing and jewel making were equivalent attempts to see what might be remembered unexpectedly when one redirects one's gestures of hand and mind, what clues might be found to a lost world. As she writes in the introduction, in writing open letters to my Algerian kin, memories that I didn't even know I had were revived, reclaimed, and resuscitated. I did not know how much I had lost until I started writing. These letters brought my Algerian kin into a shared refusal to lose our ancestors and our different corporeal, spiritual, and political modes of experience. Together, we rehearse a refusal and make the Jewish Muslim world retrievable. The together here is a place not just of collaborative refusal and revolutionary love. It is also a place of friction, of challenge, of an honest and difficult reckoning with the myriad ways in which the potential history that Ariella seeks to write is barred within the very writings and teachings that most inspire it, let alone in the world order. Indeed, this is where the choice of form, that of the open letter, written to ancestors and to elected kin, many of them writers and thinkers, many of them dead, reveals itself to be both most inventive and most poignant, most powerful and most vulnerable. For to write to the other in this way is to intertwine your voice with theirs, to write with them, but also to send your own voice wandering amongst their words, feeling pain in those places where those words, which till then might have carried you, turn hard and blind, picking your way through when the path is closed, writing late into the night, or probably early in the morning, knowing Ariella night after night, to reclaim the reality, to give onto epistemic consistency to a world that has been foreclosed. Yes, the words of others can be salutary. They can save you, bring clarity, community, hope, repair. Houria Bouteldja thus writes about the words the indigènes de la République, or the indigenous of France, an anti-racist, anti-colonial movement, learned from their Native American counterparts, words such as indigenous, white, colonialism of power, decolonial majority. She writes, these words have magical qualities. They dehypnotize us and deliver to us our venomous heritages. We who are engaged in the decolonizing struggle have never been so free as when these words came to find us. Ever since then, we have known who we are and what our position is. We know our weaknesses, we know our strengths. Words can find you, but they can also lose you. And having read a few of Ariella's letters, a couple of other letters in this volume to elected kin, namely to Benjamin Stora, to Sylvia Winter, to Frantz Fanon, I find myself thinking that this is one way to describe the book's most intimate drama, that of an eye that fiercely awakened to its mutilated history, dehypnotized, when faced with repeated images of its own mutilation, must turn around to face the admired other, the ally, the teacher, the philosopher, to utter a soft but firm et tu. As Bakhtin wrote about the dialogical drama at the heart of many first-person novels, the voice of the other, introduced into our own speech, can make it lose its tranquility and assurance, turn it into something agitated, internally unresolved, double-faced. In many ways, Houria Bouteldja offers to Ariella a place from which to speak, Houria's you becoming Ariella's I. Yet further on, in Houria's moody, declamatory, irreverent text, and in a real-life conversation, Houria herself is less hospitable to her long-lost Algerian Jewish cousin, reminding her rather that she is foremost a Jew. Ariella replies by letter, "Do not forget, cher Houria, that this alterity is not ours, but is what the colonizers did to both of us. The colonizers made my ancestors French as they lured Algerian Muslims into sacrificing and erasing us from memory. Against this erasure, against the evaporation, as she calls it, Ariella's task is immense. Its forms are necessarily provocative, grating, risky, unwelcome to official histories, inherited cartographies, political solutions. She calls on her kin to enlarge and deepen their sense of world. She makes necklaces of multiple, unstable, intersectional moments of potentialized alliance, repeatedly pieces her severed historical self together against what makes it unthinkable or shuts it out. As she readily confesses in her letter, unlearning Zionism was one thing, but there was no precedent nor model for reclaiming a pre-colonial Algerian Jewish identity. There was little available language. There was, this is the end of that. There was the end of that passage. There was little available language for these identities to be spoken, few models for how to inhabit them, and almost no spaces in which I could find these identities reflected back to me. In the absence of available languages, Ariella has, like a metal worker, a cutter and carver, let us call her a wordsmith, worked with available language, reworking what sentences can do, what forms of address can do, what the open letter genre can do, what an I can do, what a you can do. For me, this is the live, generative heart of this project, where the notion of potentializing is brought to bear on the intimate building blocks of enunciation itself, or what a linguist calls the scenography of enunciation. Who speaks, to whom, from where, from when, as what? Who am I, Ariella writes at the opening of the Jewelers of the Ummah, and one might say that with this question, the entire book is framed as a stretching and a craning of the I as it devotes itself to reclaiming against formidable odds the scattered pieces of a buried world. Oh. Do not expect me, reader, this is Ariella, to be able to tell you exactly who they were. This is her ancestors, the Jewelers of the Ummah, to be able to tell you exactly who they were before and who they became after the conversion. Destruction imposes rupture. It cripples the transmission of knowledge as imperial regimes operate through both military power and the education of children. Who are they becomes who are we? Who were our ancestors before they were colonized, before they were forced to convert? Where are anti-colonial memories to be found? What do these memories look like? And how can we learn to recognize them and bring them to life? One thinks of Saadia Hartman here, of course. I found myself thinking also of Assia Djebar. Is there a point where writing reaches the flesh of the past? Here we are, united today to celebrate Ariella's book. Yet in the way the event has been organized, one recognizes something fundamental about Ariella's work, both lyrical, in the sense that it works vividly with the I, an uncompromising, fearless, inordinate, brimming I, reclaiming a very particular history, insisting on carrying a very particular world. And yet, strangely, paradoxically, this work is also selfless, seeing itself sincerely at the same time as speaking and thinking on behalf of us all, beings half history, half flesh. This is something you too could do, she incredibly tells us. This book is Ariella's Algeria book, certainly, but it is also a book that moves us all to think about the histories and scenographies of enunciation of selves and worlds, and to wonder which borders we, in speaking in the present, for this is the place of her struggle, accept and reinforce, and which ones we might just want to begin to refuse. It is a real joy to be part of this event.
Writing a Mother Tongue, a triptych. Act 1, brackets, a meeting is rehearsed. Dear Orly, today I've been carrying the Biblia de Ferrara, the first publication of the Bible in Ladino, originally published in 1553. It was destined for Sephardic Jews from the 16th century who abandoned being conversos or crypto-Jews in the Iberian Peninsula and migrated to Italy and Amsterdam to practice Judaism openly. There were later translated editions from the Ottoman Empire too. I wonder if your Sephardic ancestors or mine ever read from it. The original cover has a print of a navigating caravel in open waters. It reads, Biblia, in Spanish language, translated word for word from the Hebraic law, read and examined by the duty of the Inquisition. There is a glossary in the back that defines Ladino words in Spanish. I'm offering you some I've translated into English. Lazo, exhausted. Alutar, grieving. Generación, generation. Espavorecer, to feel fear. Enfusacerse, to trust, take refuge. Dispregar, to clean, almenara, candlelight, and conjurar, to conjure, batadero, threshold, barajar, to fight, to reckon, moradizos, temporary guest, a terminar, to end, to mark territory, asolombrar, to let shadow in, oína, lamentation, perfondar, to hide something underground, alinajar, to make someone's genealogy. I will send you more letters soon. Act 2, a meeting is rehearsed. Dear Orly, the word for essay in Spanish is ensayo, a homograph and homonym for a rehearsal. Dear Orly, you channeled a prophecy. You channeled a prophecy that became a memory. You channeled a prophecy that was your Marranos ancestors' memory, dissimulated, whispered, codified, kept in amulets, in smuggled jewelry, in gestures of adornment and ritual. You wrote a prophecy with your mother's tongue, Ladino. Your prophecy reflected the memory of the absence of Ladino. Your prophecy revealed to you the gift of writing. Your prophecy became your mother tongue. Through writing, you remember your mother tongue, the absence of your mother's tongue. Your prophecy became a family story told by a series of storytellers, including you. In her letter to your Ummah, Sahaba Ariella Azoulay, Ariella retells her story, the story of your prophecy. She describes the smile that your Ummah effortlessly carried whenever she told the story about the revelatory and traumatic episode you had in primary school. Ariella writes her letter from the groundless gaps left by your mother's death and her forgotten mother tongue, asking her, who are the mothers? What are the mother tongues made of? Out of and inside this space of unknowing, she bridges the distance between herself and your Ummah by weaving a fabric patched up by ancestral sewing techniques from 1492, 1913, 1948, 2023. This fabric holds a repetition of ruptures that break open latent questions about how, quote, intimacy is not ours, but the intimacy of empire. The letter inhabits a multi-temporal and multi-vocal web of questions that unravel in the already disoriented and ruptured forms of Sephardic and Arab Muslim Jewish histories. Your prophecy is a forgotten inheritance. Ariella's fabric gathers its pulverized remnants. Its frayed threads exposed the patterns in which it was knit by the 100 hands seen in the branches of Ariella, the Ariella family tree. When a mother tongue is stolen from the colonized, what becomes of the inheritance of its erasure? Ariella remembers the different mothers your Ummah became. One mother whose colonized condition as a Palestinian Jew shaped the repression of her Sephardic Jewish heritage and her mother tongue, Ladino. She was conditioned to pass down the erasure of her inheritance to her offspring. This imposed self-betrayal fulfilled the duty of a citizen who worked towards Israeli settler colonialism, what they intended to condition, no? This was the version of her you were deceived by on the day of your revelation. The other mother is the one who awakened through the sensibility for craftsmanship she inherited from her Sephardic Jew ancestors. This version of her received the knowledge of her ancestors' world. Ariella remembers the latent ways her hands listened to the unrolled fabrics that the sellers in the market, quote, allowed her, you, to touch these fabrics, recognizing her skills in the knowledgeable movement of her fingers. These skills were perhaps a memory of the textures and colors from the garments and textiles your Ottoman Jewish family wore to Shabbat. Your ancestor, Selby Moshe Abraham Arieh, in the biography he wrote about the Arieh family in Ladino, writes a detailed description of the sewing techniques of the family. This was also his mother tongue. While verbally her mother tongue was swallowed by Zionist Hebrew hegemony, through the nonverbal gestures of craft, she subconsciously pushed back against her internalized dissonance. Perhaps the silencing of other Jewish languages in Palestine has led your Ummah to keep and safeguard her love in Ladino in her hands. What is the distance from a stolen mother tongue to an imposed one? The day you wrote your prophecy, your voice filled the primary school classroom with the written text you improvised after forgetting to write down the essay you had been assigned. In the air, your voice inscribed the prophecy. Your ensayo rehearsed a performance of oral writing and refused the transparency of graphocentrism demanded by your teacher. Out of form, you, quote, built it like a written text, end quote. And these quotes are from Ariella. That should not be registered, but only remembered. The gift of writing was revealed to you, leaving the pages of your notebook blank. Through language, you were able to remember the forgotten craft of your ancestors who were writers, poets, artisans, historians, like Selby Moshe, Abraham Aryeh, and Gabriel Aryeh. This memory held the craft to which you would dedicate your life to. Your text was a tremor, a temporal suspension where you encountered your ancestors' messianicity, like once, long ago, your ancestors, writing, imagined yours. You unearthed these forgotten constellations. Old patterns of unknown gestures and disjointed times moved inside you to swell up a kind of writing that carried the weight of a people's negation. The very event of the revelation was already interceded by how this dispossession of Arab, Muslim, Sephardic, Jewish worlds was inscribed in the pedagogical space of Zionist education. The orality of your writing hinted at the impending catastrophe of Palestinian genocide, the imperial world you were also a part of. Ariella tells your mother, quotes, "These Zionist agents stole your history, Ummah. They tried to steal our inheritance, a kind of writing that we didn't even know we had." As Ariella describes the text, surfaced like a life raft during a shipwreck, adrift in the sea of language, in the unsayable ruins of your mother's tongue. In the last sentence of the letter's first page, Ariella writes, "I mean that our intimacy is beholden to an imperial force that destroys the worlds we could have inhabited and that compels us to inhabit the world it created. Language is the most accessible intimacy. It consolidates national projects as a criterion that naturalizes social contracts. Your mother tongue determines your relationship to the state and the state's intervention in your relationships. Hebrew betrayed your mother. In Hebrew, your mother betrayed you, yet Hebrew held the betrayer of the mother's lost tongue. Like your Sephardic Jew ancestors and your mother's Arab neighbors, Hebrew was kidnapped into the Zionist world. Its secularization became a settler colonial language used to reduce the diversity of Jewish life in Palestine to the emblem of its national project. Zionism betrayed Hebrew by using the vitalist discourse that rendered the diversity of Jewish inheritance as a null debt they could only repay and revive on their terms. Since 1925, during the British Mandate in Palestine, Hebrew, English, and Arabic were declared the official state languages. After 1948, Israel's liberal discourse claims multiculturalism and linguistic diversity, having willingly replaced Jewish multilingualism to keep erecting the Babel Tower of Hebrew hegemony. Parasitic in nature, Zionist linguistic vitalism appropriated Arabic as a language of the state, then justify how state violence weakens it to guarantee its future in the ongoing colonization of Palestine. Imperial sovereignty is, as Ariella writes in Unlearning Imperialism, the performance through which the differentiation of roles is imposed, performed, and maintained. And this is a quote, sorry. Language is a medium through which these roles are reified and conditioned. The violence inherent to and inherited by language is the impossibility that becomes a granular reckoning of colonized writers. Orally, what becomes of the concept of inheritance when it is fractured? How do you arrive at this ongoing rupture? What is the catharsis of language? In the theater of history, in the ongoing dissemination of Palestine, what are you choosing to rehearse? On the day of your prophecy, you were confronted with the betrayal of your mother in the stage drama orchestrated by the teacher's, quote, shaming ceremony. In response to an excerpt of your memoir where you talk about this, Ariella writes to your mother, quote, I want you to understand that from our point of view, it felt like you had abandoned us. I'm grateful to Orly for the way she expressed this frustration at your seeing betrayal through this story. But I also don't blame you. I am trying to understand you, end quote. It was not only her betrayal that you felt, but how your mother needed to betray herself for the sake of fulfilling assimilation and participation to this Zionist stage. When you're robbed of your history, you think you need to shapeshift for the multiple audiences you must perform for in a room full of rotating mirrors. Her reflections were conditioned, rendered as an intermittent yet sustained disappearance. Do you remember how she looked at the teacher? Could you see how they taught her to look away? How did she teach you to forget? Act 3, a meeting is rehearsed. Dear Orly, I stumble across a Berber Sephardic Jewish poet called Dunash Bent Labrat, who was a pioneer in his contributions to the Arabization of liturgical Hebrew in Muslim Iberian Peninsula or Al-Andalus. According to this translator into English, Peter Cole, when he immigrated to Andalusia, his Arabized poetry was rejected by the Sephardic Jewish literati who claimed he was destroying the holy language by casting it into foreign meters. Even when Sephardic Jews resisted the foreignness of this innovation, Dunash secular poetry was widely read and sung for 5 centuries in Palestine, Yemen, Italy, Spain, and Turkey. His story seems now like a prophecy that speaks back to Zionist language politics. No pure language was ever attainable. In one of the 13 fragments that survive from his poetry, he avives the Sephardim, quote, let scripture be your Eden and the Arabs' books your paradise grove. Around this time, Muslim oral transmission culture was still important in the Mamluk period in Egypt and Syria. This duty fell on the figure of the masmah, which this is a word that means subjects heard or orally transmitted. They were both authors of oral books and transmitters of written books that they memorized. Scholar Doris Behrens Abu Saif recalls a note she encountered in a 15th century manuscript that now reads to me like a prophecy. Quote, you should learn books by heart rather than collecting them, for books can be destroyed by calamities, water downs them, fire burns them, mice gnaw at them, and thieves steal them. I will send more letters soon. Let us meet at the next rehearsal. Thank you.
Hello. So thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you to the organizers, and congratulations to you, Ariella Aïsha, on this beautiful and brilliant project and book that really draws from so many ways of seeking, finding, perceiving, and embodying knowledge. You show us how to seek, find, perceive, and embody knowledge. So this short contribution is titled A Poetic Theory That Metal and Jewelry May Be the Medicine, or simply, Dear Aïsha. And I want to say that I really am thankful that we're amongst the first group of people who are reading, your first readers, really, for this book. So thank you also for that. So on this special day of your book launch, I want to offer a modest response that engages with the political, theoretical, and anti-colonial creative impulses that exude through every page of this book. The metallic method of the book's form, its author's impetus to return the stolen crown jewels from their withering heights back to their keepers. To begin, a beginning with no ending. The Jewelers of the Ummah is a book of palimpsestic texture embedded within an epistolary character. It is a craft of its latent historical architectures and the massive accumulation of methodological care. A web of care and repair that is not only a compilation of 16 letters as an address to the father, to the children, to Papa Fanon, to Mama Silvia, to your ancestors, to the earth, and so much more. But also the sheer will of the writer, maker, craftwoman, who as skilled sorceress is able to stand within the colonial, toxic leakage in order to rescue and recollect. If the French and Spanish and British and Dutch and German and American and Israeli colonial forces accrues their life and power through its stolen archive, stolen land, destroyed collections, converting sacred objects and stories and knowing-making into a thingified foundational archive as it goes, then this book does a kind of powerful recovery work through the minoritized figure of the Muslim Jew in Algeria's colonization by the French for 132 years, and many more nuclear afterlives. This is powerful, multimodal work that it takes to unwrite a meta-narrative after centuries of decimation and destruction. Why multimodal? Because there are 16 letters, certainly as the structuring principle and most obvious form of the book, but there are also documents and photographs and found photo albums and constructed photo albums and commemorative medals and colonial postcards and auto testimony and critical fabulation, Hartman's term, and self-reflexive prose and a writing of the self, communal self, community self-other into the archive. And when the familial and the transgenerational archival trace leaves no further fingerprint, then there's collage work and workshopping, a lot of workshopping, and mapping and remapping of Africa in the 5th grade, no less. When you look at the book, you'll see what I mean. In the 5th grade, no less, mapping of Africa. And there's jewelry wearing, and so much wearing of jewelry as a cornucopia, a counter-cornucopia, to offer us an assemblage. There's an amassing here of a counter-arsenal to the permanent condition of their war. The method is potential history as a language of the submerged. Poetic, scholarly, crafted, we are taken through what Leela Gandhi rightly calls on the back cover a tour de force. I, as reader, trusted my guide, the determined narrator, and felt as if she grabbed my hand and took me to the ledge to peer into the depth of the mine. I stepped willingly with her into the underbelly of the earth's crust,
into that place that is not supposed to exist, but it does exist, where all of the disappeared worlds of the world live and exist, contrary to the understanding that all has been erased, eradicated, and lost. And in these lost worlds, Ariella Aïsha Azoulay narrates the stories of the Muslim Jew and its artisans slowly working to repair the broken genealogies, bringing back the fragments by washing the floors of the subduction zone that is the terror of our current loss of world. These are the coordinates of the present, writing into the present, the absent time, place, world situation of today that is every day. For the forgetting and the destruction of the heterogeneity of Jewish life does not fold neatly into the neoliberal capitalist logic of disappearance. With the help of Maghrebi jewelry, Aïsha says, I traced this part of the lower Kasbah where our ancestors worked as craftspeople with pieces of jewelry. I invited other descendants to sit with me around the map in the recreated Kasbah, and we took back what was in the drawings of the jewelry that he signed with his own name. The intimacy of the anti-imperial gesture. We took back what he signed with his own name. What does it mean to move into the negative materiality of the condition of ongoing genocide and to think historically, metallurgically, as writers, intellectuals, scholars, makers, activists, world knowers, as keepers of the archive destroyed and rewoven worlds from that place of the intimate anti-imperial gesture? To pull golden threads back together again through the genealogical Algerian Muslim signposting that comes in the book through gold, silver, copper coins, and tells us, reminds us, hopefully, critically hopefully, that there may be a route back from the hell that is the catastrophes. For it's not a single catastrophe as they claim, and as Aïsha tells us. We cannot look only at what they singularize and subject. There is violence embedded in the broken genealogies of expulsion and genocide, and Hannah Arendt is helpful here, as Aïsha reminds us. Quote, the attack against the human is an attack upon human diversity, a characteristic of the human status without which the very word mankind or humanity is devoid of meaning, end quote. The very word mankind or humanity is devoid of meaning, even as the legalization of violence and the normalization of conversion does the work of what Ariella Aïsha says, quote, erasing from memory the knowledge that machines would steal the bread of the poor and deprive them from work, end quote. Living and dying as a privilege of writing against the extermination of the machine. For me, it's been impossible to respond, as you can tell, perhaps, to a single letter. There are gold threads and embroidery woven everywhere in this massive book of a potential history, the potentiality of history, a book with a massive heart and mind that both repairs and worlds, unworlds, reworlds, unworlds, not as redemption, but as a means of memory, knowledge, craft, production. As a means of memory, knowledge, craft, production, it occurs to me that even to begin to respond to the collection of letters, the collection of unearthed worlds, that there are many potential histories here, and that I'd like to situate this kind of work alongside and riffing off of Paul Preciado's understanding of the crossroads as a kind of cross-currents or an undercurrents or the nexus of the undercurrents, cross-currents, or the place where the marginalized of the world and the dispossessed of the world come to meet. It's in this cross-currents of a fictional inhabitants of history where I'd like to meet you, Aïsha, a name, the name, Aïsha, as a resuscitation, The name, a name, Macarena, once a Black Madonna. Perhaps these two figures are their grandmothers or grandmamas or nanas, once met in a moment in time in the cross currents at the sea's edge of Andalusia. This potency of the counterpoison that is potential history is that it can, be careful, drop you into different time places without warning. Potential history sent me into the diverse, populous, dense, metropolitan, Jewish, Muslim world of Sephardic terrain of southern Spain, what is now southern Spain. Of course, another place of broken earth, massive genocide and expulsion, but also another site where mysticism, medicine, sanctuary, jewelry, so much jewelry, and art collided. Not a future utopia. I understand the hesitation on the future utopic, but an imaginable history to exist before the killing that was the 1492 Alhambra Decree. That law that led to a mass explosive period for practicing Jews, or the time before the Christian Reconquista, yet Africa opened its gates, as Aïsha described, to the expulsed Jewish peoples of Andalusia. 1492, of course, was also the year of Columbus, who made his transatlantic voyages under the sponsorship of Ferdinand II and Isabella I and the Catholic monarchs of Aragon, Castile, and Leon in Spain. On October 12, 1492, after a 2-month voyage, Christopher Columbus landed on an island in the Bahamas he called San Salvador, the saint of salvation, to crown and anoint himself. Though the indigenous peoples of the island called it Wanahani. Indigeneity in the book, indigeneity, the rich worlding cosmologies of the Americas, of Turtle Island, of Abiyala, the naming of the vast and heterogeneous territory we live upon, more precisely here, Narragansett territory. Naming, renaming, uncovering the name, it all matters. 1492, the year that marks the inauguration of the New World Order, the year, Winter says, that liberated feudal Christian and backward Europe from its closed-in backward worlds into the global expansive project. This would bring the enslavement of Africans into the plantation system, indigeneity as erasure, mestizaje, the creolization of the Americas, but also the writing into and constitution of a single world historical moment. Thinking with Winter here, thinking with Aïsha about the symbolic representational system that calls forward the domination of Judeo-Christianity. But there's a question there to Sylvia that asks her to reconsider the hegemony and the meaning of Euro-Western Christianity. What are these complex processes of indigenous genocide, destruction, the growth, the expansion, the decimation, assimilation, developmentalism, destruction, and the dizzying levels of mega extraction? A political economy of a single world predicated upon what Hannah Arendt and Ariella Aïsha remind the reader is always a dual strategy of power, assimilation, incorporation. The destruction of the earth be damned, and in these undercurrents, the refusal of so many, despite the existence of extinguished worlds. So it is in this damning of the earth and all its creatures by man, with a capital M, that is the principle of the new world. But I want to remind us and think again with the book, it is the settler who is the foreigner, the signifier of the modern, and the global imperialist paradigm that coalesces into racialized humanity. A capitalist order that blackened African humanity, as Ikea Jackson puts it, into a new world order that projects the racial logic through scientific logics that have dominated since the European Enlightenment. Racialized gender, a system of anti-blackness, dear Aïsha, that in your words asks, what is the humanity of the forced Christianity that sacrificed existing worlds for new world order? I say, I ask, you ask, What is the humanity of the forced Christianity that sacrificed existing worlds for a new world order? I continue to think with what it means to unbury a name and an ancestral lineage as an act of not Catholic resurrection, but of Algerian Jewish insurrection. What is the humanity in the name, but not in the name alone, amidst and with the wreckage? Aïsha tells us stories. I'm learning. Aïsha tells us stories that push us to read on. And as we do, we listen to stories about heritage and a counter-ethnography and a way to piece together diverse ancestral worlds. And the story does not put us to sleep, for it is unwise and impossible to sleep through genocidal times. What does it mean to break the spell of silence? Aïsha asks the reader, asks me, Macarena, and I wonder of this author, her capacities, her energies, her submerged knowledges, her crafting, her unearthing, her transformation. Is she, aren't we all transformed by this reading, propelled into a powerful, I see that, thank you, and centrifugal counter-imperial force that makes itself anew, repaired in words and poetic activities? It takes courage to tell the tale of secularization and its discontents against the tides. It takes courage to tell the ways in which the Jewish question is posed and unposed. I'll just end by saying, to live against this reality, the reality of a colonization of the cultural imaginary, against the question of Palestine, against el mundo destruido palestino, un mundo entero de abuelos y abuelas y primos y primas y tierras abundantes, que la tierra de la pena del extraído, erradicado, denominado, reprimido pero no olvidado, forgotten but not forsaken. And in this, I want to introduce you to, in your jewelry work, the metallic work, the sense that it is medicine, to, dear Aïsha, my brother of another mother, the Mapuche filmmaker, thank you for helping me show this now, the Mapuche filmmaker, Francisco Huichequeo. You may know him already. He, too, is bringing forward the idea of the metals, bringing forward the ways in which, as a metal gatherer, as a gatherer of stories, there's a way in which we can find each other. And his metal gathering in the counter archive of the museum tells certain kinds of stories. Stories like you do, of birth and death, of the rebalancing forces of time. And I can't help to think that we're in a time that needs rebalancing. And I'm sorry for my present and future orientation, the rebalancing force of what is to come. And I just want to show, can I have 30 more seconds to show? Thank you. This conversation across time.
Papayanai, 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 papayanai. Amuleyi tamanai, amuleyi tamanai, amuleyi tamanai, papayanai, papayanai. Tepachirutan, tepachirutan, nanai goi, lamgenanai, 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 lamgenanai.
So the many recoveries of the metals. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thanks everyone. I hope Elizabeth doesn't use my signs against me. So my letter, I write a letter to Safiya, which is the granddaughter of Saeed and Safiya and Ghassan Kanafani's Aed ila Haifa, returning to Haifa, a character that Ariella invents, but I think now I'm the second person addressing her directly, so I think she now, she's living. Okay. Dear Safiya, I'm not a Shakespeare scholar nor a specialist on Algeria or Sycorax, who is believed, can you hear me? Yeah. Who is believed to have delivered its people from the besiege of the Spanish Armada in 1541. But I do have some knowledge of the persecution of the heretics and propagators of Arabic wisdom at the hands of empire. It is not inconceivable that the story of Sycorax might have roots in Granada, Granada, specifically in the home of Abu Ja'far al-Warraq, Abu Ja'far the paper maker or bookbinder. You see, when Muhammad XII, the last of Granada's dynasty of Banu Nasr, agreed to the capitulation terms of the Catholic kings Ferdinand and Isabella in 1491, Abu Ja'far was fervent not to depart into refugeehood. He was stubborn as a mule, narrates Egyptian author Radwa Ashur, and he didn't want to buy nor sell. He was furious at the sight of the departing ships that he viewed as nothing more than floating coffins. And so he remained and made his books an inheritance to his two grandchildren, Hassan and Salima. Abu Ja'far sought in them a link to his world, a word that has been pronounced by gun while it was still in existence. You see, the Catholic monarchs have lied, and the guarantees for the people of Granada to freely exercise the mundane and the sacred, and to freely speak their tongues as they always did, as they always prayed to continue doing, proved to be false. Granada was preparing for its funeral behind the city walls, and so all books needed to be concealed to find in them endurance despite death, a resurrection that would topple their Castilian death. They were fortunate to have hidden some, but not fortunate enough to avoid witnessing the burning of all that was confiscated. Have you ever seen the incineration of divine alphabets, the dove of Ibn Hazm struggling to escape the fire? Have you ever smelled the soot of the Qasida, or the silver and gold melt of the words of God, in the name of God? Abu Ja'far could not withstand the purgatory of Ximenez, the Archbishop of Toledo, who sought to extirpate all Muhammadan error from their souls. He needed not to be purified, so he chose death. Yet he did persist in the books and in Salima, much like Ghassan persisted in your grandparents, Sa'id and Safiya, much like they persisted in you. The return has already started, you say, and his return has commenced with Salima. She returned to the books as a practitioner, a healer, one might say, despite the flagrant banning of Arabic books and Arab clothing, swords, mosques, devotions, and names. Salima bint Ja'far, now Gloria Alvarez after her compulsory baptism, would not have known that Mahmoud Darwish would pronounce from under siege in Beirut after nearly 500 years, Ashla'una asma'una, our dismembered bodies are our names. Yet she protested this mutilation by way of her name, Salima, Arabic for intact, complete, and unspoiled, from Silm, a state of tranquility and serenity. Can you hear your own name in hers, Safiya? Salima bint Ja'far, now Gloria Alvarez, would not have known that Darwish would also command Hasir Hisaraka, lay siege to your siege. Yet she besieged Castile by practicing what she could find in the medical literature rescued by her grandfather, and what she learned from the women savant in the arts of ornaments, wild herbs, and ancient remedies. You see, it has always been a question of doing what you are prohibited from doing, and in cherishing what is meant to remain hidden. And this is what Salima did. She reclaimed her capacity for care from the infections of empire. Salima persisted despite the violence that had infiltrated the most intimate sites of life in Granada. When her grandmother, Ja'far, died, she was denounced her death rites according to the Islamic tradition. Her body was washed in secret and she was put in an embroidered dress rather than a shroud, while a wooden crucifix was placed between her hands. Was she buried as a Muslim Did she rest on her right arm with her head looking east into the diyar of اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق, that is the home or land of read, O Prophet, in the name of your Lord who created? Or was she staring at the last sky? Is she still resting under the shadow of Al-Fatiha? Or have the hands of the Catholic monarchs made ruins of the stones demarcating her grave? Where do we go after the last borders? Asks Darwish. Where do the birds fly after the last sky? You might ask, why am I dwelling on this? Well, the answer is Haifa, or rather in Haifa. You were born there not knowing what had preceded your birth. I'm not sure if you ever played with the peacock feathers in your grandparents' living room, or if you ever counted them. They must have been 5 in number, or perhaps less, but you need to know that there were 7, and it was almost probably your father who had concealed the other 2 as a child. You see, Ghassan was not born in Haifa, but he must have occasionally passed through it during his travels between Akka, where he was born in 36, and Yafa, where he attended a French missionary school until he was displaced in 1948. He was familiar with Haifa, and so he sought refuge in it after he found himself a refugee between Damascus, Kuwait, and Beirut. Ghassan once wrote in a letter to Syrian writer Ghada Samman while addressing his sister Faiza, إن الإنسان ليس إلا مخترع ملاجئ وكل ما عدا ذلك هراء في هراء. The human is nothing but an inventor of shelters, and everything else is utterly nonsensical. And as much as Ghassan sought shelter in Faiza, I believe that he sought shelter in Haifa through the return of Sa'id and Safiya to Haifa. It is this Haifa that you were born into. Haifa of the traces of expellees who sailed to the neighboring ports of estrangement, of the ruins of Wadi al-Salib not far from your grandparents' home, and of the corpses of children. Did your adoptive grandmother, Miriam, ever tell you about the blood-covered Palestinian child in Haifa, and how she saw 2 Haganah militants throw him into a truck, into, quote, the death cart like a lump of worthless wood? Has she told you how she protested and decided to depart at once back to Italy as this scene brought back the killing of her brother by German soldiers, until her husband, Efrat, announced that the Jewish agency offered your father for them to adopt? Your father was still Khaldun when he was transferred into the hands of 2 strangers alongside the home and belongings of her grandparents, the rightful owners of what became an absentee property. Ghassan says that your father was stolen when he was made dove. But have you thought about the prospect of him being found dead instead? Would the Jewish agency have stolen him to be disposed alongside the waste of the explosive barrels that infiltrated the guts of Haifa? Or would they have stolen him to be buried in a mass grave next to the blood-covered child and the corpse of the city? Did they kill Khaldun and allow Dov to live? Dear Safiya, I see Haifa as a beginning, a constellation of departures and returns. Haifa is reborn in every return, yet it reminds us at each time of a phantom father who tried to return to his home and swim. Dear Safiya, I see Haifa as a beginning, a constellation of departures and returns. Haifa is reborn in every return, yet it reminds us at each time of a phantom father who tried to return to his home and swim against the stream of people. Masses of, quote, silence in the midst of clamor and confusion that were pushed towards the sea. This is Haifa of sea and sadness that robs you of the power of speech, as once wrote Ilyas Khoury. A Haifa of sadness and sea that robs a son of his name and a parent of their son. This is Haifa that your father Dov has denied, and has denied you from recognizing yourself in it. But you can now bear witness, Safiya. to the violence that ceased not to echo in its streets. This is you, Safiya, pulling threads from a bygone Haifa in order to weave Haifa anew. I must note that I do not use anew here to connote novelty or innovation, but to try and cross the threshold of the potential, the restorative, and the reparative. One generation goes, another comes, quotes Ariella from Kohelet, Ecclesiastes. And with every expellee from Haifa, another returns. I find it impossible to revisit Haifa of Ghassan without returning to Haifa of Emil Habibi, and specifically to Yu'ad, a Palestinian woman in the Optimist who finds herself an infiltrator in Haifa, her hometown. Yu'ad returns to Haifa to interrogate her soon-to-be spouse about his potential collaboration with the Israelis and his role in the imprisonment of her father. Her visit, however, does not last long, as she arrested soon after. I bring Yu'ad to you, Safiya, not to linger on the military rule that infiltrated the lives and spaces of Palestinians and subjected them to severe marginalization. My purpose, instead, is to insist on claiming the right, your right, to do what you are not owed to reclaim our shared capacity to recommence despite the infections of empire. When Yu'ad was violently pushed and kicked down a building stairs, she landed standing, her body straight and her head held high. And when they expelled her, she pledged to return, or one might say, she foretold her return. You see, many years would pass until her prophecy was to be fulfilled. It will not be her who returns, but her daughter, a second Yu'ad. Did you know, Safiya, that Yu'ad is Arabic for a thing that is repeated, reiterated? That Yu'ad comes from Ada, meaning returned to one's sense, returned to life, or returned to Haifa. The second Yu'ad is similarly expelled, but she once again pledges to return and foresees a third Yu'ad. Dear Safiya, Yu'ad crossed the threshold of the potential and therefore allowed Haifa to re-emerge, much like Haifa re-emerged for Ghassan through your grandparents, much like a Muslim Jewish world re-emerges through Ariella Aïsha, or Granada re-emerging through Salima. The story of Saeed and Safiya did not in fact begin in Haifa, for before Haifa there was Algiers, and before Algiers there was Al-Andalus. The conditions differ, but the resistance against ruptures remained constant, and also the retaliation of empire, to make infidels of believers and burn them, to make Europeans of Arab Jews and ostracize them, and to make refugees of natives and expel them. Salima persisted through her name and her practices of healing, and so she was accused of rehearsing black magic and threatening the security of the state and the Catholic Church. Can you believe that Salima bin Ja'far, she who would pay a year's worth of earning for the price of one book, she whose heart almost burst off her chest when it embraced Al-Jami', the medical compendium of Ibn al-Baytar of Malaga, was deemed the consort of the devil? This is how she was sent to her death. She was burned, as were the books. And it was no coincidence that the two fires were set ablaze in the same place. But do you know what was also a non-coincidence, Safiya? Salima could not have known that Darwish would also proclaim عليك أن تجد الجسد في فكرة أخرى وأن تجد البلد في جثة أخرى. You have to find the body in another idea and the country in another corpse. Yet she knew how to repress the agonized body and master her soul. She was proud, and so she refused to humiliate herself by screaming or begging or even crying out in fright like mice in their trap. Her mouth did not disown her, and her lips remained, despite all, Arab, Andalusian, and Muslim, like one elected kin of Ghassan, whose lips remained Palestinian despite her prolonged refugeehood from Palestine. Dear Safiya, it was also a non-coincidence that your grandparents conceded to the loss of Khaldun, and even considered that Dov would fight his first battle with a Fida'i named Khalid, their second son. This is Haifa at the intersection of life and death. You see, Khaldun was made dead with the birth of Dov. His name was disposed, yet his corpse remained, and so was the corpse of the city. Yet these corpses resisted their inhumation. The corpse of Khaldun persisted in Dove, in his resemblance to Sa'id and or Safiya, as Miriam pronounced, and in the guilt that he would now carry, weighing on him like a dead corpse. As for the city, Haifa might have died with Khaldun, yet the birth of Khalid has pronounced its resurrection, together with the resurrection of a brother, together with the death of a brother. After all, you have to find the body in another idea and the country in another corpse. Thank you.
Is this working? Yes. So we'll take questions now for the four wonderful panelists we just heard from. If you're in the audience, I can run and give you the mic if needed. Yeah, Adel?
Thank you very much for these beautiful presentations. There's many themes that are coming through them, and I think that are going to come back throughout the day. But there's something in Thangam's first presentation that I thought was interesting, and I wonder if you would talk about that a little more. You said word de-hypnotize us. And I was curious about that, because I'm thinking if we are de-hypnotized, that means we're hypnotized, right? And that means if we're hypnotized, that means we're sort of sleepwalking, through something, without really being aware of it. At the same time, I was wondering that, it's the same word that have hypnotized us, right? And I think you mentioned that Ariella says that we don't have the vocabulary, right, to be able to talk about that. So I just want you to, if possible, to say a few more words about this idea of de-hypnotizing us and what it means about our current status before the hypnotization. Like what are we living through and how are we moving into this world when we are hypnotized, and what does it mean? If you may.
Thank you, Adel. That's an interesting question, and this is a funny situation since everything I've said, I've sort of said, I've sort of quoted and learned from Ariella and also Houria Bouteldja, because the moment about the dehypnotizing comes very much from that text, Houria's text. And I don't think it's actually quoted in Ariella's letter, but she moved me to look further. And yeah, I mean, I find it a very beautiful, powerful notion that words could dehypnotize. And I think you're absolutely right that words can both hypnotize and dehypnotize, and that is precisely the reality of language and of history, of agency. These are things that are that can work in directions that are violent, or in directions that undo the violence, directions that are sort of blinding or unblinding. Ariella's sort of older term of the right not to be a perpetrator is also, the right to use words differently, to use words as dehypnotizing rather than hypnotizing. So, I mean, as a thinker of literature, I find it very interesting that part of the book's drama is also this wrestling with language and by language one also means entire sort of apparatuses, apparatuses of identity formation and history making, but this wrestle with language as being a place of, continually possible treachery and destruction, as much as it is a place of continually potential history and sort of and repair. So that is why the work, that's why I compared the work to, and Macarena did too, the work to a kind of metallurgy, working with metal, because it really seems to involve taking sentences, taking words, and sort of through the welding method, through the metal welding method, actually heating a word enough to make it turn or something like that. So it really is about, you know, in that sense, like making language work differently, making language do a different kind of work. And that is why the book is so sort of meaningful and moving, but more than the journey of a certain self, or more than the awakening of a certain world, it really is also about how, in this present moment, you know, we may think about words as carrying all sorts of traps and closures, but also potentially these breathtaking openings. So thank you for that lovely question. And thank you, Ariella.
Can I just pick up on that? Yeah, please. I just wanted to pick up on a big, small point in relationship to what you were referring to as this kind of metal wordsmithing. I can't tell whether this is on. The acoustics here. Okay, great. I mean, I think that there are many writers now across fields that are thinking with these trans-temporal accruals and how to write through many different kinds of timelines. And of course, that teleological timeline is so defunct. And I think what the epistolary gives is not just this intimacy, which I think you are describing so beautiful and you know, which many of the presentations attune to, but I think it's the trans-temporal quality of the intimacy and the ability to pull out some languaging that makes meaning and form anew. And I think it's that active creation that you can see where it's literally handiwork that you're doing with language as well. And I just want to draw attention to that because I love what you said about heating the words in particular ways. It's really precise, actually. You know, weathering the words as well, you know, unveiling new meanings of words. So the potency is about the potential histories, but it's also the potency and potentiality of language and meaning. To state maybe the obvious.
Thank you, Macarena. Any other remarks?
So first of all, thank you for all these, you know, for incredible, moving and powerful presentations, engagement with the book. I don't have a question, but I would like to continue the conversation because I feel like, you know, I wrote the book and you continue the conversation and we continue. So I would like to jump into it. I mean, many in the room didn't read the book. It's a very intimate book, as you all said. And if you think that you know everything about me, you actually have to flip the picture and you know much about imperialism also. And I think that listening to you, and you know, it's the first reading of the book. You know, nobody read the book before you, or maybe one or two, but it's really the first readings of the book. It's the first time that I see the book in action, actually. And to see, you know, to listen to Ahmed writing to Safiya, just, you know, for people in the room to know who is Safiya. So Ghassan Kanafani's novel takes place in '67 when Palestinians are coming back to Haifa. They're entering their house and they are actually looking for their baby, who is now a soldier in the army. And this soldier in the army turns his back to his biological parents. And I couldn't, I read Ghassan Kanafani's novel for many, many years, and I couldn't allow this dove, soldier in the army, to actually tear all apart all these possible connections between the worlds. And I invented his daughter, Safia, who is growing up not with Safia's name, as you said, Macarena, about, bringing the names again. So, and to hear, Ahmed addressing her, it tells me something about the importance of struggling against this kind of regime of truth of empire, because she must exist, and she exists, as you said, in a similar way that, when Katerina, you write a letter to my older sister, and this prophecy that, was a kind of story that we tell in the family, which never grew up to be a prophecy before I started to look for prophecies in order to counter imperialism. And all of a sudden, it is a prophecy in the world. And it's not about me, it's not about my family, it's about looking for other ways to engage with these legacies. And I'm thinking, Macarena, about, our grandmothers, that you spoke about, how you brought together, our worlds, and actually maybe Grenada as a possible world. And I'm thinking, Thangam, in the way that, you crafted the wordsmithing and articulated, this I that is not there to be an I. So in this sense, I really feel like, if it's me speaking or if you're speaking to me or about me, it's actually not only about me. It's exactly as you said. There is no I there that exists without a you. And a very concrete you every time. But this very concrete you can change several times throughout the journey. And I think that in your presentations, you brought your I and your you as addressee of those letters and those who continue to address them. So I'm really just can, express my gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I think we'll take a little break now, 5 minutes or so, and then reconvene for the second panel. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Again, thank you for being here. This is the second panel of the day. I'm very excited to introduce the folks that are sitting next to me. We're going to have only 3 people in this panel. So it'll be Sherena Razer, who's a PhD candidate at MCM and who's going to start. There's going to be Kate Creasy, who is a PhD candidate in the history department. And we have with us Professor Jill Jarvis, who's a professor in the French department at Yale. So very excited to hear your presentations. Thank you.
The title of my presentation is A Letter Written with the Tools of the Impossible to Arab Feminist Ancestors. The world we have inherited as Arab, Muslim, Jewish, Indigenous, African, Black, Palestinian, Algerian feminists is impossible for us to live in as such. Imperial violence is our commons, our form of being together, as Ariella Aïsha articulates elsewhere. And yet, in Letter 6, The Jewelers of the Ummah, a letter to Wasila Tamzali, another form of cohabiting the world is made possible through the jewels strung together between 2 Algerian women with ancestral threads they work to retrace and reweave. An act of remembering in its corporeal, temporal, and imaginative scopes emerges in this letter, and I am writing to our shared Arab feminist ancestors about it because I think it would make them happy to know we honor the tools of the impossible they have imparted to us in a moment where the violent commons is devastating the lives of our sisters and kin in Gaza. In his Journal of an Ordinary Grief, Mahmoud Darwish writes about all the tools of the impossible Palestinians have conceived through our insistence to remain in Palestine and in the forced diasporas to remain Palestinians. We use these instruments every day to retrieve our stolen homeland and to recast Palestine, to project it into everything, and unsettle the settler temporal and spatial configurations that seek to eliminate the very possibility of Palestine. If the Jews are the jewelers of the Ummah, then Palestinian women, meaning Jewish, Muslim, Christian, Druze, African, Armenian, and otherwise, are the forgers of the tools of the impossible. Today in Gaza, Palestinian women show us how to make life possible under the most impossible conditions of life. Clothing is still washed and folded, children are birthed in hospitals reduced to rubble, mouths are fed from newly written recipes based on survival, families are nurtured and protected even amidst the accelerated atrocities of the Zionist elimination project as it operates at a scale and level beyond anything that we have experienced before. Wherever else Palestinian women are in the world, we have picked up those tools and have mobilized to intervene in defense of a world where life is possible. As Rafif Ziadeh says, we Palestinians teach life after they have occupied the last sky. We teach life after they have built their settlements and apartheid walls. After the last skies, we teach life. And we learn life from Arab feminist ancestors who instilled in us the skills to teach the rest of the world. 4,000 years in Palestine means our feminist arsenal is quite extensive, our techniques well honed, and our muscular memory deeply enfleshed. A century of colonization, of unforgivable crimes committed against us and our lands by the irredeemable Zionist project has not been able to sever our commitments to land, life, and liberation, or cleave our tools from our hands and their memories from our bodies. But under the weight of the explosions of thousands of pounds of American-manufactured bombs, the children of the stones, the name lovingly applied to the resistant Palestinian youth during the first Intifada, are being transformed before our eyes into the children of the rubble, the most violent iteration imaginable of Nadira Shalhoub-Kevorkian's concept of unchilding. I know that being an Arab feminist ancestor in the present means we will have to recalibrate all the tools of the impossible and the modes of repair we have inherited to attend to this unbelievable harm inflicted in the past 11 months of unrelenting genocide. As we witness legal scholars and other specialists working in the heart of empire, seizing the opportunity of our elimination to assert their expertise and tell us what genocide is, to sharpen their definitions on the torn flesh of Palestinians, competing with each other for who can form the most narrow and most precise classifications to define this crime of extermination, I feel compelled to declare otherwise. Genocide is taking place in Palestine, and I will not read the tenets of the Geneva Convention or any other legal scholarship to convince anyone that it is. Journalists and truth-tellers in Gaza are sacrificing their lives to tell us that this is the case. Our kin in Gaza, whose bodies and lands this total violence is being enacted upon, have declared and named this violence genocide. And so it is. We don't need career scholars and legal specialists from within the ivory tower to corroborate this claim. It is genocide. But what is genocide if not the elimination of a world? The targeted and forced and intentional destruction of a people as such. The ongoing destruction of Palestine would not have been possible without the destruction of the Ummah. What if we understood both as genocide? And the Nakba, which we date to 1948, is having much deeper temporal trajectories and spatial reach. I want to assure you, ancestors, that we will rise to the task before us as we have always done. We find inspiration in the reunion of Ariella Aïsha and Wasila, who after centuries of colonial violence and the rupturing of the broken political body of Algeria, practiced a remembering of the jewelers of the Ummah through finding each other. Like the two daughters of Algeria who keep a decolonial Algeria alive, we keep Palestine alive through our insistence on remembering. Remembering is an active recollection of pasts rendered present. It is a literal remembering or bringing back together of fragmented bodies, lives, and practices dispersed by imperial ruptures of time and space. Linda Tuhuai Smith introduces remembering as an indigenous anticolonial strategy of repair and decolonizing methodologies. She contends that, quote, the remembering of a people relates not so much to a remembering of a golden past, but more specifically to the remembering of a painful past, remembering in the terms of connecting bodies with place and experience, and importantly, people's responses to that pain. Both healing and transformation after what is referred to as historical trauma become crucial strategies in any approach that asks a community to remember what they have decided unconsciously or consciously to forget. Unquote. Remembering centers the haptic and kinetic registers of Arab life worlds. It's a concept that invites thinking and feeling the embodied ways in which we can re-inhabit the world amongst others in ways which value and validate communities ostensibly destroyed by the violent upheaval of displacement, enslavement, and exploitation, which have shaped the present conditions of life under global racial capitalism. Remembering is not a nostalgia for an idealized past. It describes the theoretical, epistemological, and emotional relinquishing of the destructive imperial drive forward that promises but never delivers historical progress. Ariella, Aïsha, and Wasila move in the opposite direction, back and towards each other. The Muslim, Jewish, Christian Ummah that bound the Arab Islamicate is intimately brought back to us. History's movement that has propelled us into this unbearable life is paused when Ariella writes to Wasila, quote, with a 1/16 millimeter drill, I have already started to pierce and bead these coins. A few months later, I heard the sound of these strings of beaded coins clacking when I wore this big, heavy chest plate. Do you hear it in Algiers? Dear ancestors, did you hear the sonic frequencies of the Ummah ring again? How familiar did it sound to you? Did it sound like music to your ears? I know you know that our anti-colonial remembering is laborious feminist work. We face the castigations of the imperial feminist project and the cis-hetero patriarchal racial capitalism that it emerges from. We're scolded and told to silence those sounds of the Ummah, to integrate, to allow our struggles against patriarchy and empire to be contained in a narrative of victimhood. We are encouraged to abandon Palestinian men, to participate in the white feminist calculus that renders their lives as less worthy than ours, while the white feminists shatter their glass ceiling over our heads. The shards pierce our already torn flesh, and we're told to be grateful. Sarah Ahmad argues that, quote, to practice feminism in the midst of bearing witness to genocide is to embrace love as a radical consciousness, as a radical decolonial politic of fighting for life. To practice feminism in this moment is to hold each other through the vast darkness of our grief, to walk with each other hand in hand, to bear witness to the landscapes of death, and, as her friend Mona and Reza urged her, to tell the truth. Imperial white feminism is a curse within the colonial curse that plagues our fragmented worlds, but all curses can be broken. Wasila's book, Abzim, on Algerian jewelry was able to break a curse. It revealed to Ariella, she tells us, something that she already knew, that the jewelry and objects made by Algerian Jews before their forced disappearance and the conscription of many into the Zionist amnesia machine are curse-breaking objects. Ariella writes that it, quote, became clear that these objects continued to exist in close and intimate proximity to the bodies of Algerian women who knew, even if some didn't transmit this knowledge to their children, that the presence of Jews' skilled and caring hands was imprinted in these objects. In other words, Algerian Muslim women know without knowing that each of these objects carries an anti-colonial key to a shared Muslim-Jewish world, necessary in the anti-colonial struggle that continues in Algeria and in Palestine. I watched a film recently called Lid. It's a speculative futurist documentary, words that some might consider oxymoronic in that layout. But nonetheless, it's about the Palestinian city of Lid, a 5,000-year-old metropolis seized by Zionist militias. In Lid, Palestinians were massacred in a mosque and forced in the thousands out of their homes, though many Palestinians remain, bidakhil, inside, and lands we refer to as 48 lands, collapsing temporal and spatial bounds. In a way, we pause in this moment of catastrophe in the way we refer to 48 in the political Palestinian imaginary. In one scene, a Palestinian grandmother from Lid recounts the stories of the Nakba to her granddaughters, the massacres, the atrocities, the displacement, and the looting. She shares that some women who heard accounts of the theft taking place were able to keep their valuables, including jewelry, from being plundered by hiding it from the soldiers. Her granddaughter, with a knowing smile, asks her grandmother to detail where these jewels and money were hidden, causing both to erupt in mischievous laughter as the grandmother lightheartedly reprimands the girl for asking questions she already knows the answer to. Palestinian women do not get enough credit for the world-repairing humor that has brought world-salvaging joy and play to generations. The entire film is narrated by Lid, the city and the land, personified in the voice of Mesa Abdelhadi. It is a reminder that our lands are our oldest ancestors, and Arab women, the imparters of our land's lessons. There's a long-held practice by Palestinians in naming their daughters Jenin, Bisan, Yafa, Safed, Carmel, Haifa, and after many more besieged villages and cities. I think about the way Ariella Aïsha has picked up her grandmother's name, Aïsha, in an adjacent practice, and how she adorns it in a similar way as a curse-breaking talisman, as world-repairing jewelry. Dear Arab feminist ancestors, I think about how you, and I thank you for imparting on us the skills to break these curses, and in doing so, the magic to undo the imperial chokehold laid over our lands and bodies.
We have Kate Creasy next. And I was told to also share another announcement, is that books are available to purchase at the table in the back.
Before I start, I would like to add my voice to the chorus of gratitude already expressed and thank Ahmad, don't know where you are, Adel, and Ariella, thank you for inviting me to be a respondent. My response to Ariella's letter to Benjamin Stora, the second letter in her book, is titled The Gambit of Epistolary History. I will begin by briefly introducing Stora and Ariella's letter to him. Stora is a French historian, an expert on North Africa, who is widely considered one of the world's leading authorities on Algerian history. He was born in an Algerian Jewish family that left the country following its War of Independence in 1962, around the 60th anniversary of the Evian Accords in 2020. Stora delivered a report he had been commissioned to prepare on French colonial crimes in Algeria to the French president. In her letter to Stora entitled, "We Have Not Forgotten France's Colonial Crimes," Ariella contends Stora's report does not account for the destruction of the Jewish Muslim world as one of France's colonial crimes. In doing so, Stora, in his role as historian, helps to disappear the disappearance of Algerian Jews. I see your letter to him, Ariella, and the larger project of this book as an attempt to undo the disappearance of Algerian Jews so that the disappearance of the Jewish Muslim world at the hands of two European colonial projects, the French and later the Zionist, becomes visible as something that must be reckoned with. In your book, you identify traces of this world in the form of stories, objects, language, and practices that could lead to the reactivation of it. However, this reactivation is complex because it is not a restoration. This creates a strain between the bliss you describe and the possibility of recovering certain relationships and lived non-Zionist practices of being a Jew, to use your word preference, and the fact these traces are only keys to the ruins of the Jewish-Muslim world. How you deploy the form of the letter to guard against the threat of the disappearance, to think with a turn of phrase from Adi Ophir's book, The Order of Evils, and how this contrasts with other modes of a historical work is what I will explore in my response. As someone who sees myself as a historian, I became attuned to attention as I read the rest of your book that followed Stora's letter. On the one hand, in your letter to him, you offer a damning critique of the discipline of history with a capital H, by which I mean a positivist history in service of nation formation and imperialism. On the other hand, there's history with a little h. As a repository of vast human experience and ingenuity, we can draw on to craft our world, communities, struggles, and selves. For someone who has never claimed to be a historian, at least to the best of my knowledge, you are nevertheless deeply committed to the past as a domain of intellectual, ethical, and political engagement to reimagine forms collective life could take. It's notable that this interest in the past comes later in your career, as time and history take on a role in your two more recent books that was absent, or at least not thematized, in your earlier book, The Civil Contract of Photography. In this respect, I see your book, the new one, in dialogue with existing works and traditions of radical history, like Marcus Rüdiger and Peter Leinbau's The Many-Headed Hydra, The Hidden History of the Revolutionary Atlantic, the work of historians who are part of subaltern studies in the context of South Asia, like Sumit Sarkar, some of the British Marxist historians, particularly anti-militarists like E.P. Thompson, and practitioners of microhistory. To me, there's a particular resonance between the biographic details and archival traces you draw on to recreate the world of your anti-colonial female ancestors in Algeria, and the work Natalie Zeman-Davis does in The Return of Martin Guerre to create the life of a 16th century French peasant woman who lives with an imposter husband for many years before the man she's actually married to returns to their small Pyrenees village and the imposter is put on trial. My point here being that despite your critique of the discipline of history, what you do in this book has much in common with the work of many historians of the last 50 years who have worked in the tradition of history from below and who have developed their own critiques of history with a capital H. Yet, there are critical differences between their work and yours that I want to consider. These differences hinge on the mode of writing history in the form of letters and the power of second-person direct address. What does it mean to write history in the form of a letter? What is the gambit of epistolary history? The mode of the letter is the direction of you. It is a summoning into a relationship. It is a kind of conjuring. This contrasts with the descriptive force of narrative language or biographical reconstruction from the perspective of the first person. What is critical about you is that it's indexical. Its meaning is dependent on the context and relationship to an individual person or addressee. You opens a space for the presence of the other or another to appear. Historians in the tradition of history from below have constructed narratives that imagine life in the past beyond the confines of empires and nations. Imaginative reconstruction is central to this work, and the practice of this imagination itself owes a great deal to classic works of colonial ethnography, among other sources. Where the complex imperial ties of a historian like E.P. Thompson have been broadly discussed, including in Thompson's own writing about his father, the colonial provenance of certain practices of imagination have perhaps been less widely acknowledged. History from below weaves a descriptive narrative, a third-person narrative, from archival sources and the absence of archival sources through the work of imagination. Imagination holds the nexus of narrative, reader, source, and silence together. When the narrative succeeds in reimagining the past, endowing it with a ghostly life, the archival source recedes as an object. In writing history in the epistolary form, in the mode of second-person direct address, you, Ariella, offer both your addressees and by extension your readers, since they are open letters, an invitation not just to imagine other ways of being in the world, but to join you in the reactivation of another world, the Jewish-Muslim world. You do so through what certain objects, most notably jewelry, but as I will discuss later, the letter form itself, bring the possibility of certain relationships into being. This object-enabled material practice follows a different logic of reconstruction than the ethnographic imagination underpinning the third-person historical narratives, even in its most radical iterations. This brings me to the contribution I see your book, The Jewelers of the Ummah, offering to the craft of history. Whereas established third-person history with a capital H is constitutive of national or imperial publics organized around a sovereign power, and a story or narrative about the past of that power and its foundation, the epistle's second-person mode of direct address allows for the creation of collectivities with stories about their past, beyond historical narratives that legitimize and maintain the authority of a sovereign power. This allows different structures of meaning to be created and held in common with others, giving way, or in the case of your book, reactivating different worlds, different structures of meaning. While I know Hannah Arendt and the understanding of world she lays out in her book, The Human Condition, are your major reference points for thinking about world, as you write in your letter to Arendt, the understanding of world I draw on here comes from the writings of Jean-Luc Nancy, specifically his understanding of world as a shared structure of meaning, and meaning or sense of the world as something that exists and is held in common or shared. In his essay Politics 2, Nancy uses knots and knot tying to explore the social, civic, ties that connect people to each other. For Nancy, there's no sovereign authority or figure who presides over the tying of knots, nor do knots form any kind of totality. They are made horizontally from one person to the next. When I learned earlier this spring that you had translated Nancy's text Eulogy for the Melee into Hebrew in the 1990s, I started to understand the role of material objects across the body of your work differently. It's not just that the epistle's mode of direct address, but also the physical object of the letter itself that's relevant to your project of world making. In a very real sense, the letter doubles the jewelry as an object. Its materiality allows for the in common, the tie or the knot, to continue to think with Nancy. Here there's a similarity I want to highlight among letters, jewelry, and photographs in your work. They are all objects that help create and sustain collectively created meanings held in common and not constituted by a ruling power. Unlike Nancy, you, Ariella, give us actual objects that are the technology for the work of knot tying. By way of conclusion, there's a metaphor that's often used. Indeed, it appears in your book at least once. I saw it on page 402, of history as a court and the historian as a judge. This metaphor is one the Italian historian Carlo Ginzburg has reflected on extensively. But for the metaphor to function, the historian's interests must be aligned with the interests of the sovereign's law which the judge presides over. But it seems to me that epistolary history needs a different metaphor to describe the work of the historian, given its existence in the in common, beyond service to the sovereign's power. Historian as gatherer, weaver, healer, witness, storyteller, and mourner are alternative metaphors that come to my mind now. And we might add to that list the palliative role of helping things die. Last Thursday, when I got your text about your anger and pain over an interview with Stora in the French press you had sent me the day before, I had in my hand Walter Benjamin's book, The Storyteller Essays. As you write in one of your letters, Benjamin has long been one of your elected kin. As if by itself, the book opened to a short text Benjamin wrote in 1932, titled Storytelling and Healing. Benjamin wrote, and I quote, "We also know that the story the patient tells the doctor at the beginning of his treatment can be the start of the healing process. This raises the question of whether a story might carry the proper climate and favorable conditions for many a recovery. Indeed, whether each and every illness might not be curable if only it were carried along a river of stories all the way to the river's mouth." In the slide, from many to every, we see a flash of the messianic, like the glimmer of fish scales catching sunlight underwater and the possibility of a politics of salvation. But who could promise to deliver salvation, to cure every illness, except some reborn figure of the sovereign? Even though epistolary history can reenact the possibility of relationship, inescapably, at least in some cosmologies, the addressee remains dead. Your book, Ariella, teeters on the precipice between bliss and the ruins of the Jewish-Muslim world. Your forceful deployment of epistolary history creates an ethical relationship with the past grounded in relationships enabled by this series of objects, photographs, jewelry, letters. Yet the materialization of this relationship forces a more direct confrontation with loss of world and ruin than the imaginative reconstructions of history from below. What epistolary history guards against is not disappearance, but the disappearance of disappearance. To return to where I started, what your work does, and it's amazing work, is not restore the Jewish-Muslim world, but restore the loss of the Jewish-Muslim world. With the work you've done in this book, we can see the ruins of this world, the ruins of other possibilities. You have undone the disappearance of the disappearance, but now the we you have summoned through your letters must grapple together with its disappearance. And here lies the paradox or the gambit of epistolary history. It can reenact the relationship, but only in an amputated form, only as us reaching back to the past as a one-sided address. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. And our last presenter is going to be Professor Jill Jarvis.
You'll have to conjure the images in your mind. I don't have media. But I called this response to your letter to Frantz Fanon, occult instability, taking words from Fanon himself, and have been interested in these curse-breaking, dehypnotizing powers of talismans, be they words or objects, and the kind of conjuring that happens with direct second-person address. And so I actually want to start by telling you about the first time that I ever gave a talk at an academic conference. It was in 2011, which was the beginning of my third year in a PhD program. I was very nervous. It was in New Brunswick at Rutgers University for the Caribbean Philosophical Association Conference. And I'm telling you the story because it is also a story of my own address to Frantz Fanon. The talk was called Fanon Addressing Sartre. And I remember the gist of the opening lines, even though I cannot find the text. I tried last night when I was preparing. I said something like Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir met Frantz Fanon late in his life and only very briefly, but it seems that they were friends. And then I described scenes of their meetings as I gathered them from Simone de Beauvoir's journals. In Rome, I talked about the way that Sartre and de Beauvoir had listened intently to Fanon's fading voice as he died in Bethesda in 1961. And then I said something about the shifting modes of address in Peau Noire, Masque Blanc, to say something about how Fanon was working through Sartre's ideas in his own writing long before they ever met. And then I went on to say something about the phenomenological descriptions of violence that are so at odds with the framing imposed by Sartre's preface to The Wretched of the Earth, a preface that Fanon barely got to read before he died in December 1961. I felt protective, even then, as I still do, of Fanon's subtlety, the phenomenological precision of his observations and his language, the way that he melts words to make them turn, to borrow from you. So somewhere while delivering this talk, I looked into the first row in the audience, and I actually saw Frantz Fanon's living face looking back at me from the front row. His features, his eyes, sitting right there, listening and watching, like you all are. It was not comforting, it was startling, this spark of recognition of his face in the audience. And directly after the panel, I learned that this person in the front row was Mireille Fanon Mendez-France, his daughter, who'd been invited to the conference. And his features are so legible in hers that I was actually stunned. I mean, having looked at his picture many times. Right, so she came to introduce herself when the panel was done, and she said, "You're right, my father hated violence." And it was uncanny, right, to see her say this, to his face in her face. And she had been listening to my talking about what I had noticed in his subtle turns of phrase. And I keep reading and rereading his writing because of his language, the shifting, bristling, multi-tonal, multi-dimensional way that Fanon has of putting things. And I felt a closeness, or I have felt a closeness to him since then that I can't really explain because there is something a little occult about it from the beginning. And you, Ariella Aïsha, write in your letter to Fanon, "I am not a psychiatrist, but I also see symptoms of the colonial disorder from which you suffered, especially when you complied with the demand to see us, Jews, as Europeans. You express your sense of concern and anguish about this, and your laser-focused urgency in this, as you put it, non-psychiatric epistolary engagement with Fanon, because you are deeply troubled by his troubling inability to see Jews as Algerians, and to even see the Jews among the Algerians that he saw all around him in Algeria. You write, your reluctance to acknowledge that you too were colonized and suffered from symptoms of colonial disorder you diagnosed in your patients was a methodological error. And you tell him, wishing to teach him, near the conclusion of your letter, right, this wish to correct his vision, to expand his view, you write, I want to believe that you are horrified to learn from my letter that decolonization was achieved partially by sacrificing the Jews. And reading your letter to Frantz Fanon, and your wish, I think of Fanon's own lettre en français, letter to a Frenchman, which he wrote in 1956, and I know we've read it together, which he wrote in 1956 at just about the same time that he resigned from his post at Blida. Right, how urgently he wants the departing French person who is on the receiving end of this letter to open up his eyes, to learn to see Algerians, to recognize the magnitude of the destruction of livable worlds that colonial occupation had wreaked. Fanon writes, and I'm translating, unperceived Arabs, ignored Arabs, Arabs spirited away, dissimulated, daily denied, turned into Saharan decor. And there you are among those who have never shaken hands with an Arab, never shared coffee, never exchanged commonplaces about the weather with an Arab. His voice strains and sharpens across this letter, reminding me of the intensity of your voice, Ariella Aïsha, which I can hear as I read your sentences in writing. He writes, I want my voice to be harsh. I don't want it to be beautiful. I don't want it to be pure. I don't want it to have all those dimensions. I want it to be torn up. You are torn up. That Fanon was not able to see Jews among Algerian Muslims as Algerians, that his own perception was warped by this colonial disorder that separated or amputated Jew from Muslim. You want him to see, you want him to reckon with what has happened to Algeria's Jews, like your father and so many others, since 1962. You want him to also refuse to accept this amputation. And in your urgency to correct Fanon's oversight and to ask him to see, I also want to ask you whether you conflate his own visions of the future and his own sense of temporality with the violences that have been wrought by Algerian nationalism in the nation-state that came after him, and the revolutionary terror that came after that you discuss in the piece. And so I'm going to tease out this thread that I'm picking up in your letter and want to respond to in my own to you. Right? You write that anti-colonial aspirations to transform the future are different from the future-oriented claims of imperial projects, but this acceptance of colonial temporality involved in transforming the future collapses them together in unsettling ways. If you had known, this is you speaking to Fanon, if you had known Algeria post-independence, I'm not sure you could have ignored what this war did to the Algerian people, how much of the violence exercised by Algerian patriots during the war, when the target was justified, then sedimented and shaped independent Algeria. Decolonization should have meant not the violence of claiming anew and agreeing with the colonizers that old Algeria is dead, but rather the painful yet blissful work of re-inhabiting pre-colonial fabrics and mending the tears where worlds, ideas, communities had been severed. The apocalypse of the new seems to be fashioned by a revolutionary imagination inherited from the French Revolution, the idea that each revolution inaugurates a new era. You want to persuade him, and I imagine to warn us, his future readers, away from this apocalypse of the new, to another mode of being with and inhabiting the ancestral past, to mend the tears. And you express your concern about his own vision being warped by temporal coloniality. I tell you all this, dear Fanon, and with love you say this, because I want to persuade you to turn your focus from the future, from the new, which tethers decolonial thinking to the colonial project. In 1956, after he wrote that letter, he then wrote another letter resigning from his position at the Blida Hospital and joined the FLN. So in late 1961, just before Les Dames de la Terre was published by Maspero in Paris, and as he was dying of leukemia in Maryland, excuse me, this was 6 months before the Evian Accords negotiated the terms of Algeria's independence in mid-1962, so he did not, as we all know, live to see the nation that he had worked alongside Algerians to make possible. He was so young, and I can only imagine what dying at 32 from a disease that attacks one's blood cells and bone marrow could do to one's temporal sense. But in 1960, Fanon had served as the provisional Algerian government's ambassador to Ghana, which had become independent in 1957. Between 56 and 58, Libya, Sudan, Morocco, Tunisia, Guinea gained independence. In 1961, or 60 and 61, another 21 African states also gained independence. And so by late 1961, in other words, Fanon could see in other nation states across decolonizing Africa the myriad ways in which reorganized forms of colonial state violence could persist after national independence. He did see the dangers, he wrote about them. And what he cautioned about what would come of the decolonizing process left in the hands of those already poised to take up the relay of state power in Algeria. He was offering not prophecy, but descriptive phenomenology. We have seen the nationalism, that magnificent song that raised the masses against the oppressor, disintegrates the day after independence, he writes. So he clearly had a strong sense of the trouble to come in the wake of independence, and so I, taking my turn now, want to amplify that prescient temporal orientation that runs through the two central chapters of Les Dames de la Terre, in which he directly considers the limits and dangers of nationalism and these future-oriented projects in post-colonial nation states. He is worried about that future. It's a dire warning, more than a rehearsal of the apocalypse of the new. Right, so the chapter on national culture echoes with his call for, quote, perpetual struggle against new forms of colonialism. And in the closing passages of Les Dames de la Terre, he looks to the ongoing work of decolonizing in a future that he knew would be indelibly shaped and poisoned by what he calls the atomic disintegrations of colonial occupation. He writes, first in the present continuous tense and then shifting to the future, but war continues, And for years to come, we will be tending the multiple and sometimes indelible wounds done to our peoples by the colonialist barrage. Imperialism, which today is at war with genuine human liberation, sows rotten and toxic seeds here and there that we must detect and dig up from our lands and from our brains. He can see the long work of unlearning and mending, and I think here the atomic is not a metaphor in the long afterlife of the radioactive violence that was underway the very year that he died in Algeria. So he turns then to aesthetic works. I can do it. For inspiration about how to sustain the work of liberation in this longue durée. Right? These lucid writings about African nationalism after the formal end of European occupation. It is not a political discourse, not a program, he writes. If we want to really keep these countries from such backslides, these impasses, these flaws, we need to move swiftly from national consciousness to a political and social consciousness. And to illustrate this, he cites Aimé Césaire. It is, as Césaire puts it, to invent souls. Right? He sketches out this open-ended collective process of inventing souls that he ascribes largely to poets, painters, playwrights, sculptors, dancers, writers, and other artists moved by the need to articulate the future, préciser l'avenir. And here poetic and theatrical intertexts suffuse Fanon's writing. In Les Dames de la Terre, across Les Dames de la Terre, there are whole pages from the script of César's play, from De Pestre, from Richard Wright, from Langston Hughes, from René Char, and a 3-page-long excerpt from a theater ballet by the Ghanaian composer, poet, playwright, Keita Fodeba. Right? And here, Fanon's writing and this intertextual profusion performs the collective activity of aesthetic creation and mutual care that he imagines the work of articulating the future to entail, which feels to me more like potential history than an apocalypse of the new. Right? And to introduce the long excerpt that he quotes from Fodeba Keita, his language turns pedagogical, as if he wants to hold up to us this poet as an example of the kind of movement that he wishes to summon to replace the forms of community and the forms of future envisioned by the nationalist projects. He writes, "It is not enough to try to get back to the people in that past out of which they have already emerged. Rather, we must join them in that fluctuating movement which they are just giving a shape to and which, as soon as it has started, will be the signal for everything to be called into question. Let there be no mistake about it. It is to the zone of occult instability where the people dwell that we must come, and it is there that our souls are crystallized and that our perceptions and our breathing are transfused with light." So I am responding to your response to Fanon and to his sense of the future, to try to open up and find ways out of holding him responsible for the apocalypse of the new, and to find ways to tune into his intuitions about that zone of occult instability where the people dwell. Unlearning imperialism takes time, as you have taught us, right? And his life was so brief. And I'll end by quoting from one of our mutual friends, to whom you also write a letter, the poet Samira Negrouche, who created in 2018 a piece called simply 2 by 2 with 2 other Algerian artists, young artists, and this was displayed in Wassila Tamzali's Les Ateliers Sauvages in 2018. And it, like, both of the artists sort of did their visual thing on this piece. It's sort of 3-dimensional, and Samira writes handwritten lines on the piece. And in her own way, she's actually listening to and answering Fanon here, which is why I'm turning to it. Right, so the painting is composed of all these vibrant colors, sharp angles. It looks like a kind of experimental drafting board for an unfinished design project. And then Negrouche's text is handwritten inside and alongside patterns of like circles and squares. So it looks like a drafting table in some sense, and as if it's trying to articulate a form for something that has not yet been. And Samira's lines, which again I'll translate. "Do not promise me what is expected. We deserve something other than expected, something else that does not yet have an axis that has not yet ever been drawn." And on the other side of this 2 by 2 piece, we read another line, or another series of phrases in Samira's handwriting, and they can be read in any number of directions, right? But I read them, or my eye sort of follows this path. To draw for you a constellation at the threshold of another skin. So her call for autre chose and this desire to draw, right, at the threshold of une autre peau vibrate with the tones of Fanon's own voice and in fact replicate some of his own words. She is, in some sense, speaking directly to Fanon here, her wish to draw for him a constellation at the threshold of a new skin, right? And these are some of Fanon's last published words, right? In 1961, as he lied dying, and that Algeria's liberation war goes on without him, right? At the end of Les Dames de la Terre, in the epilogue, he calls out to those who would create a future as camarades, right? Il faut faire peau neuve. We must make new skins. And I think this is not necessarily a new man of colonial humanism that I think troubles you in the piece, but something else more inchoate, more uncertain, more occult. And I'll just end by repeating him once more. Let there be no mistake about it. It is to the zone of occult instability where the people dwell that we must come. And it is there that our souls are crystallized and that our perceptions and our breathing are transfused with light. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all our panelists. We have about 10 minutes to have questions, comments, and a short conversation. I'll start. I was interested in something Jill just said at the end of the presentation when you were quoting Fanon, and I think that's something that also connects with Sharina's presentation. This question of do not promise us what is expected, right? And I feel that is something that we're all sort of like struggling with, right? We all are sort of disappointed or disenchanted by the world that is offered to us right now, and we all sort of like trying to find vocabularies, images, ways, you know, to move through this world basically, and maybe reactivate something else. So, what do you see in this idea of if you don't promise us what is expected, what is the unexpected? You know, how do we define the unexpected, and what does the unexpected do that could maybe open up ways for us, you know, to be liberated in some way?
Thanks for that question, Adel. Yeah, I think pushing back against sort of anticipating or, you know, yearning for what's sort of expected, and I think in the case of Palestine and in the case of the region that we're looking at, statehood is haunting that question, of course. And for Palestinians, it's a homeland denied, a nation denied, but there's a lot of struggles and conversations about if our aspirations are for a nation or a nation state. And I think you know what side of the coin I fall on in that conversation. But I think it's a trap, right? And we see so much in the quote-unquote decolonized countries in Algeria, what came after independence. And I think like the question is so fraught because so much of the imperial project was like a movement towards like settler futurities for like the assuredness and maintaining the structures of the state so that it will go on in perpetuity. So I think like getting more comfortable with accepting what's sort of unknown and dwelling for a lot longer, which Ariella always invites us to do in the process of unlearning, and sort of, you know, hitting the impasse and kind of staying with it rather than always trying to sort of overcome it and move too quickly to what comes next.
And I would just add that those lines were actually Samira Negrouche.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay because I think she's channeling Fanon. I think she's tapping into the instability and uncertainty and newness of the moment of 1961, And yet, when she wrote those lines, it was 2018 going into early 2019, and it was weeks before the Hirak started, and weeks before Bouteflika, right? So Bouteflika was actually sort of going for his 5th term at the moment that piece was being displayed. And so I think there's also a speaking back to the state and to the, you know, to all that Bouteflika represented, sort of this almost ghostly dead figurehead of a ruling class that had been in power for all of those terms, right? And so I think there's a political sort of edge to don't give us what is expected, that we'll just continue to replicate the system of power that is so entrenched post-independence, and then there's a tapping into that instability of the unknown and the inchoate sort of energies, I think. And I mean, I talked to her about this, like, I don't know, a week before the election that January, or whenever that was, 2019, before COVID is all a blur. But yeah, and she said, you know, there's something brewing, there's something I don't understand and we don't understand, but something is coming. And then you had, you know, a year's worth of demonstrations in the streets and overthrowing, I mean, that president. And there was this revolutionary sort of energy and moment that got tapped into to try to create something else. And of course that has been, I mean, the history of that since has been bleak. But I think there's just this political energy and interest there in just trying to find, like, what can we build with, what can we do, what are the fragments and the pieces with which to create together something else, something other that has been received, other than what has been established sort of as the rule of law or as the governing sort of force. If that's
really great.
It's sort of like Fanon by way of...
I have so much more to say about that, but I'll leave it to others. Thank you.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions coming from the audience, so I will... okay, so yeah, sorry.
Thank you all so much for that. It was really wonderful. I had a question about something Sharina brought up in her presentation, but I could imagine responses from each presentation. Something I was really struck by in thinking about unlearning, imperial unlearning, right, is the way it rhymes in a negative sense with the sudden unlearning of what genocide is and the sudden, like, possibility around what genocide is. And I was just wondering if Sharina or anyone could say more about that. Thank you all so much.
Yeah, I think that it's connected to what I was saying just in response to Adel's question, which is like this sort of like academic frenzy on like defining the terminology and like being the one to create the like definitionary bounds of what like a term means. And I don't know if the working definition of genocide has actually ever worked to undo the conditions that enabled genocide, which clearly it's not the case, right? So, you know, and I feel like Hannah Arendt does a good job talking about like this and Eichmann in Jerusalem, and even just like the centering, like there's been so many genocides, like the Scramble for Africa is a genocide, I'm trying to argue and expand in my presentation that the destruction of the Ummah is genocide because it was the elimination of the possibility of a people to exist as such, right? And we're like now another layer and acceleration rather of genocide is happening. I think this is a repercussion of the destruction of that, you know, living together in the world as such. So yeah, I think like having the invitation to unlearn, I think we need to unlearn what these parameters on genocide have actually done because it's actually enabled, it seems evident that it has enabled, like how in the world is this, is the world sitting by and letting this happen in Gaza? Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you really for generative, inspiring, and moving presentations. And as I said earlier, I would like to continue the conversation rather than, so I have, you know, some thoughts, some responses. And I would like to start with something what does it mean to have elected kings? Jill, I'm angry against, Fanon. Really, I'm mad at him, but I love him, right? And this is what we do with kin, right? Sometimes. So you're right to say that at the end, of his life, he saw already this future and he warned against it. But as Sharina just said, in a reply now to Devon, it's not only about, the academic discourse or the written discourse. His engagement, his commitment to the future that goes, throughout all his text. When he said that now we have a new man, as if, Algerian didn't resist from, 1830. As if Abdel Kader didn't, create a state apart. So I'm mad at him about this. I'm mad at him that, when he's in the clinic, he and the two Jews with whom he worked, Alice Cherki and Jacques Azoulay, nothing to do with my family, at least as much as I know, they are acting as if they were not who they are. And I wonder, what would it mean if he would act in the clinic differently? So there is something about, a new film by Abdel Noor Zahza, I think his name, about Fanon, a fiction in Blida, that I think makes this kind of potential history, that it will happen differently. He created also a figure, like we spoke with Ahmad and with Rassan Kanafani. He created a figure that did not exist, Yamina, who could have been a Jew in the film. But yes, and I think that, we are, as if now we are two daughters, protecting different Fanon, challenging different Fanon. And I'm going back, to Sharina, what you described, all of a sudden, me and Wasila as two daughters, and you're right. So I think that, and Kate, with the historian, the good historian or the not good historian, and challenging me, how do I account for me as a historian, but of a different kind? So how do I place myself as a daughter of other historians in a way, or in a conversation with other? I think that, what we have on the table here, and what I didn't understand before I wrote, the Jewelers of the Ummah, is actually intergenerational, we know, but also multi-generational, engagement that we don't want to give up on our kin. We don't want to give on their mistakes. And the epistolary was an opportunity to speak to Fanon, to open the door of the clinic and tell him, listen, we have Algerian Jews, you excluded them from your vision, even though you worked with them, you knew them, etc., etc. And I'm thinking about, Kate, you engage with the figure of the historian, and I'm trying, since you started to speak, to ask myself, when did I start to care about history in my writing? And I think that I told you this is something that I want to add, but I don't know how to tie it maybe to what I said so far. But we had this conversation recently that, Stora is a kin, is the kin that draws a line from me among the kin that I would like to keep in my anti-colonial imaginary. Even though I really see all the problems, as Kate described, that he's actually, how did you say it, Kate, when you wanted to change for different metaphors of the historian? Also the one who helped to bring, to bury the corpses. And I resist him, his impulse, his historian impulse to bury the corpses of the Jewish-Muslim world, but I still address him as a kin, as elected kin, unlike Crémier, Adolphe Crémier, that I will not address. There are people with whom the possibility of understanding the anti-colonial basis in impulses or in imaginaries is not there. And I think that I want to open it as a question. Sharina, you spoke about, thousands of years of our Arab mothers, working with the tools of the impossible. And when I'm thinking about Fanon, I wondered where are the tools of our grandmothers in his writing, his own grandmothers. It's a question. It's not, it's a question, and I'm thinking, you know, what I really like, this format that we have here, at least from my point of view, that I know the book. I don't know about the others who do not know the book. But for me, we are in the midst of a conversation. And I'm thinking, you know, there are things that I said, but I could not say more because I didn't know to say more. And listening to Sharina saying the destruction of the Ummah, yes, the destruction of the Ummah, but I don't say it. Maybe I was incapable to say it, but this is it. But I say it in a different way. I say that actually Islam didn't know a moment without Jews until two colonial projects destroyed the Jewish-Muslim world. And listening, you know, you saying the destruction, without the destruction of the Ummah, we couldn't think about the destruction of Palestine. Yes, and these kind of conversations allow us to say, to amplify each other together in our anti-colonial struggle that is necessary more than ever. So I think, Gilles, you're right. He saw all of this. But what do we do with what is in his text that we still have? And how do we transform his desire to imagine the future into a practice or labor of inhabiting what was made past, but it is not a past? Maybe all the historian from below that Kate brought to the table. I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to stop for now. I want you to thank with me the panelists for this.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will be sharing some thoughts about Ariella's letter to Sylvia Wynter. Okay. So in this letter, Ariella takes on Sylvia Wynter's treatment of the Judeo-Christian mythos, which Wynter notably spells with an A, noting that, quote, unlike other terms you carefully question and whose meanings you transform, Judeo-Christian is left untouched in your writings, as if there were a confirmed reality behind it, as if the Jews had not been persecuted as non-Christians, as if among different Jews many practices and cults had not been classified as idolatry. Excuse me. It is this framed as unquestioned and uninterrogated use of Judeo-Christian, that evinces the disappearance of the African Jew. So Ariella's letter converges with so many questions that I'm attempting to draw out and clarify in my own considerations of the disappearances of Africans in Namibia, specifically the Nama and Overherero and San and Damara victims of Imperial Germany in the kind of historiographies of Germany that try to understand the so-called continuities between German imperialism and Nazi genocide. So I would like to think about, you know, kind of the racial utility of this profane bisection of the Abrahamic triad and the consequences specifically of the ejection of Islam. So there are perhaps two epistemically distinct but kind of complementary deployments of Judeo-Christianity. The first is the Euro-imperial theological reconciliation of the implausible and incompatible of Judaism and Christianity, despite how Christian doctrines of supersessionism supplant the Mosaic Convention with the Mosaic Covenant with the New Covenant, which holds Christians as God's chosen people, and how dispensationalism exploits the Israelite as necessary to populate the lands and usher in Christ's second coming. And secondly, a critical civilizational frame deployed to describe a racial, political, theological, and thus geopolitical being in the world that is, one, consolidated around whiteness, and two, necessarily comes at the expense of the Muslim world, both a global transnational ummah whose majority lives outside of the so-called Middle East and North Africa, and the so-called Arab world, whose inhabitants are racialized via and racially associated with Islam.
Through this logic of the profanation of the Abrahamic sacred, there is enabled a transmuting of Europe's long existing Jewish problem, a demographic question that the Nazis attempted to resolve through genocidal annihilation, but this was not the first time, into the Palestinian problem, which Ariella notes throughout the chapter, or the letter, excuse me. But I think I'd like to emphasize the racial theological supersessionist thrust in the form's utility that is not evacuated by Winter's usage, but rather the particular consequences for the non-Judeo-Christian subject, the Black and the Muslim. And they're kind of being strategically disambiguated here and held as distinct, but of course we understand and recognize the abundance of Black Muslim people in so-called sub-Saharan Africa and elsewhere who challenge and altogether obliterate this alleged separation. The history of assimilation is not absent from the Judeo-Christian assemblage, of course. Rather, the violence is, in fact, in the insistence on assimilability. To position Jews and Catholics adjacent to Protestants is to proffer these peoples whose religion positions them outside of whiteness, imperiality kind of in the 20th century, an opportunity to re-enter or enter into the first time the civilizational fold. And of course, Ariella very usefully notes, and citing Gaston, the paradoxical suggestion of Jewish entrance into Protestant Christendom, which is occurring simultaneously to, one, the by now ongoing Zionist colonization of and Jewish immigration of Palestine, so this is in the 1930s, and two, the rise of Nazism and the party's genocidal campaign of popular purification against Jews and Romas and enemies of the state, which also included an animosity towards and distrust for Catholicism, because for Nazis, Catholic affiliation signaled insufficient patriotism and loyalty, and alien political theological forces contrary to the state's embrace of Lutheranism as a kind of folk hero whose own anti-Semitism affirms the Nazis' Christianity as an ethno-nationalist and indigenous religiosity. So the unfolding of Judaism and Catholicism into Protestantism in the United States then signifies a kind of civilizational reformation, if you will. Gone are the days when Catholicism structured the boundaries of racial citizenship, as with the expulsion of unconverted Jews and Muslims from the Iberian Peninsula. The new racial theological boundaries of empire, boundaries sufficiently flexible for particular kinds of Jews in the United States, and after defeat of the Nazis and the colonial settlement of Palestine in Europe, these lines were redrawn around Catholicism and Judaism nearly 5 centuries later. So let us read a slate of historical phenomena together. The entrance of Judeo-Christianity into the American Protestant lexicon and political imaginary, the colonial partitioning and establishment of a Jewish state in Palestine, and the subsequent purging of the local Palestinian population, Muslims and Jews and Christians alike. The Nakba was a genesis of the truly profane violence of displacement and dispossession in the cradle of Abrahamic tradition, and also an assemblage of the post-war Western moral universe around the exceptional and never-seen-before brutality of the Nazis' crimes against humanity and war of aggression, to cite just 2 of the regime's charges at the Nuremberg trials. While Christian Zionism is centuries old, what the West offers is real reparation to Jews and to no other victims in the aftermath of the Holocaust is entrance into coloniality. The possibility of entering the fold of whiteness via imperial subjecthood of what Ariella describes as Judeo-Christian imperial democracy, equal parts traumatized victor and empowered victim. Though this profanation exists in a different register, it's not lost on me that, quote, preventing the dead from being despoiled, specifically, quote, committing outrages upon personal dignity, has been a war crime for over a century. A doubled supersessionism of the Palestinian / and as the Muslim, said again without glossing Palestinian Christians or Palestine as the cradle of Christianity, nor the peoples constituting Jewish Palestinians or Palestinian Jews, rather an articulation of the Judeo-Christian racial formation. Judeo-Christian state crafting, then, an outgrowth of the Judeo-Christian cultural and civilizational imaginary, ushers a reparative Jewish state and the borderless imperial imaginary's transubstantiation of the Palestinian as the Nazi. the kind of slippery racial conspiracy thinking in which the Palestinian, Muslims specifically, and the Nazi are interpolated as the existential threat to Jewish life, rehearsed again when, at the end of the Cold War, the Huntingtonian thesis delineated and reiterated Islam as a fundamental negation of and threat to Western liberal democracy, exemplified both by Western political sociality and the Jewish nation fighting for its survival, environed by Islamic hostilities, as the Judeo-Christian mythos would narrate. If we consider genocide not as a crime, but as a metaphysic, we realize that there's little use in establishing its phenomenology through a recitation of historical fact. In tussling with, quote, the moral hypocrisy that undergirds Western epistemological approaches and mutes the ability to name the violence inflicted upon Palestinians, Rabea Eghbariyah challenges the retrospective temporalities of engagement with genocide by asking, does one have to wait for a genocide to be successfully completed in order to name it? And indeed, in the same linguistic vein that Nakba means catastrophe, Badur al-Agra describes the interminability of catastrophe not as repeated or chronological recitation of eventual histories of violence, but rather, quote, as both a semiolinguistic imposition and a repeating structure tied to the inauguration of racial slavery and plantation modes of production, 1492. Genocide is transtemporal in its destruction of a past and in the present in service of some future. To kill a people is to fundamentally transform the nature of human being. And the Western Christian recovery from Hitler's fratricidal sin of colonial annihilation in Europe and its fundamental complicity from World War II all the way back to Catholic expulsions from Spain in 1492 was to re-theologize whiteness vis-a-vis white European Jewish assimilability and an epochal juridical morality in which the uniqueness and sacredness of anti-Semitic violation would be foundational to the post-war human rights violation. A humanist conception of rights that simultaneously expands and contracts the boundaries of the world because the same architects of the colonial world become the very arbiters of the constitution of the juridically codified human and its alleged rights. And as Siba Gorovgui articulates, the human rights revolution and its codification of self-determining peoples and nations produces, quote, a paradox, because the rights to self-determination is generally understood to mean the absolute political authority to create rights and obligations for oneself. The rules and processes of decolonization not only denied African communities the right to the protection of the law, they failed to recognize the Africans' need for such protection. There's historically been some contention about the naming conventions of Nazi genocide. Some scholars, for example, Walter Lecoeur, objected to the name because of its theological connotations. Holocauston refers to the Hellenistic tradition of burnt animal sacrifices to the gods. And in its Latin form, holocaustum, the word was first used in reference to Judeo-phobic massacres in the late 12th century England. Early uses of Holocaust include reference to the Hamidian massacres of Armenians in the 1890s, the 1922 burning of Smyrna, the atomic destruction of Hiroshima, and other genocidal and mass violences in Rwanda, Cambodia, and the Congo Free State. There's also an outstanding question of whether Holocaust, as proper noun, should refer to all victims of Nazi genocide or simply to Jewish victims, even as Romani peoples were also targeted as enemies of the German state and other peoples were persecuted. But why would we reject the connotations of sacrifice when it is, one, the murdered Jew that would allow for the decontamination and cleansing of the German Reich, and two, the murdered Jew that in the commemorative present would bear global witness and perform global adjudication of the world's mass suffering via the genocide concept? The necessity, then, of this civilizational turn to Judeo-Christian per Western Christian imperiality is a multiply paradoxical absolution. Germany can, for example, exploit the Muslim Nazi as a means of protecting the Zionist Jew within its borders. It can claim that anti-Semitism is inherent to the Arab Muslim and justify its national repurification through philo-Semitic border controls and discipline the potentially assimilable Jewish citizen by ensuring their sufficient commitment to their state of Israel. This is the nucleus of Germany's Judeo-Christian Staatsräson, a Westphalian echolalia first articulated by Chancellor Angela Merkel in the Knesset in 2008. Germany's special historical responsibility for Israel's security, even as it necessitates munitional and ideological aiding and abetting in genocide. Even as anti-Semitism and Islamophobia contain fundamentally complementary strains of antagonistic Christian imperial racial thinking, this notion of Europe constructing Jews and Arab/Muslims as its internal and external other, respectively, is expressed by Said, taken up by Antijar and others, further generatively intertwined by Zia Ebrahimi. It is a secularized, a Christianized, as Ariella writes, Jewish figure recreated, regenerated by Judeo-Christianity. As Avra Alba describes, Judeo-Christian memory craft requires, quote, a sacralization of Holocaust memory in a secular museum space and other memorological spaces where, quote, sacred meanings are ascribed to the Holocaust after the event in such a way that mystify and indeed extract the genealogy of German necropolitics and Jews themselves from history. The Holocaust takes on then this redemptive politic, and similarly to St. Augustine, positions Jewish people in Christian Europe as witnesses to their own theological replacement. It is to deploy Jewish suffering to teach a lesson to non-Jewish people conscripted into a moral universe with Jewish genocide at its core. Like Judeo-Christian, genocide as a necropolitical metaphysic entails that resolved internal contradictions within its definitional disciplining are not hypocrisies or inconsistencies. The formulations of mass violence are following the political desires and rationales of its actors, state and colloquially reiterated and competitive identitarian hierarchies of life. So two things come to mind in approaching this critique of Winter's use of Judeo-Christian. First and foremost, a primary bearer of this burden has fallen on Palestinians and at devastating cost. Not only has, per Max Ajli, the slide towards elimination occurring within the territorial box of partitioned Israel and still dwindling Palestine, it also stems for the relative surplus core population available to be colonized. Second, what is to become of Black African Jews who are irrecuperable and or a kind of footnoted afterthought in this critical formulation? Even though critique of the imperial ontological maneuvering, even through disappearances are still recapitulated. Non-Arab Muslim is disappeared through the collapsing of Muslim into Arab via Ummah, and the expunction of Blackness from Africa as well, where Africa repeatedly becomes the Maghreb. We, the Muslim Jews of Africa, became their non-white Jews, but what of continental Blackness in this ontic retransformation? How do we maneuver the Maghreb as white Africa, particularly in light of the vicious anti-Blackness in Tunisia, and also the fact that Black Moroccans are often described as Africans, and white African Jews as the non-white Jews within Judeo-Christianity? Beyond the much more extensive attention and concern given to Beta Israel, Ethiopian Jews, I'm particularly interested in where the Lemba people in southeastern Africa are situated into this matrix of African Jewry. While the former qualify for the law of return as on a religious constitutional basis, which is to say nothing about their abjection within Israel, the Lemba's claim to Jewish legitimacy has been overwhelmingly made on the basis of genetic markers. For example, the discovery of Western and Central Southern Asian haplogroups, as well as a higher proportion of the Cohen modal haplotype, which is a name given to the most common ancestor of the Jewish priestly caste, Aaron, than found in the general Jewish population, what anthropologist Noah Tamarkin refers to as genetic diaspora. I'm almost done, I'm sorry. Holding Judeo-Christianity as Winter did then is not to legitimate its mythology, but to recognize the mythology's materialization, to recognize how the racial gymnastics of Christian whiteness can conditionally assimilate a particular kind of Jew quasi-Zionism, while at the same time desecrating the very memoriological structures of genocide that it animates. But as always, the critical operation of race is what it makes material. That Judeo-Christianity, in its whitening and secularization of Jewishness, is an unequivocal abnegation of the Muslim, not only in this kind of territorialized racialization of Islam as Arab in particular, but of Islam in its totality. Thank you.
Next, we'll have Adel Bembella.
Hello, everybody. Oh God, I have to talk about Algeria again. Most of the time, I don't want to read anything about Algeria. I'm always concerned, worried, even about what I'm going to read or hear, and how this history, which is also partly my story, personal, familial, communal, is going to be narrated to me once again. So as counterintuitive as it might sound for someone who has made it a potential career to think and eventually write about Algeria, if you ask me, I never really want to read anything about Algeria. It's not about a feeling of ownership of a certain narrative, ownership of a history, of a place, real or dreamed, a name, and its endless meanings that I feel I would have above others. It's about the complexity of this relationship, of this long pause, colonial identity, for someone in my case born in Algiers, who grew up in Paris, and for whom understanding the meaning of the words Algeria and Algerian is still a project in itself, my project at least. But as Ariella has brilliantly demonstrated in her book, there are so many other stories called Algeria to retrieve and contend with. For me, growing up in France as a child in the 80s and a teenager in the 90s, I heard many variations around this name, Algerian, none of them very positive. It was things like beurre, rebeu, rabza, bicot, and much more. But even the word Algerian itself brought in a world of connotations as to represent a stigmatized and often reviled other. It was a kind of a costume that you would be forced to wear, but that had a life of its own called immigration, Islam, family grouping, the banlieue, and also backwardness, violence, distrust, headscarf, and more and more and more. So for reasons probably very different from Roger Azoulay, Ariella's father, I meticulously stayed away from anything Algerian for a good part of my life. I too believed unconsciously that I could just do away with Algeria, that it was my family's story, my sibling's story, my father's story, my mother's story, anybody's story but mine, something that was clearly and irremediably written in the past, like those old photographs inhabited by shadowy figures that we call Ammu, Khalti, Yemmet Yemma, Beba. I was made to believe I could be me wherever I was, whatever that was, without the need to trace back my own plot to this land, be it in its material or imagined representations, even though one could easily be swapped for the other. France had taken care of everything for me, really. But of course I was wrong. But I tried hard, like the good kid of empire that I have been most of my life. To be honest, I was going to write a very different response. But I got a call a few days ago. It was my father. His name is not Roger, it's Mohammed. When I was a kid and he would take me to the hammam on Fridays, I was always surprised that anyone would call him by his name, Si Mohammed. So I asked him one day how he knew all these people, all these men in the hammam, which is when he told me that they were not calling him by his name, but by the name of the Prophet as a sign of respect. Hence the realization at the hammam at a very young age that everyone was Mohammed somehow, and that my father was only one of them. I wonder if Roger Azoulay, or perhaps his father, or his father's father, was ever called Mohammed. I wonder how they would have responded. Right now, my father is in Paris. He's not doing well. His cancer is back, and it doesn't look good. The last time I saw him was in Algiers a few months ago. We sat in the little kitchen with yellow tiles in the apartment where I grew up as a young child, and that my father and his second family still inhabit. The building is called the Algeria. Yes, you can't make that up. I kept on saying that I wanted to record him. He kept on saying yes. We never got to that. I hope my father will be okay. I hope I was not just being lazy. It would be nice to get to record him in the end, keep a trace. But it doesn't look good. I wish I had thought about it earlier. Jean-François Lyotard, the French intellectual, taught in Constantine in Algeria for 3 years in the early 1950s, before the onset of the insurrection of November 1st, 1954, the official beginning of the Algerian Revolution, an all-out war against colonial France and French and European settlers in Algeria. Lyotard writes something that has haunted me lately. I'll read it in French and then give a quick translation. So Lyotard writes this. Le nom d'Algérie n'est pas pour moi celui d'une question de politique révolutionnaire, il est aussi celui d'une créance. Je devais et je dois à Constantine d'avoir été éveillé tout court. Le témoignage sera déposé de cet intraitable qui un temps porta le nom d'Algérie. In English, my translation, for me, the name Algeria is not a question of revolutionary politics. It's also a debt. I owed and I still owe to Constantine to have been awakened, period. The testimony will be deposited of this unyielding, which for a time bore the name Algeria. So now I wonder if I too was eventually, much, much later, awakened by Algeria or awakened to Algeria, which is pretty much the same. And I was also wondering, thinking about Ariella, something that I was sensing, that when Ariella talks about Algeria, Algeria is today, but there has been a life before Algeria, even though everything starts in Algeria. And in this particular narrative of the origin, Algeria as an unyielding for a time bore and still bears one of its many other names, and in this case, it's Palestine. Hannah Arendt speaks of events as occurrences that interrupt routine processes and routine procedures, and elsewhere, for history to be made into a story requires a plot, and the true plot of history is not the unfolding of reason, but the creation of events. So as I was reading Ariella's strikingly personal open letter to her late father, I willfully followed the plot she was untangling as she was unearthing it, this non-event event of the departure of the Jews from North Africa, as a potential way for me and others to recuperate and revive the plot we were made to lose a long time ago, steeped like we are in our own confrontations with our own unyielding, whatever its name at the moment is. And what the name Algeria, land, state, dream of, fill in the blank, country, inspiration, aspiration, object of inquiry, object of representation, object of contention, object of disenchantment too, could do for us in its various elaboration and embodiments is to essentially help write new history that attend to and embrace a remembering of our allegedly lost past and civilization, to paraphrase Chakrabarti. So yes, a potential history of the Jewish-Muslim world, but also other potential histories of world deemed evaporated. Okay, so we're still talking about Algeria, aren't we? So what is Algeria then, as told by Azoulay, through an open letter to her Algerian father? His presence, both delicate and heavy, ghostly too, at the beginning of this book. Why didn't you call me Algeria, the song goes, to which Aïsha responds, I'm Algerian, Abba. I also refuse to forget. And she can say this because she knows that she didn't need anyone to call her Algeria, not even her father. That's just not how it works. Only you can call yourself Algeria, the same way that only you can call yourself Palestine, but only if you refuse to look away and forget. Calling yourself Algeria in the sense that we're embracing is your choice and your right. It might even be your duty. It is a refusal to be made other. It is a refusal to be made forgotten. It is a refusal to be made to forget. It is a refusal to be made erased. It is a refusal to keep on being murdered silently and at all, everywhere, at all times. I wanted to be typically Negro, but that was no longer possible, said Fanon. I wanted to be white. It was better to laugh. I wanted to be Algerian, he could have added. Nobody made him that. He chose to make himself Algerian the way he wanted to, at that very moment when Algeria was the unyielding. Today it is Aïsha who finally calls herself Algeria, not only to the people who know her, but to the world. A coming out of sorts, and a way to make us all hear her voice as she says, I also refuse to forget, I also refuse to be blind, I also refuse to be deaf, I also refuse to be silent. I haven't spoken much to my dad in the past 20 years, more lately for sure. I have not been to Algeria much in the last 10, 20 years, more lately for sure. I wonder if that was always the problem. that some conversation could not be had in France, in the US, in the colony, in the West, really, as much as we tried. Some conversation could only be had in Algeria. Sorry. So I haven't filmed my father yet, but I did film my mother in Algiers during my first trip back in 2019. Hours of interview that for some reason I still cannot make myself to listen to more than a tape at a time. Otherwise it becomes overwhelming because there is something like too much Algeria. There's one moment I keep on going back to though. I asked if she remembered when exactly she and others involved in Algeria's anti-colonial fight started thinking about the possibility of an independent Algeria. She was 14 when she started sewing small patches representing the Algerian flag in her small room in the Kasbah of Algiers, patches destined to be worn on their jackets, when they had one, by the Mujahideen hiding and fighting in the mountains. So she hesitated for a moment, and then she said, "We didn't think about Algeria at first, but we thought about ourselves as Algerians. That was always there." So before going to Algeria in 2019, avoiding it again, I went to Cuba looking for Algeria. At the Havana Film Archive, I got to see old Cuban newsreels from the 50s and the 60s about the Algerian Revolution. I couldn't understand a word, I don't speak Spanish, but I knew exactly what they were saying. I could just tell by the images, the tone of the narration, the music they played. When I was done that day, I had dinner with a friend in Old Havana. As I was walking back to the place where I was staying, I passed near the Universidad de Habana. It was already dark. I was walking down a small street, still daydreaming of these images of Algeria seen earlier. I made a right at some point, and it just struck me. I saw Algeria right in front of me. What I mean by that is that I saw this building down the street, and in the same way that the narrator in Search of Lost Time experiences the present of the past in the now, in the senses, I saw this building in front of me that ignited my visual memory of this other building I used to see in Algiers when we were driving to the beach when I was a kid. A few months later, I was finally in Algiers after more than 20 years, and as I was walking one day down the boulevard near the home where I grew up, I made a right again. And then it struck me again. It was that building, the one I saw in Havana, the original, the one from my childhood memories. It wasn't the same, of course, but it was eerily similar to the one from a few months earlier. So I took a picture and I sent it to my siblings, excited to prove myself right. Then I looked up to try to catch the name of the streets. Boulevard Frantz Fanon, it said. I guess it all made sense. I was in Algeria with other Algerians. Thank you.
Anna Furtado.
Hello, thank you for having me. I'm honored to be here. I'm responding to letter 11 of Ariella's book, entitled, "It is a Miracle That We Still See Clearly Where the Sun Rises and Where It Sets," a letter to Hosni Kituni. Dear Ariella, and so we begin, through the gestures and fractures of the open letter, to reimagine histories interrupted, to conjure up impossible and unruly futures for the dispossessed. When invited to write an epistolary response to one of the letters that compile your book, a sense of familiarity washed over me. Yet another instance of indirect summoning, the same I experienced when I first read your correspondence with Frantz Fanon in the seminar you conducted last semester entitled Colonial Postcards, Anti-Colonial Letters. I remember reading this letter to France, the first of the collection to reach my fingers. Its title is, "With All My Being, I Refuse to Accept This Amputation." I was enthralled with the transgression of time and space set forth by your drafted intervention. I perceived your correspondence as construing something of an impossible entanglement, an earnest reckoning with the lives of the anti-colonial Martinican psychiatrist and of the figure of the Algerian Jew who, like your father, slipped unrecognized through his political and technical writings. I write impossible in the very spirit of your letter's premise and predicament, a message that perhaps expects no response from the explicitly addressed, since a gulf of interlocution, that of time and death, separates you from the addressee, deceased over 6 decades ago in Bethesda, Massachusetts. Impossible for its implosion of temporal linearity in its attempt to seek some semblance of clarification, some shimmer of light to guide your queries on Fanon's work, but provocatively, the impossibility of receiving a reply from your chosen ancestor does not divorce the form of the letter from its ultimate purpose. Rather than performing a call to, it stages a call into, an open-ended invitation to the reader, any reader, into the speculative reformations of histories undone. Today, I weave yet another response to you through a letter not addressed to me, but rather to your colleague Hosni Kitouni, a scholar of Algerian history who, upon reading your open letter to Benjamin Stora, translated it into French and released it into the world via Facebook. From your message, it seems as if he too had been interpolated as an outlooker, an outsider, a subject yet to be addressed in your engagement with Stora. In your incessant question, will you not conceive the Algerian Jews as part of the colonized? What explains this shared sense of urgency that now surfaces in our asynchronous encounters with the open letter, that compels us to write, reignite, or translate our anti-imperialist epistemes? I hope to briefly meditate on the significance of your open letters as a writing of refusal and summoning, a mode of correspondence released to both the world, which it attempts to critically diagnose and problematize, and the worlds which it seeks to recall and repair. How can these conceptual modules of addressing reveal both the shared colonial logics of erasure, confinement, and racial dispossession, structuring the narrative regimes of our liberal democracies, as well as the relational promise of their insurgent undoing by means of an alternative mode of assembly? The letter to which I respond instantiates a bifurcation. On one hand, it was born from an instance of critical restlessness upon diagnosing a reiterated absence in Stora's report, the omission of the destruction of Jewish cultures in the Maghreb. Provoked by the continuity of a distorted narrative, you chose to sign your name under a correspondence of refusal, to include your I in that history which was once thought to be abolished, stripped away, annihilated. This I that stands in for, as you say, the overtly professed identity of the Algerian Jew, who had used the first person singular to publicly claim what this cultural genocide had killed within her. Those are your words. Your refusal to remain complacent as a witness to false or insufficient recollections of the colonial past surface in the form of an unsolicited reply, performing what Saidiya Hartman calls a jeopardization of the status of the historical event. What your gesture reveals is that the status of the historical event is always already inscribed in the battlefield of language, in the fight for truth and remembrance that might afford back to the stolen memories of the dispossessed its body, its voice, its beings, its devices of worlding. Reckoning with the attempted erasure of the multiple and diverse Berber Jewish, Arab Jewish communities in Algeria, which you so emphasize in your dialogue with Kitouni, is a forceful catalyst in the undoing of imperial narratives of progress that enforced a shared eviction, yours and of your addressees, from your ancestors' world. On the other hand, the letter is conjointly tied to a kindred act of transgressive correspondence, a friend's usurpation of an extrinsic dialogue, compelled to translate the letter's revelations of the blind spot of French historiographical discourse, one which emphasized lethal violence while masking the persistent forms of coloniality inscribed in ongoing cultural genocides. What ensued, I wonder, in the solace of Kitouni's study, where I like to imagine the force of your words first reached him, perhaps a euphoric rush in the face of a historiographic account rethought, undone, reborn, one in which your stolen identities as Jewish Muslims were summoned to the ruins of a still stirring world in unprecedented ways, or an unrelenting sense of urgency to reverberate the transgressive waves of your intervention amongst interlocutors in Algeria, the place defined by Fanon as the guide territory for the third world, on grounds of its strategic decolonial status from the point of view of his own philosophical and revolutionary materialism. Is this letter I respond to then a token of gratitude, a gesture of friendship, or yet another rehearsal of new networks of solidarity, as in your recollection of the Algerians who came to engage with your words via Kituni's translation, are reaching out to those, and I quote, who allowed you to feel that you were not alone in inhabiting the Jewish Muslim world, the world that they were told was lost forever, end quote. Two words resound from this address as call to respond, the modus operandi of your open letters, transnational solidarity. Indeed, what Kituni and yourself rehearse in the act of putting forth such letters into the world are potential modes of assembling an addressee around a call to not only remember oneself as already in relation to a disturbed historical account, but to partake in the task of reinscribing their interrupted histories back into the communal imaginary. The letter compels its interlocutors to paradoxically reforge and give up their more narrow communitarian ties in order to respond to material and discursive injustices that transcend the artificial borders of any nation state. For those of us who take the title of anti-imperialism seriously, our commitment emerges not from mournful modes of connectedness, but rather from the social condition of political life. Because we are bound to realize these conditions, we are also bound to another in alliance, in the name of a we that is constantly in the making. These very social and cultural conditions of livable life are precisely those that have to be achieved. They supply the ideals towards which we must fight, which involves a passage through the problem of replotting the narrative that at one point, for instance, fixated the descendant of Algerian Jews as children of empire, rather than a descendant of a world that empire tries to destroy. This letter was not addressed to me, and yet I am addressed by it in a refusal to be inert, to emulate the letter's own vivacious, disruptive questionings. Its queries are moving, frenetic, circulating, restless, vibrating in the lacuna of a phantasmagoric conversation waiting to be answered. Yet, there are also pacts inscribed in this multivocal, polysemic, diffuse calls to respond. Pacts of refusal, of repair, of actively listening to the discourses preferred about crystallized truth and to the absences they perpetuate. The kinds of ethical demands that emerge from the medium of the open letter hinge upon this decisiveness to speak back. As long as the call to speak back insists, we will continue to find ways of understanding the interdependency of our struggles for sovereignty that characterize the cohabitation made foreign by coloniality as precisely these bonds. We struggle in, from, and against empire, as your book very well describes. But while militarized settler colonial geographies often foreground our horizons in their quest for full spectrum domination over native lands and territories, we can glean much from the deployment of communal, porous, entangled modes of address. The evocation of resonances of transnational engagement in the epistolary form stems from the invocation of a multiplicity of ulterior addressees, even when your supposed interlocutor is clearly stated under the title of your correspondence. The praxis of your letter is one of plural action, one that presupposes a plurality of bodies who enact their convergent purpose in ways that do not require strict conformity to a single kind of claim, nor who constitute a single kind of subject. This means that the responsibility to respond when interpolated, even if not directly addressed, must be honored. One cannot afford the luxury of self-satisfied apoliticism or quiescent complacency about the ordained displacements, the multifarious ecocides, the genocide in Gaza. One must rehearse the bijou miracles, as Kituni did, the discursive invocation of a transnational camaraderie, of a collective whose desires and demands are dismissed or effaced, and whose coming together is bound up with a future that is yet to be lived out, but that are at work when exercising a mode of assembly through the professed or written word. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I want to first extend my gratitude to Ariella for this opportunity to engage with this generative and necessary text, and to Adel and Ahmad for organizing this event. I have the privilege of responding to letter 14, Fuck You, France, My Daughter's Islam, a letter to my great-grandmother, Marianne Aïsha. In Yamina Meshach Haznavo Aris, the sun declares, but what in fact is a civilization? A game, one civilization hunts down another. Reflecting on his forced deracination, he says, I found myself detached from the world over there. Nevertheless, a violent, distant force made me discover the forgotten world. Sold as a child from the hospital where he was being treated, Aris is raised in a foreign land. From across time and space, his mother calls out to him. Aris dreams nightly of forgotten worlds, unable to comprehend his visions. His dissociation a symptom of the deracination of colonial domination and the violence inherent to civilization itself. The past refuses to remain static. It lives on as a haunting presence through which time collapses. How do we attend to our ancestors whose graves we cannot care for? What translocated, transtemporal rituals must we invent to honor them? Ariella, you told me 6 months ago that you wrote only letters of love. I hope that you will not mind that I pen one as well. The pages you write to Marianne Aïsha rehearse a literary ritual, an enactment of care. This love, anti-colonial and cultivated in absentia, nurtures a history that cannot be reduced to loss. This potential history refuses a narrative of perpetual grief and lament, offering instead a restitutive salve for the wound of forced separation. You share in your letter an image of the Jewish cemetery in Oran, overgrown. Its tombstones have likely not been visited or cared for in decades. Gaining consciousness of your exile and having been denied repatriation, you traverse a transtemporal realm to meet your great-grandmother. In this moment, her world appears closer than contemporary Algeria. There, you meet in the ruins of Algeria's Jewish-Muslim civilization, a world already under siege when Marianne chose the name Aïsha for her daughter, rejecting the forced Europeanization of Algerian Jews. To bring life to what is lifeless, you rehearse historical reconstruction as resurrection, traveling to the city of Sidi Bel Abbès, Marianne's birthplace. Through forensic archival study, you uncover that this new French city, established only 5 years before her birth, was constructed as a tool of pacification. Sidi Bel Abbès was designed to reflect a new citizenry and produced, through no small feat, an alienated and governable minority of Algerian Jews. In its militarized walls, you see the exploitation of people and resources, the changing street names, the destroyed fabric of entire communities. The ruins of what was destroyed to make possible the new cry out to you in lamentation. It must have been impossible for her to call this fortress, this graveyard atop a graveyard, home. Grieving the absence of ancestral orality, you write, I wish your parents' stories about how they came to live in Sidi Bel Abbès had been transmitted to me, to which Mishakha offers, I would have bequeathed you my whole memory as inheritance. Ruminating on your addressee's name, you ask, why would your parents have called you by the name of those who invaded their country and were destroying it? Your great-grandmother was named Marianne in 1854, 16 years before the Crémieux Decree, which granted Algerian Jews, forced upon Algerian Jews French citizenship, later revoked by the Vichy regime in 1940. You read here evidence of a longer dual process of violence, de-Algerianization and Frenchification. Marianne carries the weight of the disintegration of thousands of years of Jewish-Muslim history. Yet by choosing the name Aïsha for her daughter, Marianne inscribed her rejection of Europeanization into the colonial civil registry, sowing the seeds of restitution for her descendants, a blessing in the feminine, covertly smuggled in the pages of your father's livret de famille, awaiting your discovery. Shattering our societies and decimating the tribe was the great project of French colonization. Marianne's refusal of colonial unnaming reminds us that the tools we need to imagine and build a liberated world have already been transmitted to us. We need only listen to what calls. You write in your letter of clumsy reclamations of this gift of Aïsha, of misspellings, resolving that an estranged name cannot become intimate again in a single stroke. These misspellings call our attention to the impossibility of transcribing names as constitutive of colonial unnaming. Commemorative rituals and, at times, awkward reunions with lost names and kin are necessary to threading together the fabric of unforgotten worlds. Woven into the fabric of this artifact of bureaucratic violence, this livret de famille, lay evidence of transgenerational love and anti-colonial revolt that traveled with your father to the Zionist colony in Palestine. Your restitution of this name proposes a temporality that perpetually collapses on itself, forming a radical anti-colonial continuum of transmitted intimacies. In your letter, you inform Marianne of your father's desired dissociation from Algeria, yet his reinvention could not void his stifled rage, his inexpressible struggle, that the experience of colonization, of internment, and of expulsion had severed his tongue. These phantom pains loomed large over the intimate space of your home. Psychically amputated, your father partially lost his elocution, his inability to say his mother's name, a symptom of his dissociation and dispossession of speech. Yet his transmission of the craft of storytelling to his children and his refusal of settler music in the Zionist colony reflect a continued connection to a sonic landscape that resisted coloniality. Karima Razali wrote in Le Trauma Colonial that those who survive the experience of expulsion are forever trapped in constant physical rather than psychic pain. In his contained anger, his amnesia demanded to be recognized. His rage refused silencing. I grieve with you the pain your father took to his grave, as it so deeply echoes that of my own kin. You write that your reclamation of Aïsha, of your Algerian ancestry, could only take place posthumously when your father's papers were transmitted to you. I sense also in your address to Marianne a defiance of the patriarch, a refusal to allow your father to dictate the terms of your kin relations. Aïsha, Marianne's daughter, chose for her children only names that had neither Jewish or Arab origin, sound, or meaning. Here I find compelling the cyclical rejection of what came before. Marianne's refusal to inhabit the world her parents wished to assimilate into is followed by Aïsha's rejection of Marianne's investment in a Jewish Muslim world. And finally, your own rejection of your father's estrangement from Algeria. Here, once again, time collapses in a repeating cycle of disavowal and reclamation as each generation seeks its place. The 1882 Code de l'Indigénat sought to destroy traditional ways of knowing one's origins, through which individuals' names were based on their father, grandfather, etc. Through this process, individuals were reduced to patrilineal titles in which names were literally unmoored, no longer tied to physical sites of belonging. In addressing Aïsha, mother of Aïsha, you construct an alternative anti-colonial and matrilineal record of kinship, one rooted in the knowing of one's female ancestors. Aïsha rejects not only the severing of history and reduction of filial ties of colonial unnaming, but also a patrilineal record of belonging. Faced with the death of an entire symbolic order, you reinstate the matriarch. In the face of interrupted transmission and fabricated absence, your deployment of historical reconstruction and invented rituals recovers a matrilineal archive of anti-colonial resistance, revealing that beneath our inherited scars, what we seek is already within us. The world's colonization sought to destroy have never ceased to breathe. Thank you.
Thank you to all our panelists. We'll now open it up for 10 to 15 minutes of discussion. Questions or comments for the panelists? Ahmed.
Hello. Yeah, I have to say hello every time I use a microphone. Okay, thank you, all of you. That was amazing. I want to keep the questions one or two, very short. Start with Adel. You speak about your mom as and other Algerians in that generation that they thought about themselves as Algerians and not necessarily about Algeria first. And this sentence brought me directly to this film by Azzal Hassan. It's called 3 Centimeters Less, about Therese Halassa, a Palestinian hijacker that attempted to hijack an airplane in '72. And she and another two people, basically, actually I think 2 women and 2 men, are caught. So it's a failed attempt. But basically, Therese Halassa in that film meets a daughter of one of the men in that hijacking who was killed during that operation. And she asks him, the daughter asks Therese about, like, you didn't know you were going to die, basically, in that event? Like, what did you thought? What did you think before you attempted that thing? And Therese told her that we were not thinking about death necessarily. when we did that. And in a way, they were not thinking about Palestine when they did that. They were thinking about themselves as Palestinians. She tells us that the terminology we're using nowadays, like after 40 years, we didn't know any of this language. So like, I would like you, if you could like please speak about more about seeing yourself first as Algerian or as Palestinian before now we know that, oh, there is Algeria, there is Palestine, which these were not necessarily concrete things 40, 50, 60 years ago. So yeah, I'll just stop here, and if there is more time, I can ask another question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ahmed. Okay, so this, I'm going to be honest. When I asked her the question in 2019, it had been more than 20 years I had not been in Algeria, and I was just sort of like starting this journey back. So when she said that, I could not understand what she meant, and that thing stayed with me. And I kept on thinking about that. Like what could it mean? And at the same time, I was thinking about Algeria in many different ways. And one of the things that really interested me is how Algeria, but not just the state or the nation, but the idea of a communality had to be invented, basically, had to be created, had to be produced before the actual state, which is a receptacle, took that Algeria and sort of like constrained it into borders and into laws and into the Algerian state that we have today. So the idea of being Algerian was very interesting to me because I grew up in France. So if you asked me in France, like what does it mean to feel Algerian, it was a very different thing than what my mother used to say. So for my mother, this idea that they felt or she felt Algerian before thinking about Algeria is that they were not asking, I think, in everyday life, like you say, question of the nation state, etc. They had been there for a long time. Their parents were born there, the parents of their parents. They were Algerians. There was no question about that. The French came and started reorganizing, and redefining and giving new names, etc. And then suddenly, this place that had always been a place of home is recreated in a completely different way, where they have to try to fit in while the French are trying to produce them at the same time as a specific type of Algerian. So what it does, I think, it's a way to, there's something very hopeful about that to me, because it means that this Algerianness is what won't be destroyed, even by the current Algerian state, if you will. So, and when I think about Palestine, it's something also about, in the same way when I think about that, is that what you feel is that it's not just that the West, Israel, does not want to give a country to Palestinians, give back. It's the idea of Palestinians, of what it is Palestinian to exist, that is the problem. And I think there's a similarity with Algerians. The problem was not Algeria, or if they were going to be assimilated or not assimilated, is that they were there. So how do you make sense of this new place that you're recreating? You have to get rid of these people, because these people, just by being there, are telling you that what you are trying to build, there will always be sort of like a little crack in this sort of like fortress that they're building around it. And that's for me the Algerianness, and that's for me the Palestinianness. But when she told me that a few years ago, I thought she was getting old, like she didn't really know what she was saying. But I understood many of them. Thank you.
Other questions or comments from the audience? Yeah. Can you just come to the microphone so we can all hear? Thanks.
Hi. I think my question is two-part, one for Adel and Zoe. And it concerns Fanon. So Zoe, I'm wondering if you could speak about what I feel like I'm hearing in your paper, to use a Fanonian term, like the denegrification of this recursive disappearance, where we can speak of the disappearance of the disappearance of Muslim Jews, but there's also, there seems to be, for you, a way that Blackness falls out that Winter may be attempting to call back to through the term of Judeo-Christianity as it indexes a particular kind of racial coagulation of theological, ontological rule that anticipates and informs the state of Israel. Yeah. And I'm wondering how that relates to this again, this falling out of Blackness that Winter may be imprecisely attempting to name through Judeo-Christianity, that Fanon might call like a denegrification, how that might relate to Adel's point about Fanon's desire to be white, and your addition of it being a desire. I think you said, like, you could also say he wanted to be Algerian, right? You know, and how does that? I wonder if you could speak to how does that fit for you into the psychopolitical groundwork of Fanon's legacy, where the desire for whiteness turns out in his material life to just be a desire to be Algerian, which is still a desire not to be Black in a particular kind of way. And I hope the kind of maybe parallactic nature of the question comes through, where there's this double, there seems to be a twin problem here about the status of Blackness in relationship to, on one hand, theopolitics and the geopolitical scenes in which they are played out, let's say. Sorry if the question is mangled.
Yeah, so my answer will also be mangled. Yeah, I think what I understand in at least the way that Winter is taking up Judeo-Christianity is that it's a reiteration of the Black-white color line. So it's not a kind of, I mean, I don't think it's a kind of like non-recognition of what the reconstituted color line is constituted by. But I do think that, like, in at least my reading of her, how I understand her priorities of thinking about civilization and humanity, it is necessarily this idea that man is constituted through Blackness's negation. So I think, as I'm also trying to understanding, you know, Fanon and this like dodging Blackness constantly, I think exactly in what Adel was saying, there's a fixity and an understoodness to being Algerian that there is not to Blackness. There is no aspiring nation for Blackness. There is no liberation project towards a kind of coherent Blackness, because Blackness is not something that is positively articulated in a way that being Algerian or aspiring towards being Algerian via this liberatory project can be. And so I think that in trying to think through this really valuable, like I said, kind of recuperation of the kind of precision of like reappearing the disappearance, I also want to attend to how that is constantly being underscored by the negation of Blackness within Africa, the kind of negated Blackness within even the Maghreb, and kind of and yeah, I'm still working on this, admittedly, especially in thinking about, especially in trying to bring this into the way that the human is reconstituted through the human rights revolution, which for me feels like the Judeo-Christian civilizational horizon, because this is for the first time the human's international standardization and codification through this idea that there's a crime of genocide that says that nations, allegedly peoples, are protected and cannot be killed. But again, as we're looking at what's happening in Gaza, as we're looking at what's happened since 1948 in all of these different places, we understand that there is a logic that underwrites that says, well, yes, everyone is a human and no one can be killed. And we necessarily have to have people who have to be killed in order for humanity to be sustained. I hope that made any type of sense.
I'll go quickly. Thank you. It's a really great question. It's a very complicated and long one. So I'll just share bits and pieces of what I'm thinking when you say that. The first thing, when James Baldwin is in Paris, in the 1950s, he's there during the Algerian War, so I think 1955, 56, and it's in No Name in the Streets. He says something that I always thought was interesting. He said he makes a connection and a comparison between blacks and Algerians. And the way he does that is that basically he says in America, the blacks are at the lower, social level of society, right? And here it's the Algerian. He called them les misérables, basically. So he sort of connects to them. And then what he's seeing also, because it's also the time where Algerians are being killed, whether by the French or whether by other Algerians, that they're sort of like disappearing all the time. So that's one thing. The second thing with Fanon, it's a very interesting thing to sort of think of Fanon in America as opposed to think of Fanon when you're either in Algeria or you're in France or something like that. And what I'm trying to think with Fanon and Algeria is that how did this relationship come to be? Because I really see it as a relationship, and how this encounter happened that produced some of the work that we keep on thinking about. And part of me thinks that there's a misunderstanding a little bit. I'm not sure Fanon tries to avoid to be black by going to Algeria. I think he might have thought that it was the same for a moment, that there was this possibility of liberation in Africa, that Algeria was part of Africa, and that was the possibility. I'm not clear that the Algerian, I'm joking because I'm Algerian, I'm not clear that the Algerian completely saw that. I think what they saw is a sort of recipe of liberation, if you will, because there's no real theoretical writing during the Algerian Revolution. They're really acting. They're fighting. And the encounter with Fanon is interesting because, in a way, it gives a little bit of a theoretical structure for what revolution could mean. And when I say that, it's not that they looked at Fanon thinking, we're only using him, for a certain. I think there was probably also a desire on the Algerian part to be part of this general liberation that was taking place in Africa. But I think the reality of the thing, which is what you were saying, this idea, we say North Africa because what we say really is white Africa, So this question is not fully resolved. And even if you're in Algeria thinking about Fanon, there is a sort of appropriation of Fanon, right, from Algerians. And at the same time, the question of Africa, the question of blackness itself is sort of another more complex question that is still being worked out. When you see what happened in Tunisia a couple of years ago, when you see, and even me, in the past few years, you had a lot of West African migrants in Algeria, so you would see them in the street, you would see them, doing some basic work, etc. And the relationship between the Algerians and I want to say the black Africans, but you're stuck with language, right? Was very disappointing. was very disheartening. At the same time as we are commemorating the Pan-African Festival of Algiers, at the same time as we are sort of like, showing to the world this possibility of liberation of Africa, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it's a complex question. I think it's not resolved, but I think it's not a clear-cut thing. I think it's being worked as we speak, kind of thing. Wow. So that, and I'm thinking about it. So that's what I have for now. Thank you.
We have about 5 minutes left.
I can ask a quick question until Ariella finishes her question. It's a very simple thing, but just like two very basic, like very simple thoughts. Amal, you said a strange name cannot become intimate in a single stroke, and I think this is genius. Like it's way beyond. So Ariella says that. Both of you, for writing that and for quoting that. Like if you can speak more about that, I think it goes way beyond the name. I mean, it applies to the personal name, to the name of a country, and beyond that. So like, if you can like speak more about that, and I want to connect that to Zoe's the part where you spoke about the Holocaust and different use of that word, and in my head you're saying that, and I'm thinking Shoah. It's not Holocaust. It's not Holocaust. It's not Holocaust, because Jews didn't call it a Holocaust in the beginning. It's named Shoah. And that brought me to something earlier. Last year I was in this kind of a lecture / symposium, and one of the participants spoke about how, what's their name? I forgot, but like some Yazidis or something like that. I apologize for the name, not remembering it, but in Iraq they were attacked by Daesh for a long time, and there was a lot of sexual abuse and rape for that group. But then when she was interviewing women from those groups, they don't have a word for rape in their language. And then we kind of took that to like, okay, rape, that's in English, and maybe like other Latin origin like words, but in Arabic, it's completely different word, for example. It's iqtisab, which comes from ghasaba, forced or like, imposed on. So I'm just taking all of these different names that, again, to go back to Amal's quotation about the stroke of like a strange name does not make it like intimate, does not make it like a new reality. So if you both can kind of feed into that in some way, it's not a very clear question, just like something to think about. Thank you.
I think I'd almost like to redirect this question to Ariella, since I think it has so much to do with what you write on the rehearsal, the labor that's necessary to recuperating the muscle memory that you speak of. I hope you don't mind.
Yeah, but I think that Ahmed asked you, so I'll maybe jump after. You brought these quotations.
I did bring this quotation. I mean,
we share it now.
Yeah, to be perfectly honest, I really struggled in intervening in your letter because it felt like an interruption in this transgeneration intimate space of transmission. But I suppose, and maybe you'll speak to this more, I think it plays into the kind of worlds of sorcery that you evoke and these invented rituals that you rely on to rebuild this unforgotten world. And so I think the sort of repossession of your name cannot happen. I just hate to sort of reiterate your words to you. But these misspellings, these kind of clumsy relearnings of the word are reflective of the violence of colonization and also in your dedication to the restoration of this world.
Yeah, I don't know, I have some thoughts or maybe questions, I don't know, depends how it will go. Maybe there is something about, naming that came, Adel, in your presentation, and Amel in yours, and I think that Zoe in yours also, and Anna, actually in all of them. And I'm asking myself, we see since 1 year how, I don't know, how there is a stubbornness not to call the genocide, right? So we see this kind of colonial stubbornness that Zoe, you touched upon, how these, colonial agents created actually the language with which they will, the language, the institutions, the UN, the nation state, through which they will form the memory of the extermination of the Jews, from which they will remove all the others and will give us a name that then will be used by many experts around the world to say this is not a genocide. And I'm thinking about, the colonized that add many names to call many things. And I'm asking myself, and it's a question, I'm asking myself if the possibility to say we were Algerians, not Algeria, we were Algerian in Cuba with other Algerians, if it is not a remainder of a resistance to the ossification of the culture of names. I don't know, this is one question that I have, or a thought that I have, and I'm thinking about, again, in the last couple of months, I cannot not think about every day about the genocide in Gaza, and in the last couple of weeks, I'm thinking about a different, maybe, way to deal with genocide, because I want to counter all these, legal experts that tell us if this is a genocide or not. And I'm thinking that actually what makes a genocide is when there is a consensus about a group that should be eliminated. And there is something about the length of time that is being required for the elimination of this, for achieving the consensus for the elimination of this group. And I'm thinking about, maybe it was the strongest, I think, in some of the presentations, maybe since this morning, how many ruptures there are in the history of the colonized, or the history of those who are or were or are exposed to genocide. How many ruptures are in their histories, and nonetheless there is a cohesiveness that create them as the group to be exterminated. So I don't know, I would like to hear all of you about, this tension between the, all these ruptures that you're speaking about, and nonetheless a cohesiveness that makes certain groups exterminable at certain moments in history. And something else that I'm thinking about, and maybe it's a response to the engagement with the most intimate in what I am doing in the letters, and I have a feeling that our histories, because what we call intimate is called not history, our histories were written behind our backs in a certain way. And I wonder what is really intimate in those histories, except the moments when we resist those histories that were written against our back. So I have a feeling that all this very intimate book has very little of intimacy, and it is there in the moment of resistance. And Zoe, I would like to ask you, you said something about the Abrahamic treaty as the Abrahamic triangle, not treaty, but treaty as imaginary, that actually led for the creation of the State of Israel. So I found it interesting, to locate it there as a triangle from which, the Muslims are being excluded, but actually the Jews are also excluded at that very moment when this, triangle is being created. Maybe the Christian also, the Eastern Christians are also excluded, Palestinian Christians.
everything that is not whiteness is being excluded. So if you can speak more about, this triangle in connection to, and also it seems to me that, it's a question, I am troubled by the Judeo-Christian that Winter is using, and I wonder if you explain her as doing something else with it. Did I hear that in? No, okay. Thank you, all of you, for really moving and rich presentations. That my mind is burning.
So just before you respond, Ahmed's giving me time signals over there, so we'll have just a few minutes of 3-4 minutes for response, and then we'll have a break before the next panel.
I think first to Ahmad, to answer your question in regards to the Holocaust and the Shoah, Mark Nishanian, and I'm going to butcher kind of the way he understands it, he talks about like a kind of regime of naming, a kind of proper name versus an emblematic name. And I think maybe we can think about the Holocaust as being the emblematic name that is used as a kind of global universalized signifier of this moment of genocide, whereas the Shoah is this very kind of particular proper name assigned by the communities that experience the violence themselves. With regards to speaking, Sylvia Wynter is alive, and I am not going to speak on her behalf. I would never, could never. I'm sure she has pieces of paper that are older than me. But I wanted to think about how I might understand a particular utility of the concept, not speaking on her behalf, but rather trying to consider alongside her the way that she is conceptualizing man, the way that she's conceptualizing civilization, and the way that Judeo-Christian, as it strategically disappears different peoples simultaneously, even alternates the disappearances of different people in different places simultaneously, might be materialized through, for example, the State of Israel, might be materialized through the Genocide Convention, might be materialized through the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So, not speaking for her at all, ever.
All right, so I'd like to thank our 4 panelists for 4 very rich papers. We'll have a break and reconvene at 3:30.
Hi, everyone. This is the difficult part of the day, I know. But I hope that the excitement around this book and the celebration we are here for is going to sustain us and keep us going until the end of the day. So, like many of you, I'm sure, I've been reading Ariella's recent offering with amazement, exhilaration, and gratitude. Potential History, her previous book, has set the tone for this one too, I think. But the book we are discussing today is more personal, as we've heard, offering a rich but quite idiosyncratic autobiography, social autobiography, political autobiography. An autobiography which succeeds at the same time in recreating a lost world, in bringing into life the materiality of Jewish-Muslim life in Algeria. And yet, it is more than that. It is also a powerful commentary on the current moment, an invitation for a refusal or a series of refusals, a call to dismantle the taxonomic grid of racialized Western modernity and its Judeo-Christian mythological grounding. Finally, and the most important for me, this is an archaeological book. A book about objects and object worlds, about craft making as embodied memory, about body techniques as mnemotechnics. And as an archaeologist who has had the good fortune and the privilege of being a close, not only friend, but also a close collaborator with Ariella, I'm particularly pleased about that very strong archaeological take on the matter. So I was asked to read the letter to Katia Gibel-Mevorach, the Black Jewish cultural anthropologist whose work has contributed to the dismantling of a monolithic conception of Jewishness, especially in this country. Now, I have one or two things to say about that specific letter, But before I do that, I'll take a different tack, and my presentation is going to be different, because I hope you allow me to read you a couple of passages from a text I've recently completed, or a few months ago completed. It is not directly about the book, but it is about events that nearly all of you, all of us know, I think, well. And I hope that you will trace the threads that connect these events and these situations with the book itself. So it's about the events that many of you, many of us experienced last spring, some of us as protagonists of these events, here on this very same campus. Okay, so it brings back memories, right? I was not the only one who found this photograph stunning. The moment it appeared online, it started spreading the social media like a wildfire on a drought-ravaged landscape. I soon discovered that this drone-generated image of our main green, taken the evening that the student Gaza encampment was dismantled, that is April the 30th, 2024, following an agreement with the university administration, had already been licensed to the Associated Press, and that's the credit that I have to put here. This eye-catching image shows mostly the outlines of tents pitched by students about a week earlier. It is an image that speaks to us, archaeologists, perhaps in a more effective manner than to others. Crop marks, traces on the ground of a temporary protest settlement which is no longer, an archaeology of the present or of the very recent past. Now, some of my colleagues online immediately started the impulsive interpretive process. They saw the outlines of multiple individual tents, the presence of a larger communal tent, and the open gathering space in the middle. So why is it that we, as archaeologists, are more attracted to the clean, people-free landscape that preserves the remnants of human action than to the messy living locality, buzzing with activity and fully populated with human bodies as well as things? One rather uncharitable response would be that this is because many of us want to continue grounding archaeology on an ontology of absence, preferring the safety and security of silent material witnesses who can play along with our fanciful storytelling. A more charitable response would insist that this is because we recognize the evocative power of absence, and at the same time, we're keen to demonstrate our skills in interpreting the traces on the ground. In the photo, it is evident that the facilities department of the university had already started moving back the outdoor furniture, and the labor to return the green to its immaculate condition, ready for the lavish graduation ceremonies, had commenced. The yellowed grass, deprived of sprinkled water and sunshine for 5 days, would soon be replaced with fresh green one. The landscape grounds of this campus, kept in perfectly manicured condition by hundreds of labored hands, many of them migrant, brown and black, would be very soon returned to normality. Or not, perhaps. To the right side of the photo, a banner promises that we'll be back. Keep an eye out. Student participants in this encampment have been working on archival projects, recording and archiving the life histories of their Palestinian fellow students. At the same time, they started gathering and preserving the material components of this student uprising on campus: flyers, booklets, banners. Archival work was part of the preparation for this current activism, and they had learned much from the 1980s anti-South African apartheid mobilization on campus and the response by the university administrators. In fact, they would call these university leaders out for turning this legacy of struggle into a marketable commodity, while refusing its contemporary resonance. This archival lesson had to be reciprocated with a generation of new archival material. The students were aware of the historical significance of the moment. In the longer version of this piece I'm reading to you, I argue that this event was a powerful, transgressive teaching and learning assemblage. The encampment and its tents were central to the materiality and sensoriality of this assemblage. These were holiday tents of sorts, and yet they recalled mnemonically a different reality. They connected to other histories. I'm thinking of the migrant tents in various camps, including the camps I have worked on the Greek-Turkish border as part of an archaeology of contemporary migration. Now, I'm not implying, of course, an equivalence between the often perilous journey and the transient and nomadic experience of the people on the move from the global south and the temporary encampment of students in a prestigious Ivy League university in the United States. But the material object of the tent, the act of claiming temporarily a small piece of land as your ground, and the sense that this is an act in this act is a small episode in a long journey, in a long-term ongoing movement, an anti-colonization movement, connects relationally the two phenomena, contemporary migration and dismobilization. But more transhistorical associations can be drawn. A Palestinian student told another student who was doing an oral history assignment for my archaeology and social justice class that he saw this encampment as an enactment of the Palestinian history of displacement, as he mnemonically and perhaps involuntarily recalled the stories he was told by his ancestors, stories of forced migration, stories of refugee camps, tent cities that became camp cities, permanent features in the Middle Eastern landscape. And here is a further association that brings to the fore a deeper history. As we know, Brown University is located on the ancestral lands of Native American tribes, in this case, the Narragansett. This fact is, as we know, currently being acknowledged in officially circulating settlements at the start of various events, a sanctioned and authorized gesture, which often sounds more co-opted, ceremonial and tokenistic than substantive and sincere. And yet, it is in this stolen land that student protesters are charged, as we know, with trespassing by the university authorities when they stand their ground, when they refuse to leave until the university considers their demands that it stops profiting from genocidal violence. The student encampment invoked, visually and materially, contemporary transient migrant shelter, Palestinian refugee camps, and Native American teepees. Multiple material histories are sensorially resurrected, brought into the surface, and placed center stage. Multiple coexisting temporalities were placed at the center of our sensorial attention. In this brutal and unending war, some commentators stress the potential danger that the daily violence becomes background noise. Think of the Zone of Interest film. A low-intensity soundscape which one could ignore, carrying on daily routines or worse, conducting business as usual. This sensorial assemblage of this encampment in this with its multicolored tents, the buzz generated by constant activity, song, prayers, chants, and chatter, the palpable affectivity of embodied presences, alert to events happening on the other side of the world, and the mnemonic enactment of multiple deep histories prevented this normalization from happening. The student participants of this sensorial assemblage enacted the articulation of the aesthetic as sensorial and the political. But they also became powerful censors, receiving subtle messages from afar, and they were then transmitting and amplifying these messages against the cultural and political anesthesia that often dominates our surroundings. Our colleague and media and performance theorist in Ariella's department, Rebecca Schneider, has long argued with passion and eloquence against the notion of the ephemerality of the performative, of the idea that live public events disappear once their formal enactment is over. She champions instead the notion of remains, of mnemonic bodily residues that carry such performances forward, investing them with a temporality of duration and repetition. The enactment, as a highly effective political theater, may have formally ended, but its photographic, material, and embodied mnemonic remnants endure. And it continues that political work into the future. We'll be back, stated the banner in this photo. The we here could be taken to mean the human subjects, but could also be the non-human components of this assemblage, including the sensorial, affective, and mnemonic experiences. The crop marks have already gone, but the photo preserved them. The tents have gone, but the material and photographic production that accompanying them continues to live on. This event will be reperformed time and again in other locations through the bodies of the participants, through materiality. What makes this photograph so stunning, then, is its future promise. The traces it depicts do not portray absence, but rather future potential. Multiple future presences, multiple reperformances. The void will be filled. Its blank form will take many different shapes. These traces are not ephemeral, but rather transient, nomadic, and changeable. And as such, they guard against monumentalized oblivion. Now, there are several threads that connect these thoughts with the book we are discussing today. Palestine is the obvious, of course. And reading this book in this specific moment, in the midst of this first brutal genocide of the 21st century, makes the experience particularly poignant and affectively powerful. But a more subtle connection is first photography, given Ariella's early and important work, but mostly materiality, objects, remnants, and their haunting potential. This is what Ariella chooses to finish her letter to Merovach, the letter that I was assigned to read. Our sacred objects, many of which are stored in museums, are our best hope, our best hope. Our objects are the carriers of our diverse memories, our diverse laws. We are their inheritors, and we should be ready to awaken these memories and be awakened by them. Our objects should not be on display, but used, for they are powerful. If they are banished to the museum in order to establish Europe's empires, we should treasure their secrets and their power to still derange those same empires. Ariella knows very well that the destruction of the Jewish Arab world was not achieved only by the division and segregation of people, their reassignment into new categories, and their drafting and deployment to new colonization projects and campaigns. It was also achieved by the destruction of the object world, of the sensorial and mnemonic assemblages in which they were crucial components. Destruction that took two main forms, either direct obliteration or appropriation and museification. Materiality and temporality as sensed, lived, experiential memory sustain this world. Even the museified objects, however, still enact residual time, still hold a liberating potential. They still harbor a haunting ability. And yet, both in the student protests and in Ariella's embodied practices, the haunting work was not just facilitated by attending to the remnants. It was also enacted by producing new mnemonic objects, by learning the body techniques of mnemonic recall. by bringing into the world new vibrant matter. Students created new materialities, or rather seeming new materialities, but in fact multi-temporal affective entities that cited and enacted other powerful moments and places. Ariella learned to produce jewelry reciting the gestures of her father, who gave voice to jewelry as he was repairing his radios. Hounding, and more so the ontology it enacts, some call it houndology, is about futurity. Facilitating the hounding work of multitemporal objects is perhaps the debt we owe to them. But it is also one of the ways of imagining new future worlds. Without objects, we cannot build new worlds, says Ariella in her letter. In this book, Ariella is engaged in world-making, a future world that is made of people and things together, unhoused and nomadic people and things, the sensorial and affective assemblages, the sensorial and affective assemblies and communities of the world, the Ummah of this world, that we want to live in. Thank you all, and thank you, Ariella, again.
We move to Elizabeth Bourbon.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. I am just thrilled to be here and want to express my gratitude to Ahmad, Adel, and of course to Ariella Aïsha for the wonderful, beautiful book, A Tour de Force indeed. Ariella Aïsha Azoulay's letter to Hannah Arendt, entitled Between European Jews' Experience and Ours, attends to the tension between diaspora and indigeneity, forced exile, and willful disinheritance, complicating the settler colonial fiction that Jews outside of the colony in Palestine are all living in diaspora, that diaspora is a degraded state, and that Jews belong to no land but the land seized and still under seizure from the Palestinians. In discussing with Arendt the Crémieux Decree, the granting of French citizenship to Algerian Jews in 1870, Azoulay reminds us that, quote, when citizenship unfolds as a gift, it means that it is also at the same time a weapon. While Arendt still, as Azoulay writes, bought into the imperial assumption of the universal nature of citizenship, believing that the naturalization of the Jews was the first phase in a progressive stage of governance, Azoulay lays bare the erasure of Jewish indigeneity to Algeria and to other lands outside of the 20th century Zionist colony in Palestine, enacted by this forced inclusion, calling for a radical reformulation. To fully grasp the instrumentality and brutality of citizenship, she writes to Arendt, we must imagine the Jews in Algeria not as a diasporic group living in exile, but as part of the indigenous populations of North Africa who were colonized in 1830. The Jews, Azoulay insists, cannot be cut out from the body politic, separated from the non-Jews among whom they live. They cannot be concentrated as if they form a homogeneous, undifferentiated whole, a shared world that can be replicated and rebuilt in a settler colony. What Azoulay calls the poisonous promise of citizenship gifted by the Crémieux Decree prefigures, of course, the European establishment of a Jewish nation-state. Azoulay calls this a, quote, cruel form of repair, a pharmakon, that brilliant term that means both remedy and poison, or even scapegoat. This is also the structure of the purportedly reparative law invented to address crimes against humanity in the wake of the Shoah, a conciliatory gift from the European imperial legal power that would prove only to buttress the structure of the law as such and not to prevent or remediate the crimes against humanity being carried out at this very moment. Azoulay's call for the abolition of the law, as opposed to its mere reform, is a call for a more complete repair, but a repair that necessitates a dismantling, a deconstruction, or even a destruction. This edges, I think, toward what Walter Benjamin was getting at in his enigmatic critique of violence written in 1921. In describing divine violence as law-destroying, it is, quote, lethal without spilling blood. Later, differentiating between construction and reconstruction in a fragment of his unfinished Arcades project, Benjamin will write, construction presupposes destruction. One such reinvention of the law occurs through the choreography of disinheritances and elected kinships that Azoulay theorizes and undertakes in this letter to Arendt. This is not, of course, the law that carries out the diagnosis and punishment of a violation before a tribunal, but rather the diffuse and pervasive system of norms that dictate the terms of identity, inheritance, relatedness, and punish any transgressions of its vertical geometry. Azoulay recounts to Arendt her disinheritance of her identity as an Israeli, imposed on her from birth. When I refused to recognize myself in the Israeli identity, she writes, I understood that this was what was truly unpardonable. Dear Hannah, people I knew for a long time stopped speaking to me. I was not only betraying the state and its imperial sovereign power, but committing an act of treason against my people, as if the manufacture of this people by Zionists were not itself a betrayal of diverse forms of Jewish life now deemed unworthy of existence by comparison. This is a deeply radical gesture. To refuse this gift of imperial citizenship, reified through thick layers of laws and code and freedoms of travel and myths of sacred blood, is to enact a destruction, a severance. At the same time, this refusal makes space for the re-inheritance of what Azoulay calls her family's, quote, weak transmitted memory, as she asks, how might I remember what was not transmitted to me? This mode of re-inheritance asks after the deviations smoothed over, the details discarded, and the persons cast out in the name of a clean vertical transmission, the imparting of citizenship and language and stories from parent to child that entails forgetting as much as it does remembrance. Azoulay meditates then on the queer kinship formations that existed among Algerian Jewish families before their colonization and reformation into what had been deemed respectable by Western sexual norms. Azoulay writes to Arendt, you studied polygamy in Algeria without deferring to European sexual fantasies, but by considering it on its own terms. With sincere regard and care, you presented it as a major factor fueling the resistance of indigenous Jews and Muslims to French citizenship. These polygamous formations cannot, Azoulay notes, be reduced to the terms of the marriage contract by which one man marries several women. Instead, she writes of the variety of polygamous formations that existed, as well as the care and support members those extended families enabled. To denounce, disavow, or decree illegal these formations, as the French did, would be to do so in the name of an imperial feminism that deems universal its particular conceptions of sexual freedom. Is this not a familiar story, an achingly contemporary one, theorized variously as femonationalism or homonationalism or pinkwashing, a destruction of relations by colonizers who can only conceive of sexual ethics through the narrow frames of Western liberalism? Against this tendency, Azoulay imagines kinship as the form of an extended family, a tribe, a non-state formation, an anti-capitalist and non-capitalized queer political formation. While Arendt will ultimately, against the implications of her own account, advocate for the, quote, French civil law and the French penal code that have their basis in the equality of the sexes, Azoulay refuses the inheritance of this putative equality. She points out that this equality is a myth, a story the West tells itself about the achievements of its own completed feminist projects. But even if it were to exist, it would be an equality that aims to efface the inevitability of agonism within the social sphere and make uniform the relations of protection, support, and love that exist in various forms to negotiate it. This is what Arendt calls, quote, being with others, neither for or against them. The myth of equality that is erected through the Western familial form is not emancipation into this, quote, sheer human togetherness, but a banishment from it. Political formations that refuse this myth of equality and the straitjacket of the normative familial form seen to uphold it are comprised of elected kinships that spread out laterally, horizontally, interrupting vertical inheritance and unified identity. It is no coincidence that the very form of Azoulay's writing, her epistolary address to Arendt and others, is precisely an interpolation of Arendt as elected kin, a horizontal reach across space and the life-death divide. As a means of remembering what was not transmitted to her, Ariella fabulates, staging a scene of an exchange to an addressee who, though deceased, is called into the present. And through this exchange, the negotiation of conflict is carried out. Azoulay simultaneously thanks and critiques Arendt, loosely weaving together strands of gratitude and frustration that remain distinct even in their being brought together. They do not settle into harmonious closure or easily digestible resolution. Crucially, Azoulay's letter to Arendt and her epistolary project more broadly, as well as the web of political, ethical, and intellectual commitments in which it is situated, does not aim for the removal of error, but rather its preservation. At the very start of her letter, Azoulay remarks that she will, quote, foreground facts that seem invented, unlikely, or implausible, only because the narrative structures we were born into prepared us not to notice these facts, to judge them as delusions and dismiss their persistence as errors. Azoulay cares for error, even gestures towards its amelioration, without eradicating its existence through resolution. To do so would be to echo the corrective impulses of assimilatory technologies and imperial civilizing missions that Azoulay denounces as violent forms of putative repair. Various errors punctuate Azoulay's address, arguably serving as its very impetus, emerging as points of friction that galvanize her project. Literally astraying or wandering, Azoulay allows herself to err, deviating from colonial narrative structures. Her refusal of inclusion into the Israeli identity is one such election for errancy, as is her attentiveness to the ancestral irregularities produced as such by the French in her familial history. Refusing to disappear entirely into imposed norms, remaining evident in the archive as an error, is Aïsha. Aïsha's deviation from imperial heteronormative familial structures emerges for Azoulay as a point of departure for reinheritance. Even the misrecognition of Azoulay as a European Jew is an error that produces something. It makes visible the imperial Zionist myth of a homogeneous and European Jewry. Though she was never mistaken for one of the colorless people in the Zionist colony, she tells us, in the United States, Azoulay writes, being a Jew is almost automatically conflated with being the descendant of a European Jew. Since moving here, most people assume I am a European Jew before I find myself explaining their error. I hate it when people assume that I'm a European Jew, and I also hate explaining that I'm not part of this story, but rather its victim, as Ella Shohat describes in her text on Zionism from the standpoint of its victims. This is a wounding error of misrecognition and an effacement of Azoulay's ancestry. It is an error that surely demands rectification, the explaining that Azoulay then has to undertake. But it is not one that resolves into a simple story. The correction of this mistake rather sows doubt, another connotation of the term error, that the Jews can be constructed as a whole, as a group whose forced assimilation into the European imperial project is complete. It is also an error that establishes relation through difference. The fact that Azoulay is not a European Jew is the precondition for her very address to Arendt, whose uninterrogated European assumptions cause her to stray, to err, from the potential radicality of her own claims. To read Azoulay's letter to Arendt is to be the deviating element oneself, the third erring party in the normative vectors of transmission from addressor to addressee. That is, of course, the point, to be invited in to complicate the dyadic geometry of exchange. To read Azoulay's letter to Arendt as a Jew, a European Jew whose assimilation into imperial citizenship and settler colonial commitments is consistently presumed to be complete, is to be jolted into renewed awareness of possibilities of refusal, reformulation, and reinheritance. Thank you.
Harley, yes. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Okay, so I'm going to read a play, and to do that, I'm going to do this like terribly awkward playwright thing of like raising one hand to be one side and another to be another side. And then I'm probably going to forget to do that after a little while, and none of you can really see it. So I'll try to change my voice, but then I'm going to probably forget to do that too. Okay. Act 1. Questions for a letter. How do you write a play to a letter? The same way you write a play for anything else, talking. But a letter is talking. How do you talk to talking? All talking is talking to talking. No. Don't go Heidegger. Not today. I'd never. But the letter is language to someone. So speak to me. So, okay, this is me, Harley, speaking to the letter that Ariella Aïsha Azoulay wrote to Madame Cohen about her postcard with her picture on it held in the Musée d'Art et d'Histoire de Judaism in Paris. Correct. What do you want to know? I've been trying to suspend time. Can a lost letter suspend time? Does an undelivered letter stop language? Do you know the story of the gold thread machine? Remind me? The story is about a man who was working as the director of an atelier for gold thread preparation. One day, his son, who was a young man, educated and evolué, suggested that his father purchase a machine for the production of gold threads, replacing the slower workers in the atelier. He convinced his father that their initial investment would be returned in a short time. The son promised his father a future, maybe the same future that the father had already promised his son when he sent him to the French Republican school. This was a future that already seemed inevitable, unstoppable, one that could only be adapted to. Based on his education, the son was better placed to know what to do to prepare for this future, and he tried persuading his father to follow him. The son believed that his proposal was the only way to save his family from ruin due to the looming decline of the gold thread industry. It was only, he thought, a question of time. The father gathered information and was about to place the order, but reflected on the social consequences of this initiative. Several hundred people were going to be suddenly deprived of their livelihood, and he abandoned the project. The man arrived at his decision not to purchase the machine at the very last moment, just before it was too late. What I love so much about this story is it reminds us it is never too late to do the right thing. At the very last moment, the father says no. On his own, he was able to postpone the end of the gold thread craft workers. Later, his son said, "You see, I was right." The father had the strength to tell his son, "No, you were wrong and I was right." So, you can stop time by suspending the machine. You have to hold the machine high above, stopping it in the air. How did the father know? The father's strength comes from his education as a member of a Jewish Muslim world of guilds. Almost nothing was left of the world of your ancestors in the place where I was born. Similar world-destroying technology shredded the signs that some of our ancestors tried to transmit to their descendants, making them harder to recognize. Genealogical information was carried by a few in order to make life easier for the rest. No one can blame them, but I want to break the spell of silence. Once I started to talk with my female ancestors and found the legacy they were prevented from transmitting to me, I became determined to find as many signs of their presence as possible. I want to break the spell too. There is a spell of silence in my family, in my world. I am trying to break the spell by talking and talking, but I'm talking to myself. You're talking to a letter. True, and this is a long conversation. Please bear with me, Madame Cohen. I know that my letter is long, but the web of deception is quite dense. It's okay. I like long conversations. I like silences. I even like Madame Cohen's silences. You see, it's not that there's nothing to say, but that everything can be said in silence. That's what Madame Cohen is doing with her eyes. Do you see it? Do I see what? From the moment I looked at the postcard, I saw the woman pictured as a part of a long procession of anti-colonial resistance. I saw your dresses being made and worn rather than posed in. 45 years after they forced you to be French, many of you said with your bodies, we are who we are. We are not French. It's very difficult, isn't it? What? To return irony to the past. History isn't very kind to sarcasm, to a sardonic, sly grin. Can you show me how to grin? I've been looking for the sardonicism in this picture, this type, this postcard of my great-great-grandparents. They were the only great-grandparents of mine to move initially from Iraq to New York, the only family of mine that came through Ellis Island like Ashkenazi Jews, not like the rest of us. But what this photo doesn't show, what the book description, postcard description doesn't say, is that Khatoon, my great-grandmother, hated New York, which I love, because I grew up in New York, and I love New York, and New York has this mythos that everyone loves New York, and everyone wants to be there, and everyone who ever came to New York loves New York. And Khatoon was like, hell no. This is a terrible place. And they moved to India and joined the rest of my family. I'm searching for the irony in her face. I'm searching for that sardonic grin of Madame Cohen. Oh, it's there. It's there. She suspended the machine of New York. All that I get now today are principles. I don't like principles. Principles aren't sardonic. Judaism didn't have principles until Napoleon invented them in France, and the colonization imported them in the form of the Central Consistory, which local Jews opposed adamantly. I won't exhaust your patience here by expressing how much I disagree with the petition, but I see the origins of Zionism's harms rooted in this appeal put forward by some in the community who claim to speak for the Jews. Both the Zionist project and the Frenchification of Algerian Jews relied on a small group to act as representative of the Jewish people and to pretend that impositions were choices made with Jews' free will. Letter to Madame Cohen. Could we suspend the central Judaism like a gold thread machine, like New York, in the street? Could we keep it there? Could we say, you see, we were right? Could we suspend it to save the jobs and lives of people trying to keep the thread going through our hands instead of running through a central consistory? Can a play suspend a machine? Can a letter suspend a play? Can we suspend a suspension? Can I somehow write sardonic grin into the digital copy of the back of a postcard held hostage in a museum and break the spell? Can we suspend the machine, or is it too late? It is never too late to do the right thing. Act 2, questions to be asked together. So I'm tired of speaking to myself. This act, I'm going to put words on the screen. It's working, right? The pictures? There's been nothing there? Right, okay, cool. So when words come up, if you would like to say them out loud, please speak them and at your will. So, okay, my question is about the characters in this play, the types in this postcard, the guild members, the masons, the boilermakers, the tailors, the trimmers, the embroiderers, the saddlers, the stick makers, the blacksmiths, the jewelers. Their hands did not forget how to make. And the shoemakers, slipper makers, saddle makers, dyers, horn bracelet makers, carpenters, potters, butter makers, perfumers. Women continued to adorn themselves. Grocers, skullcap makers, tinsmiths, bakers, soap and hat and mat makers, barbers, auctioneers, and fishermen. Act 3. Questions for a tailor. Sam, my man, how are you? Hey, you're going to insult me with English? Speak Urdu. Don't give me this bullshit. Kya baat hai? Maaf karna bhai. Kya haal hai? Sab theek hai, dost, sab theek hai. Tum? Zabardast. There we go. What do you need? Sam, I'm getting married next year. Mubarak, oh, Mubarak. And you know there's no one else I'd come to get the right clothing made. What are you thinking? I saw it. I wasn't sure until I saw it. And when I saw it, I knew it. It was like I'd always known. I knew it by the golden thread. All right, so what is it? I have a picture of it here. I took a picture in a museum. I didn't bother to ask. Here, I'll show you. It's a Baghdadi Jewish wedding robe from India in 1852. Apparently, it's Ezekiel Gabay's in his marriage to Aziza. It's the only time I've gotten to see something like this that might have been from someone in my family. When I saw it, I felt for the first time, okay, that's something to get married in. And I thought about a line in a letter that Ariella Aïsha Azoulay wrote to Madame Cohen, that, quote, with your death, the remains of your ancestors' memories also evaporated. If only these questions about why and how you were made into an extinct species to be collected in museums were not foreclosed by the impulse to preserve artifacts rather than to engage with the living person in front of them, these threads unsettle what the museum has to say about your traditional clothing. She said that. Yeah, she said that. To Madame Cohen of Algeria. Wrote it in a letter. I think we got to make you this piece then. But Sam, she also wrote in the letter that the photographer is a colonizer too, and this is why you, Madame Cohen, became a type. Am I colonizing this robe by taking this photo? No way. Remember what Ariella says. Plundered objects are stored in their museums like gold in the safe of a bank. These objects are used to measure and thereby devalue what you manufactured after the invasion. They are used to protect the value of the colonizer's bounty. Sam, you come from a long line of tailors. Yes. Your father was a tailor in Kabul. I met him. Yes. And his father, and his father, and his father, all Kabul tailors. Yes. But you lived in Pakistan, so you speak Urdu, and now you know Indian tailoring, but carry on Afghan traditions. Yes. So what you're saying is you're the perfect person to make this. Where will we get the gold thread? I was thinking that we could suspend a gold thread machine above the traffic lights on the street here in Manhattan, like the one in the story. Like the one in the story, I was thinking we could suspend the machine and bring back the thread makers. They may come out of hiding, inshallah. Sam, what of the marriage contract, the ketubah? Should it be like this? Also from the museum. It's from the 19th century in Pune, India, where my great-grandfather is from. It contains the name Khatun and Elias, which is mine and my grandfather's name, Elias. Well, what about your partner? You met her. She's Ismaili Muslim from Tanzania, from India. Their tradition is to sign the nikah nama. Shall we combine both documents, the ketubah and the nikah-nama? What language shall it be written in? Is a conversation between two texts a letter correspondence, a play, a dialogue? I don't like contracts. You see, I'm in a guild. Guilds don't like new contracts. And Ariella says in her letter to Madame Cohen, guilds were an obstacle to colonizers, so they were abolished. She says guilds were asphyxiated. She says in renouncing the guilds, the colonized were asked to renounce their intermingled and diverse ways of life. What guild are you in? I was in the Kabul Tailors Guild, but here there's nothing. What guild are you in? The Dramatists Guild. It's not that great. Your tradition is speaking, talking to the past, listening, letting the talking be remembered, letting the talking last forever. But they're trying to say that plays are dead. Over, theater is dying. The guilds can't protect us. They're trying to say that tailoring is dead. Remember what Ariella says. This past was your livelihood before they made it past. I'm going to make this for you, and it won't be old, and it won't be dead. It won't be bounty. It will be new. It will be now, and it will be filled with gold thread. It will suspend time, and it will fit you and no one else. Thanks.
جنى عمر الخطيب.
Okay, hi everyone. Thank you, Adel and Ahmad, for organizing this, and Ariella for this invitation. I didn't get a chance to tell you yet, but when I first heard, I told them that it's only a small gift to the unpayable debt of everything that you give to us as your students. So thank you. I'm reading a response, an address to you of the letter to Samira Negruch. Dear Ariella, I have been thinking about overhearing. You write that the day you received your first letter from Samira Negruchi, your electronic mailbox was pierced by a few lines that took your breath away. From your letter to her, the line that pierced through me goes, perhaps my ancestors have blessed my ears and not my mouth. You point, in the preceding lines, to the whereabouts of your pain. It hurts to not be able to control these muscles, to feel the imprisonment of my mouth, its incapacity to console my ears. You point to ears that recognize the Judeo-Arabic languages and in their beauty move you to tears, to a mouth that cannot repeat, nor even respond to, that music. How now should I respond to your music? These weeks, my mouth or my hands have failed me in the writing of this letter. It was never very difficult to begin any of the letters you have heard from me so far. I would choose a place to begin, and then I would, in that place, without looking for another place. And you always seemed to like where I'd end up, always meeting me with curiosity and humility and kinship. But as Samira writes to you in your correspondences, to write is to be afraid of not being in the right place. To write is to take the risk of not being in the right place. The difficulty I am experiencing now comes, I believe, from having heard too much. As I was reading your letter to Samira and your extended correspondences, I had the sensation that I was listening in on an intimacy between friends, not unlike the intimacies I witnessed between my mother and her close circles of women, for example, or any of my elders among themselves. Once, as I was mourning the death of a close friend of my late father's, the magnitude of my grief puzzling everyone around me because I had not known this man very well, a friend said to me, perhaps you are not mourning the person, perhaps you are mourning their secrets. In company, you write in the introduction to your book, we don't have to start from scratch. This is precisely what satisfies in a loud and languorous gathering of family and particularly of elders. I sit precisely for the thrill of a moment in which I will hear something not meant for me, but that is, whether the speaker knows it or admits it, about me, concerns me, something which passes through you and me without belonging to us, you write, and which must be transmitted. In all my notes to you, Ariella, rereading and attempting to write to you, I set out to write about the formative experiences of overhearing. I realize now part of the ease of having written during your seminar this spring was for the fact I was always writing in a staged address. All my letters were meant for your ears, but addressed to another. In that way, with my classmates, you were an overhearer of my secrets. If secrets look for a place to reside in, they found it residing in your ears. For in open letter, I believe we contract an illicit third relationship outside the addressee and the one who makes the address, a relationship with an overhearer of this very kind. How else could I have said a difficult thing? I have written letters to an uncle which I will never show to him. I want to call this kind of speaking a kind of speaking slant, or speaking in the wrong direction. Whenever I think about the wrong direction, I think about Robert Fisk writing about the Fidayeen. The Palestinians were fighting for Palestine again, and as usual, they were marching in the wrong direction. Despite a complicated gratitude I have for Fisk, that line is always in the back of my mind like a mean joke. But Samira tells me, or so she tells you, that speaking and writing and marching perhaps always puts you at risk of not being in the right one. I might also add, as Kate Creasy said today, what is an address if not a direction? Throughout the writing, my ears were drowned out, however. They asked me to pay attention to the conditions in which I was doing all my thinking. Since summer, I have been home with my mother, surrounded by a particular soundscape in the house. Everywhere and at all hours, the voice notes of my mother, to and from Gaza, to and from Cairo, to and from our city. These voice notes in which my mother is addressed would always come noisy, leading me for just a second to think, how comforting to be in company, until I quickly remembered as the miserable, imposed, overcrowded company of the tents, as incessant as the other background track of the Israeli warplanes, the whining planes, cutting in and out their voices. I am the overhearer who almost never speaks. I listen to her with the awe and paralysis of a person who hears too much and doesn't know what to do with what she hears. I tell myself Mama is one of the angels, and that is how she knows how to speak to them, how she is not failed by her mouth. Everywhere in your book, Ariella, I hear you drilling. I hear you drilling towards, drilling through, drilling against, until, as you write, what had kept us apart was shattering. Elsewhere, you remind me to account for my surroundings. As I was writing you this letter, dear Vasila, coins and thin ropes were amassing on my desk. With a 1/16 millimeter drill, I have already started to pierce and bead them. A few months later, I heard the sound of these strings of beaded coins clacking when I wore this big, heavy chest plate. Did you hear it in Algiers? Somewhere in her vast catalog of voice notes, my mother relays what she has repeated to us in the last 3 months. Pain, I am certain, is the physical manifestation of something that has been slowly, but with great force, piercing into us from a distant elsewhere. My breath is short, pierced, taken away, like something heavy upon me, something piercing beneath my breast, something swelling in my belly, and so on. As my brother and I look up her condition all night in hospital, one answer comes back that she suffers from a broken heart. Something about your drilling, Ariella, reminded me of a story relating conversation between the philosopher Federico Campagna and the musician Nicholas Jarre from 2 ethnomusicologists in the indigenous Aconcagua region of Chile about a boy who was buried with his flute stuck to his mouth. Curiously, Jarre says, the flute happens to have been perfectly punctured so that it cannot emit any more sounds. This instrument is called a killed instrument. Why would it be punctured if it is meant to carry on for generations? The idea here is that the flute was laid to rest, like its owner, and can no longer be played by anyone else. The puncturing of the flute makes it eternally the boy's, connecting the void inside of it to this idea of eternity, to infinity. You write in your letter to your children of the secrets possessed by the stories your father could no longer tell you when, at the end of his life, his larynx was removed. Not only did he lose his ability to tell stories, you write, but he was no longer able to offer a blessing or to be blessed. Language has no throat, says the Palestinian novelist Adel Shibli. What of a throat, as I witnessed of my own father, pierced in just the right place, at just the right angle, so as to allow the passage of the breath and the body of one who has lost control over it. Not a killed instrument, not a killed body, but one made to breathe different. Did the absence of this piece of your father's throat pierce open in you, as it did in me, a hunger for story, a hunger made infinite? Shibli has spoken of one moment that turned her obsessively towards, or perhaps against, language. Following a fight with her sister as children, Adenia and her sister stood before their parents to each give her version of the events. Adenia was shocked to hear everything her sister said was a lie. Upon Adenia's turn to speak, she could not open her mouth. It is perhaps for this story that I feel great affinity with Shibli, as I do with you and your commitment not only to the truth, but particularly to the path of transmission. I too witnessed the breakdown of transmission, a breakdown made physical, in the loss, towards the end of his life, of my father's speech facility. It is in such a position that I imagine one must accept the imposing experience of having to hear everything, having to hear that which comes to you, that the hearing is visited upon you. One definition of overhear is also hear as eavesdropper or unperceived or unintended or involuntary listener. I return to Shibli when I think of the involuntary, when I think of impositions. I think of a phrase I heard years ago from a Six Nations land defender, nothing about us without us. Perhaps a great part of being Palestinian today is to hear involuntarily at all times and in all places that which is spoken about you, but not always with you or for you. In the early days of October last year, and especially following the cancelling of an award ceremony in her honor at the Frankfurt Book Fair, Adenia Shibli says she has waited for language to come to her. I wonder whether her silence as a child maps onto her silence today, whether the magnitude of the silence should tell us something about the magnitude of the lying. But what did I mean exactly when I said that the difficulty I'm experiencing in my writing after you and Samira was for hearing too much? Thinking of overhearing, I am influenced by Walid Sadiq's overliving witness of the Lebanese Civil War. An overliver is someone who seems to have lived past their time, to have outlived a time of, say, genocide or civil war, in which in all probability they were meant to die. The overliver goes on to become, out of a refusal to forget, only alien to a society too eager to, as Sadiq writes, close the coffin on the past. They live, as they witness, too much. They are also defined, crucially, by the experience of being out of time, outside of it. Overliving as overhearing, hearing too much, hearing out of time, hearing outside of it. You might remember this line. Listen to me tell it in order so that if you want to repeat it, you'll know how. I overheard my uncle say this before telling a story and have come to identify with it so strongly as though it were said to me. The statement makes implicit a future in which I will not only want to know the story, but to repeat it, to transfer my labor from the ear to the mouth. It is in the presence of an elder like my uncle that I feel overhearing means something like hearing in excess of what I, in the moment of hearing, can always understand. Listen to me tell it in order so that if you want to repeat it, you'll know how. What if we don't? What if we never? I return again to your line. Perhaps my ancestors have blessed my ears and not my mouth. You suggest whether your ancestors could have, perhaps, punched the lobes of your ears, whether the injunction, remember your ancestors' language, would not escape you and would be worn by you as one wears earrings. I like the idea of a pair of earrings possessing a certain power. This, in combination with the line I recalled earlier, did you hear it in Algiers, reminded me of the blind peddler in John Berger's To the Wedding, who possesses ears with the facility to hear across distances. On the train going back to Athens, he writes, for example, I heard piano music being played in another city. This peddler's craft is the tama, or tamata, little metal plaques with icon embossings used as offerings in church. Berger writes of the moment a father comes to the blind peddler looking for a tama for his sick daughter. A man asked me whether I had anything for a daughter, I quote. He spoke broken English. A baby? I inquired. She's a woman now. Where is she suffering? I asked. Everywhere, he said. Perhaps a heart would be suitable, I eventually suggested, feeling with my fingers to find a tama in the tray and holding it out to him, end quote. I wonder now whether it is his blindness, or rather his vast collection of tamas, that allows Berger's narrator to hear at great distances, whether his hands, being the providence of all those tamas offered to God, passing through the hands and hopes of all these worshippers, come to possess secrets he hears. Is that what Samira meant when she said, muscle memory is not gone, it just needs to be dusted off? Your relationship to jewelry making throughout the book made me wonder if the blind peddler, brushing his hands over a tama, does more than identify the picture engraved upon it, whether his hands are instead dusting something off. Perhaps it is similarly your hands that transport you, doing as you could not with your father, taking a walk in his photo of Oran. What if the killed instrument pierces open another temporality in which we are called not to repeat, but to emit an entirely different sound, to find, as Jar puts it, the fertile possibilities in that eternal puncture, to resuscitate a counter-grammar, as you call it, How else does your granddaughter, as you write to Samira, hear a story you claimed or thought to be a fiction about the descendants of Fez's jewelers, have the confidence to challenge what she hears? You did not invent that. How else does my niece have the imagination to violate almost metaphysically the limits of a story which you know and which I don't have the time to elaborate on here, about a train which separated my great-grandfather from his family for 17 years and, instead of accepting the facts of our history, responds simply and adamantly, then do a story about him going at the train. In short, your granddaughter accuses you of not inventing anything, and my niece accuses me of not inventing enough, demanding that I do. How to write what you cannot hear asks John Freeman of Shibley's work and perhaps also of these children's impulse. Ilyas Khouri gestures towards an answer to that. Literature cannot be a compensation for history, but it can point to an absence. It's a form of accusation, if you like. Indeed, when I think of my niece, I feel accused. Perhaps these are the countergrammars you mean, to reside in the discomfort of at once articulating our accusations and feeling accused, to reside in the contradiction of inheriting instruments at once killed and eternal.
All right. Thanks, Jenna. Thanks, everyone. We're going to open it for questions and comments. So anyone who's near a mic can speak. And audience, we have 2 mics here and there. Please. Okay, you insist that I ask then. It's not a really question, it's just a very quick thing to Yanis. All of you guys were great, but when Yanis, you were speaking about kind of taking over the space of the encampment, but then like more broadly of this gesture, I remembered immediately 2 verses by Palestinian poet Tamim al-Barghouti, whose mother I mentioned earlier in my presentation, Radwa Ashur, and his dad is Marid al-Barghouti, another Palestinian poet and author. I was just like, I want to say them, then I would like you to like maybe reflect a bit and say more about that, and maybe others if they want to add more about that. So when he says, فيرجع الجند خطوتين فقط ولكن القصد أنهم رجعوا. So in a very rough translation now, that the soldiers would retreat or take 2 steps back, but what matters is that they did take those 2 steps back. أرض أعيدت ولو لثانية والقوم عزل والجيش مدرع. A land that was retrieved even for a second. The people are without arms and the soldiers are well armed. And this verse has been used many times, maybe not that many times because many people do not know it, but it has been used in the Palestinian context, but I would say it can be used in many, many other contexts. So if you want to say more about that, and again for others who also speak about, it's not necessarily the retrieval of a piece of land, of the physical land we stand on, but it also be of objects, of names, of identities, of stories. So it's an open question for everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Ahmed. I guess your point invites us to reflect on the broader discussion about land, even within our own confines here, even within our campus. And I think my kind of point in my presentation was to make those connections and think about the disjunctures and the hypocritical kind of tensions that we experienced over the last year, having at the same time the broader discussion that which is official, which is sanctioned, which is kind of promulgated from the administration and the university about land and about land acknowledgements and about kind of gestures towards kind of coming to terms with the troubled history, and at the same time kind of producing violence against specific gestures in the land of, let's say, the main green of the university, and how the very, very act of being there, even temporarily, in that specific space was seen as transgression that needs to be punished. So at both levels, the level of kind of the students and the demonstrators, and several of them are here, so they can speak for themselves and how they gave meaning to their actions, how for them that simple act of standing the ground, staying there overnight, even if it was for a few days, was so extremely important. And I suspect that that importance was understood by the administration. That importance was, in fact, the message was sent. And because of the power of that importance, because of the power of that simple act of standing your ground, even if it's for a very, very short period of time, that's why we had such a visceral and such a violent response in terms of surveillance, in terms of all these intimidation campaigns we all saw and some of us experienced as well. So thinking of what you said in terms of taking 2 steps forward when somebody else takes 2 steps back, whether it's in Palestine or in a kind of university campus at Brown, are extremely, extremely important, very simple but extremely important acts. And the connections, the associations are there, they're made, even if they are not vocalized, if they are not expressed or analyzed in words. They happen through gestures, they happen through kinesis, through movement, through kinesthetics. And as I said, they were understood from both sides, from the point of view of the students and from the point of view of the administration. Hence the consequences, hence what we saw happening. But I think the hopeful thing is that that power, the power of those days, as I was trying to say in my own presentation, is still with us. And I think that that kind of long-term survivance, that long-term residual power of those days is going to sustain us for the future, for the months and the years ahead. So just some thoughts. I don't know if others want to.
Any more comments? Ariella?
Yeah, but maybe others before me, or maybe the panelists among themselves.
It doesn't have to be full-formed thought. Mine was not full-formed, so it's fine. Please.
Thanks, guys. It's just beautiful to hear students speaking with their teacher on so many levels. My unfinished thought is just an excitement and curiosity around this relationship between things, particularly jewelry and their materiality and sound, which comes up in terms of like these traces, what sounding does and what silencing does, and this flute image is really resonating in its silence with me. And it reminds me of, my Cuban aunt in her collares and how you would hear her coming before seeing her, and just this relationship between like bangles jangling or something like that. And so I would just maybe invite folks to reflect a little more about this kind of like odd combination of like objects which we think of as so inert, and their sounding and silence. I don't know. Or not.
Well, I mean, I think the difficulty of my answering the question is also the difficulty of what I was trying to write about in the text. And I think
the reason there was a turn for me to writing is this difficulty of responding in the moment and the difficulty of kind of internalizing a voice, a sound in the moment. And I think what I tried to articulate here is the projection of that sound onto a future point in which it becomes something other. And what Walid Sadiq says about overliving is this challenge to the idea that there will be this future point in which this witness is suddenly accepted into the society that wants to close this coffin, so to speak. I can only think of a story of my late uncle, Abu Ali, who was for many, many years a voice in the back of my mind as I was writing the stories of 1982 Lebanon. And I remember he was this one story that was kind of, his was one voice that was kind of puncturing through all the others, because there was a moment in a group setting where he interrupted everyone else and he said, well, everyone's telling you this happened, and this happened, and this happened, but nobody's telling you the horror. And I remembered his voice for 8 years as yelling. And then for another project in which I had to revisit these voice recordings that I had made, which I had avoided for all 8 years that I was writing from memory, I revisited Abu Ali's voice, and it turns out he was almost whispering. And this phenomenon happens many times. I mean, something that Ahmad knows very well, a line that I love from Emil Habibi, the phenomenon of bodies growing ever larger the further they move from our sight. And I think a similar phenomenon happens with sound and voice.
I'll respond briefly and maybe obliquely. Yeah, I think the theme of silence as something that cliche as it maybe speaks volumes is really woven throughout this project. The gaps in Arendt's thinking, for example, are not taken to be meaningless or filled in only through gestures of fabulation. Azoulay understands them really as having a quite particular meaning in their historical context. And yeah, the jewelry and the sound, I was so struck, Jana, by this image of the boy buried with his flute rendered useless. And it almost becomes then a piece of jewelry. And this idea of sort of jewelry as a dormant ornament, something that you can kind of revel in its lack of immediate, use value. I think that that's a really beautiful thing to continue thinking with, and part of the sound that it makes, so to speak.
Yeah, it's a fascinating thing to think about sound and object, and I think it was Johannes who's talked about a world being filled with not just land, kind of as Ahmad just invoked, but with objects. And I'm thinking about the letter that I read, which is so filled with objects, but also with silences, and the kind of beautiful silence of asking a question to which you won't get a response from, but enjoying a pause and a silence. And then the terrible silence, I'm borrowing your language here, Elizabeth, the pharmacon, the remedy and the poison, I think you're borrowing Ariella's, but the pharmacon of the object in a museum, of like, we will host this, you can see it, you can find this postcard in the museum, Jewish Museum in Paris, and I can find this this garment in the Jewish Museum, but I can't, but it's painfully silent, and you can't reach it, and you'll never hear it. Yeah.
Just to add a very, very short phrase that I alluded to in the presentation, but I think it's worth recalling because of its beauty, Ariella. And that's to do with your father as a juror, as the making of jury, in the sense of his repairing radios and making jury speak and sing through the radio that is repaired. And I love that, you know, my favorite phrase so far in the book. Speak the sound as well.
Ariella?
Yes, so maybe I'll start with the beginning of your comment before the question. I feel blessed, to have so many students in conversation with this work, not because it is with my work, because I think that these questions are burning to many of us. And it feels a pleasure, I feel blessed that, many of the people on this campus who are really committed to these questions intellectually and politically, and committed to this anti-colonial struggle and imaginary are among the students. I didn't read the book recently. You all read it recently. I submitted it. I rewrote it many times, but, few months passed, and I'm listening to you, and I'm listening also, to what you hear in it, and I'm struck by, by the questions that continue maybe your question. And I'm thinking, Jana, about the overhearing, which brings me maybe back to the conversation earlier also with Gilles. I feel like I overheard, Fanon sometime. I don't read him as, we are being required in the academia to read text, to interpret them, or to exist in the hermeneutic space. I see him here in the clinic. I hear him. I hear more than he wants me to hear, but I am there. And I think that there is a question there. What do we do with what we hear, what we overhear? And I think that this is the question that you engage with, and there is a kind of maybe responsibility or humbleness sometimes, but sometimes also a responsibility not to be humble when we overhear, and what to do with it. And I think that, in the previous sessions we spoke about, you spoke about collectivities, and I think that coming back also to the question of the students, interacting with this book, it's for me not only responding, it's interacting, because everybody took it to where they are in connection to what we share together as commitments. So I think that there is the question of responsibility, sensibility of what we hear and what we don't hear. I think that, Elizabeth, you brought the question in relation, to Aaron, how to remember what was not transmitted to us. And it also opened up an entire spatiality of this hearing and talking that are not necessarily simultaneous, right? And they are related to the questions of ruptures that we talked about them earlier. We can hear things, but we cannot speak them. You mentioned Adania Shibli. I heard her last week in New York at the Jewish Currents event, and she spoke about herself and her sister, that they asked when they understood the Nakba, they asked their parents, their mother, a question with no humbleness, because they understood, so they didn't understand how come that they didn't speak about it or something like that. So she said, our mother looked at us. Who are you? Who are you to ask this question? So there is also, there is this eagerness to know, but there is also, what do we know when? What do we expect from certain people to tell us at a certain moment? And what do we do with what was not transmitted to us? And you have to listen to the recording. I'm not Adania Shibli. She said it in a way that there was a frisson. How you say frisson in English? Shiver in the room. It was very, very powerful. And it's in the sense that what was transmitted to us or not transmitted to us, there is also a question, how do we relate to our ancestors, to what they didn't know what to do or decided not to do with it?
And I'm thinking it is related to the letter, you know, Katerina, that you engaged with, the letter to my mother. You know, my parents died without me being able to have with them any of the conversations that are in the book or expressing any of the love that I have for them in this book. Because, you know, empire defined or determined our relationship. And I think that I started to have this kind of revolutionary love to my parents whose political positions were not mine. I mean, were in the opposite sides, is when I understood what was done to them. So in a certain way, I'm thinking about my mother could have also told me, who are you? She didn't, because she was not Adania Shibley's mother. She was uneducated, etc. But she, in a certain way, told me this, but she threw herself in a very problematic position that I criticized, which is to become the subject of the state, to become an Israeli citizen. But actually, I had to do all this work of listening and not listening, overhearing and asking myself, what do I do with it? Speaking to a letter, speaking to a postcard. Being, you know, how it was, you know, as you jump from one side to the other, I think that writing the letters is in a way, before you write, you respond, you talk to the letter, the letters is in a way this. And I think that I hear you, you know, Elizabeth, about, you know, the Ashkenazi Jew, the Jews from Europe, are also what Arendt did and didn't understand in the same time. So there is a kind of what we hear and what we do with it. And I don't know, I took so many other notes, but, and it was really fascinating and moving and rich and generative, and I feel gratitude. Yeah.
Any more comments or questions? All right, thank you everyone. We're gonna take like a 10-minute break, then we'll be back for conversation with Ariella. Prepare your questions, panelists and audience members. It's time to ask Ariella questions out of class. Okay, Allah, enjoy the break. 10 minutes, please. All right. Adel asked me to introduce the moment. So it's a philosophical, okay, I don't know. Anyways, welcome everyone. For those who've been here since the morning and for those who just joined us. So for those who just joined us, we're celebrating the book launch of Professor Ariella Aïsha Azoulay latest book, The Jewels of the Ummah, A Potential History of the Jewish Muslim World. We had 4 panels so far, 16 participants who responded to the 16 letters composing the book. And now we're gonna have a conversation. It's your opportunity, as I say, to ask Ariella questions. Okay.
Ariella, thank you for giving us the opportunity, you know, to organize this whole symposium for the launch of your new book and to be in conversation with you. We both, Ahmad and I know I can speak for him just for that. I appreciate that a lot. The one thing that we're going to try to do is that we're going to just start this conversation and ask you a couple of questions, and then we're hoping that everyone else, you know, is going to join in. How does it feel now to have listened to the first reactions to your finished and published book and having spent 8 hours listening to people talking about those 16 letters? Can you talk a little bit about that?
You know, I think that I already said it, you know, throughout the day. I really feel gratitude to both of you for organizing it. And also to thinking about, you know, a format to have, you know, a different, you know, speakers engaging everyone with one letter to create this kind of, you know, I don't know, polyphony in a way. To break, you know, the voices, to break my voice, to fragment my voice that I fragment in the book, to fragment it in the space, and as we heard in the last panel, really to specialize it, you know, between multiple addressee and addressors in the same time. It's a tough question. You know, I prepared my book to write the question either in Hebrew from the right or in English or whatever, in French from the left. And
And I didn't write the question that you asked me because I feel like it is written on my face, right? I'm pleased. So yeah, maybe I'll leave it here.
Okay. You look pleased, actually. The second thing that I wanted to ask, and it's more directly connected to the book itself.
No, right.
Okay. The way I read, the way you speak about Algeria, and the way you sort of journey to Algeria, the way I see it is that it's the best escape that you have found from an Israeli identity, an Israeli nationality. And at the same time, you don't have an angelic vision or mythologized vision of Algeria at all, whether it's the revolution, whether it's 130 years of colonialism, whether it's the resistance, etc. So I wonder how this sort of dichotomy works, because Algeria seems to open a door that you then completely finish to open. And at the same time, you are bringing to the table things about Algeria that are much more complex, much more subtle, and also Algeria doesn't seem to be the last stop. So I wonder, what Algeria means to you at this point.
Yeah, thank you. Wow. So first of all, about the escape. Yes, it is escape, but so many ropes tied me to this place, because this place is, for now, really a site of evil. So I cannot just escape and forget about it. And we see that this space, is not only contained within Palestine. We see how, in the last couple of days, not only the last couple of days, but in the last couple of days, we see it in a spectacular way, how this kind of war machine, genocidal machine, really expands with no limits. As my friend Eyal Sivan just wrote a few days ago, Israel will not stop. It should be stopped. So they will not stop. It should be stopped. So why do I bring this? Because, it is an escape. It is maybe the best escape, maybe one of the best escapes from this identity that was forced on me at birth. But it's not a total escape in this sense, because I feel committed to struggle against the existence of this genocidal regime. But to another aspect of what you're saying, now about Algeria. So first of all, as I said, it's one of the escapes or one of the struggles, because I love the term escape, but it doesn't encompass everything. But the other, maybe refuge, maybe shelter, I don't know, maybe site of struggle is Palestine, is also acknowledging that I'm a Palestinian Jew. So it's a Algerian Jew and Palestinian Jew, which means, participating in imagining and struggling on the afterlife of those colonial regimes in those two places. And I happen to be the intersection between, these two geographies, which is actually from Palestine to Algeria and back, which is the MENA, Middle East, North Africa. And it's true that I don't have a mythological vision, even not an identity vision. When I'm saying I'm an Algerian Jew, it has no content. It has no content in the sense that, first of all, it is a resistance against the identity that was forced on me at birth. And as part of this resistance, it is an insistence on my belonging to a world from which I was expelled. But it's not a content of an identity. And my belonging to this world exceeds Algeria. It is a world in which these two claims, these two statements, I am an Algerian Jew and I am a Palestinian Jew, have no geographical place for now where it can be reflected. So it is a struggle. And here you say, I'm returning to your metaphor, that I opened the door and I finished to open it. So I just want to say that I could not open this door in the same way if prior to our gathering, 16 people around, the letters, there were no dozens of Algerians that responded to what I said at the beginning. I was surprised, and I write it in the letter to Samira, in the letter to Husni, the shortest letters in the book in a way, maybe because they are there, and maybe because we had so many letters throughout these years, so many emails actually, that I didn't sit to write a letter. I took bits and pieces from what I wrote to them over the 2 years, and I put them in a letter. But I could not open this door that way. The book would not be this book if Algerian will not respond to me that, like Houria Bouteldja wrote in her book, but what Houria Bouteldja wrote in her book could stay in her book. Like, Thangam interacted with this. It could stay in her book. Now it is about, I don't remember who said this morning that I'm recreating the Jewish-Muslim world. I'm not recreating it. I'm inhabiting it. And I'm inhabiting it because there are others who inhabit it with me. But it doesn't have a geography. So there is no mythological vision of Algeria. There is an attachment to Algeria in a positive and negative way. Positive, negative, not in terms of values. I mean, there are some, things that I can say about the importance or the necessity, the obligation to assess or to reaffirm my belonging to Algeria. But there are also things that are related to my belonging to Algeria that are on the negative like, in a photograph, positive, negative, in relation to what is in Palestine now. Mm-hmm. And in the context of Palestine, maybe I should also say a few things about this. In the imaginaries related to Palestine, it was the Israelis that I had to confront around this Palestinian Jew identity, not Palestinians. Because for Palestinians, it was always clear that there were Palestinian Jews in Palestine prior to the destruction of the state. So it would be rather, the very little family members or the very little friends, one or two that were left in the colony, that would tell me, but you cannot choose this identity. Mm-hmm. Again, speaking about identity only as a choice and not as a choice that is the outcome of, or the struggle against many other choices that were made for me, made for my community, made for my community in its longue durée in Algeria and in Palestine.
I would like to actually jump in on something that you just said. You mentioned Hosni Kitouni, you mentioned Samira Negrouche, Algerians living in Algeria, right? And then they reacted to your letter and they wrote to you. In a way, it seems that there was a thing that you knew about Algeria, even though you had never been to Algeria, and that you were able to talk to Algerians in Algeria and connect with them. I'm curious if you could address that a little bit, and also maybe connect it to what you just said about Palestine. Is that I almost feel that Palestine has allowed you to think about Algeria and to bring something to Algeria that maybe Algerians were not even thinking about, or were not allowed to think about, or were hiding, somewhere in the back. So can you address that a little bit?
Yeah, thank you. I would like to, before I will reply to your question, I would like to say something about, the passage from potential history to this book. Potential history, I left the Zionist colony in Palestine 2011. I was almost sure that I had the book finished. When I came here, I understood that it's not finished. It was at the same time that my father passed away, and I inhabited the name Aïsha. Nobody will call you Algeria. Nobody called me Aïsha, so it's not my given name, it's my taken name. I took this name. So I came here also as Aisha, but it didn't have any significance in the US. As you know, Elizabeth quoted earlier from the letter to Arendt, when I came here, okay, a Jew, Europe, done. No, and all the story, or Israeli, which, you know, people continue to tell me I'm Israeli, even though, you know, 12 years I wrote so much about my refusal, and they can still tell me this. So I didn't know. It was easier for me, in a paradoxical way, to study and integrate slavery, indigenous in the US, and to make it part of potential history. Congo and the looting of objects from Congo, impossible to integrate anything about Algeria into potential history. Isn't it stunning? Nothing. I didn't know how to integrate it. Just to say I'm Algerian Jew was a journey. It was less so in the context of Palestine, even though in the context of Palestine it had other, you know, difficulties, which is, what do I mess now with the story of Palestine? It's first Palestinians, why me? But no, you know, we can never wait with struggles, because all the struggles are related when they are committed to anti-colonial struggle. So in the context of Palestine, even though it was different, I knew how to approach it. But Algeria, I started already from the day one when my father passed away. I started to collect documents and photographs and postcards and objects. No idea what to do with them. It doesn't integrate in any story. If I wanted to write about Algeria separately, yes, but I never had any desire to write about Algeria separately. So couldn't integrate them. Jewish-Muslim world, it took me a while to be able to say it. There is this category of Arab Jews, which is good, is important. I love, you know, Ella Shofat's work and others' work, but it is limited in the context of Algeria because we have also Berber Jews. We are Berber Jews and Arab Jews. And because, you know, we were part of the Jewish-Muslim world, not part of necessarily all the Arab world. But also it was, you know, how many drafts of the text and the letters until it became so clear that there was a Jewish-Muslim world, and they destroyed it. And they destroyed it together with craft. They destroyed it together with the guilds, with the corporations. And this is tied also, first of all, to the care for the world, because craftspeople had a knowledge of the world that other people didn't have. So they had to eradicate this type of knowledge that goes through gestures, that goes through understanding, you know, the cosmos. They had to eradicate it in order to destroy the infrastructure of life in the Maghreb, not only in Algeria. So coming now to your question, my first encounter with Algerian, except obviously my father, was in Algerian in relation to this, is when Stora, again, I'm coming back, you know, to Kate and her engagement with the letter to Stora, when I published this letter and I said that we didn't forget colonial crimes against us. And this resonated with Algerians. First of all, they felt like they cannot speak against Stora in the same way that I can speak against Torah. For many, it was again trapped in this anti-Semitism trap. They cannot speak against Torah as a Jew because it will be understood as anti-Semitism. And I said, you are a Jew and I am a Jew, and we have something to settle between us. And you were chosen by Macron because you are a Jew. This is not something that an Algerian could say. So I think that, first of all, this opened really, if the door, you said that I pushed the door, this sentence pushed the door. And I remember, you know, one of the first emails from Hosni, he told me, we never met a Jew speak like that. So I became a specimen in a way. But a Jew who is, because, you know, in Algeria, the only country where I can go to meet the consul, you know, we went to see the Algerian consul. So the only consul that I could meet in my life and say, I am a proud anti-Zionist is Algerian consul. I don't know any other consulate where I can enter and say this. So Algeria is so committed to the Palestinian struggle that all of a sudden, me as a specimen committed to the Palestinian struggle and also telling them something about us that they forgot. So I think that this made the opening of the door. That immediately, you know, really I'm speaking about dozens of Algerians with whom I'm in communication since then. And you asked me what, I know that my answer is long.
It's perfect. It can be long, it's fine.
But you asked me another question. So what I bring from my research over the years about Palestine, not only about Palestine, potential history, to the discourse of Algerians. So one of the things that struck me when I started to understand what to do with Algeria and to understand what to do with the destruction of the Jewish Muslim world is that, first of all, the history of Algeria is divided, partitioned. There is a history of Algeria by French and by Muslims about Muslim Algerians. We do not exist there. They forgot about us. 100 years retroactively, we do not exist. And we were proto-French in a way, or proto-Zionists. No, not proto-Zionists, because Algerians, only 20% left to the colony when they were forced to leave Algeria. So this, when we read, you know, literature about Jews in Algeria, so these Jews lived really in a different planet. They were never grounded in Algeria, in the land of Algeria. They belong to the Jewish people, and it's a historiography that is being written by French or Jews. So really this partitioning that strike me as unacceptable and problematic, and I think that it speaks to many Algerians. I remember, you know, conversation with Daho Jerbal and others. And the other thing that struck me when I started to read, you know, about Algerian literature, and Gilles is here, you know, with a brilliant book, you know, Decolonizing Memory. It's not the kind of books that are so present in Algerian writing about their history, in the sense that Gilles works with the category of repair and reparation, etc., to begin with. It is there in the book. And in many of the books of Algerian, they are writing about the crimes that were done to them, but they are not raising the voice against the colonizers, not in the sense that not accounting for the crimes, but in the sense that where are the reparations? I don't remember any book written by Algerians, about reparations, about return. Return, what return? It's not return like in Palestine, but return. Many things should be returned. Restitution, etc. So I think that I bring also this as, you know, what colonialism did to us now Algerian Jews and Muslims, is not something that we should accept as a fait accompli. We have a lot of work to do in order to speak from the point of view of reparations and repair. And it is as if Algerians know that, you know, they will not get anything from the French, so they don't even dare. Only recently they started to claim, you know, some objects, but it doesn't have a long history. And claiming some objects is not claiming, you know, a worldliness. Not all the money that was stolen from Algeria, you know, from the Kasbah, all the gold. You know, I have to do my necklaces from very cheap coins, but all the heavy metal is in France and should be reclaimed.
Thanks, Ariella. Before I ask my question, can a member of the audience please go to the ground floor to let a staff member in, please? Thank you so much. Okay. So there were many questions, but I'll just ask a more overarching one, and then maybe perhaps open it for the audience. So when I hear you say identity, recognition, resemblance, reflection, inhabitants, or asking what to do with all that you collect from Algeria, about Algeria, towards Algeria perhaps, it makes me think about photographs. And I wanna go perhaps dwell a bit on photographs and photographic memories, specifically in Palestine. in Haifa more specifically, and in returning to Haifa by Kanafani, and then in Algeria as well. So in Adel Haifa, there is two main, perhaps antithetical moments of like photographic memories. You have the first one, for those who are not familiar with the book, where Saeed, the protagonist, is stuck in downtown Haifa, and he wants to go back to his home for his wife Safiya and their son Khaldun, and he can't because the Zionist offense started that day. It's April 21st, if I'm not mistaken, 48. And the British are also there in the city facilitating the expulsion of Palestinians. They're like blocking roads and so on. And the nature of the attack was that the Zionists would throw barrels of like explosives down the hill from like upper Haifa to down Haifa where the Arabs used to live. So he couldn't go up basically. And the only way out was towards the port, which is like on the coast. So in that description early in the book, Saeed reflects on all the streets and the neighborhoods and the cars and the people in a very like meticulous way, as if you're looking at photographs. So you have this one moment, and then after 19 years, when Saeed and Safiya returned to visit their home in Haifa, we have almost the same scene, just in reverse. Saeed and Safiya are entering Haifa rather than exiting Haifa. And they also reflect, again, on the cars, on the neighborhoods, on the streets. And then when they get to their home, they start describing the door and the painting and the bell, and they go inside and they see their belongings. So these two main moments, Ghassan Kanafani complements with another photograph, actually two photographs, but I'm going to put that one aside. A main photograph of their own photographs of Saeed and Safiya. When Miriam, the Jewish person that lived in their house, the house was granted to her, sees them entering the house in 67, she doesn't know them. She never met them before. And before they say anything, she's like, yeah, I expected you coming here. And I know you. You are the parents. Because I've seen your photographs that you left behind. So it's a question of these objects that were left. They were forced to leave them, basically behind them. And this kind of infiltration, even of Miriam, into this space, into opening drawers and pulling photographs of Saeed and Safiya, and touching the photographs and looking at the photographs, and then recognizing her son, her adopted son, in the photographs. So that's photography for Kanafani. But then to like go to Algeria, you talk about how in Algeria there's not a single photo of Algeria without a Jewish cemetery or synagogue. And then you write that there are no photos of life in Algeria, only of floating Jews. So these two moments necessarily brought to me your Palestinian companion, which many of us here know, the Palestinian person in the photograph that refuses to leave, which became your companion for many years. So if you could please dwell a bit on photographs and photography in Palestine, in Haifa specifically, and in Algeria, and maybe how we can bring the Palestinian companion and see if the reading might add more intimacy to the scene. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Wow, again, multiple layers. I hope that they will not be as long as earlier, but I would like, to start before your question. You said that I said, and this was in reply to Adel, that I didn't know what to do with these, materials that I collected for 10 years about Algeria until the moment that I found, that I am writing actually letters to many people, and it became clear. But what I would like to say about this, and this is why I returned to it before replying to your question, is that I hope that with this book and with, I get this feeling from this day, now it's clear to everybody where the destruction of the Muslim Jewish world situate within the entire imperial project. It is clear where the destruction of Palestine, how the destruction of Palestine is related to the destruction of the Jewish Muslim world. So it was really difficult to, to break all the layers and barriers that I didn't know how to say it, but once said with others, I could not say it without addressing others. Now I hope that everybody can easily not forget that there is no Judeo-Christian tradition. It's an invention. It's an invention in order to facilitate horrible projects like genocidal regime in Palestine. So now to your question about photography. So we share a love to Ghassan Kanafani. I teach him almost every year in different classes because it encapsulates so much. And in the same way that Ghassan Kanafani is your memory, it's my memory, because he is one of the rare who transmitted some very important, memories for me about the resistance of Jews who were in minor resistance or minoritarian resistance of Jews who were in Palestine at the moment of the Nakba to the Nakba. And there is this scene that you ask, in your letter to Safia, to the granddaughter, did your grandmother told you that she resisted when she saw that a Palestinian baby was thrown into a trap? And so Kanafani transmitted to me this memory. And there is Haldun Dov, who actually wanted to cut this memory. So I'm starting my reply to you by going back to your question to Safia, did your grandmother told you? And she was not allowed to tell him because she was weakened when she finally didn't have any other choice than to stay in the colony, and the Zionist, project took over. So her grandmother didn't tell her, but she told her when she was about to die why she was named Tama. She was named Tama because she is Safia, actually. She has attachment, and she sent her to a journey to find why she was called like this. So for me, Kanafani is the guardian of different Palestinians of Palestine, which includes Palestinian Jews. And as I'm teaching this book every year, I reconstructed this, what you read in Kanafani as a photographic journey. I reconstructed the photographic journey with photograph, in order to understand, because I remember, in one of my classes, and I think that earlier there was a student from that particular class when I taught it, and I did this, and started to do this, photographic reconstruction of Kanafani, because they could not understand, because something is so weird about the Zionist partitioning of Palestine that they thought that, I don't remember now even the mistakes that they did, so I had to reconstruct it. So yes, Kanafani gives us another episode about, you speaks about, the forward and backward, but he gives us another episode, which is the episode when the Palestinian couple in 1967 goes to Jaffa. I'm telling the story not to you, to our audience. Goes to Haifa, Haifa, they go after they hear a story from another Palestinian in Ramallah that tells them that he went to Jaffa the week earlier. And the other Palestinians who went to Jaffa, he knocks on the door. I will not tell you the entire story, but he enters and there is a Palestinian there. So this is part of, the distortion that Israel created, is that there is a Palestinian who actually took the house of another Palestinians, because no Palestinian was stayed in their homes in Palestine, including not those who were not transferred in 1948. So he enters, and on the wall there is the photograph of his Shaheed brother. So at the end of the evening, he wants to take it. And okay, they give him. They are said to give him the photograph, but they let him take it because it's his brother. And it leaves, Yanis, it leaves like the camp. It leaves really the rectangle on the wall. And they call their son on the name of the brother, etc. And the Palestinian goes in the taxi back to Jerusalem. He arrives almost to Jerusalem, and it's midnight. Cinderella, he goes back to Jaffa, and he brings back the photograph. And he brings back the photograph. It tells us something about photography, which photography has no ownership. Photography is among people. And I think that Kanafani gives us also a very strong sense of we share the world through photography also. So we cannot decide to whom this photograph belongs. It belongs to both of them. And it's a kind of echoing of to whom this child that was nonetheless raised by his Jewish parents, because his Palestinian parents were forced to leave him, it echoes also the two couple of parents that this child has, and the child decide, unlike the photograph in Jaffa, the son decides only my Jewish parents, not the Palestinian parents. So I think that, Kanafani brings us into a situation where there is so much livelihood among the death and the Nakba, the ruins, etc., etc. Coming back now to Algeria, I remember when my father asked me, and every year for his birthday, I went to buy him books in the French bookstore. There were not so many in the Zionist colony in Palestine. So I went to the French bookstore and I bought him, and one year I bought to him a photographic album from Algeria. And I bring him the book and he look at me, look at this, and okay, he was not interested. I paid a lot of money for this, so I took it. I buried it somewhere, and luckily I didn't throw it away because it was really cemeteries, and the Jews lived not in Algeria, nothing from Algeria. My father wanted Algeria. He left Algeria in 1949, he wanted to see Algeria. All the colonial buildings even, La Poste, the post office, etc. And I bring him this kind of Jews like a lost species in cemeteries, and he didn't like it. So yes, when it comes to photograph of Jews, because they were totally evacuated, without a remaining community that explicitly live like Jews. There are so many Jews in Algeria, and we don't know how many, but they don't live as Jews. Either they became Muslims, or they are Marranos, or they are, proto-Jews. And why do I say that there are so many Jews? Because, in the Mzeb, for example, when they wanted to nationalize them at the last moment, they didn't want to become French and to be forced to live to France. So we know that many embraced Islam or live as proto-Jews. So so what I got are photographs that are mortified, that are museumified. But, as I said earlier, as we learned from Kanafani, as I try to theorize in my books on photography, photography is about life, not about death. The dead. So even if these are photographs, of cemeteries, the question was how to reverse them, how to bring them back to life. So, for example, the photograph that my friend Joanna Benatar took in the cemetery in Algeria, it doesn't look like the photographs that I saw in colonial albums. It is a photograph of my grandmother in Algeria, so it brings it back to life.
I'm going to open it.
All right, let's open it for audience question. Thank you, Ariella, for a great answer. Please, Yanis. And then Sharina, and who's a third hand, please? Yeah. Okay, Yanis first.
Yeah,
don't hear you, Sharina.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Just because it's also about photography, Yanis, if that's okay. So it's about photography, it's about pedagogy, actually, because I think what today has revealed that many of us already know is that Ariella is not only an incredible political theorist and thinker and intellectual, but also an incredible pedagogue. So I've learned a lot about how to teach from you, as well as how to write and think, and honestly be in the world. So, Ariella, you single-handedly created a generation of anti-Zionist thinkers before you left the colony. Not single-handedly, there was another set of hands with you. And you do you're doing this here now, and we're very grateful to have you here, continuing projects of unlearning in another colony. So I was just thinking about the trajectories of your work, and it's connected to photography because this book and this move to craft and jewelry and craft guilds, at first to me seemed like a move away from photography perhaps, but actually I think maybe you came to jewelry through photography, and actually it was maybe transformed your understanding of a political ontology of photography, because it was always an understanding of photography as a mode of address, to think about the event of photography, to think about the modes of address in photography that are violent, extractive, colonial, but also that could be reparative. And so it feels like, to me, this is still sort of like, it's just expanded so much so that it's like fallen out of the frame, but it's still very much present. Obviously, there's many images in the book. So I was wondering if you could, expand on this like errant study on photography and how it's still sort of operative in this project.
Thank you, Sharina. And thank you, as I said earlier, I am blessed to be in the company of great students, so it's easy to be a good pedagogue when you have such amazing students. And I believe, in what I said earlier about, me pushing the door in Algeria with others, me being able to be a pedagogue, as I'm glad you recognize as valuable for you, is because, we are together. There is a kind of, there is something that I don't believe in signature so much. I believe in shared world, and for caring for a shared world, we have to struggle for making it possible together. Just to give an example, before I move to craft, we are in neoliberal universities, and in order to teach what I feel I'm committed to teach, you have to have students who are willing to study anti-colonial and to understand that what they are doing will find its way in the world, because this is what we are doing. It's not about our disciplines from where we are coming. It's really about what is dear to us. And I think that this is what brought me to understand photography in the way that I understood, in a way that, rightly so, you say you see it also in the jewelry resonating. Because, what I came to understand about photography is came out of a condition. And the condition was that before the ubiquity of cameras in Palestine, the power relationship were that Palestinians were the photographed persons and not the photographers, even though prior to the destruction of Palestine, Palestinians were the majority of the photographers. Palestinians, Armenian, and many others. So it created a situation where everything that I wanted to write about, Palestinians were not holding the cameras. They were the photographed persons. And this led me to theorize photography in a way that account for photography not as racial capitalism shaped it for us, as if it is the object or the property of the photographers or those who send them, or those who collect their images, but to speak about political ontology of photography, which means rather than to define the ontology of the photograph, the single image, to speak about the political ontology of all those who participate in the event of photography in a way to decentralize or to weaken the photographer and to account for what Palestinians did to photography, which is incredible. When we think about photography, without them, without the catastrophe, there will not be photography. So how we account for it? When it comes to jewelry, my first encounter with jewelry, because I didn't inherit jewelry, it's not something that, I inherited the gestures. I encountered many of them in museums when I went to museums, but they were dead objects. They were like, photographs detached from the event of photography. So I didn't plan at any moment to become an art historian of jewelry and to study them from the perspective of, their aesthetics, etc. The idea was to understand jewelry really as the outcome, in the same way that the photograph is the outcome of not only the jewelers, but the encounter between the Jewish jewelers and the Muslim clients. And it took me, also time to understand that even though most of the jewelers until a certain time were men, actually women shaped their jewelry. I don't want to say no less, but participated in shaping their jewelry. So I think that, accounting for radical political ontology takes time. And I think that even though it took me several years to understand it in relation to jewelry, without doing this work in connection to photography, I would not be able to understand jewelry as my heritage, in a sense that I could drill, Jana, all these were drilled, that I could inhabit the gestures of my ancestors, and that way also decentralize another violence of museums, not only plundering our objects, but also claiming that they have the knowledge of these objects. While I have so much knowledge since I started to drill, coins, and I will not become a jeweler, I am not a jeweler, but the amount of knowledge that I acquired by, reproducing some of the objects that my ancestors did, museums do not have this knowledge because they are interested in the object that they assassinated. They assassinated those objects, and this is everything that they want to do, is to keep it dead and to be the experts of those objects. So yeah, there is a connection.
Thank you. Yanis.
Yeah. Thank you, Ariel, again. I guess one of the issues we haven't discussed so far is the epistolary form as a genre, the form of writing letters, the epistolary form as the main device of your book. So my question relates to that, and more specifically, I wanted to ask you about your interaction with your living interlocutors, the people who are still around, and you're addressing them and you're writing letters to them. Sometimes you're expressing some disagreements or differences with their own kind of position. So I wanted to ask you of that interaction off the page, whether they had the chance to read and perhaps respond. Was there another dialogue that was happening outside the pages of this book?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Yanis. Maybe before I reply, I just want to say probably some of you are hungry. So don't think that you have to leave the room because you're hungry. There is food over there. So
we're going to have wine also in a bit. Okay. So once we're done, there is food and there are books to buy, and have Ariella sign them. Ask her kindly to sign them. And please proceed.
I shouldn't say that I don't like signature. It's fine. But I meant signatures in a different way. So the epistolary form, thank you. And disagreements. Yes, I think that some of them, the only people who replied to my letters, because as I said, I didn't plan to write to them letters, we just exchanged letters, and it became part of the book once I understood that I'm actually writing a book of letters, were Samira Negrouche and Hosni Kitoni. I am in a continuous relationship with Houria Bouteldja, that I also invited here. She read the letter. I prepared for her a necklace with the promise that once we will get the original from Quai and the gold that was stolen from Algeria, I will cast it in gold. This is how the letter to Houria ends, but she didn't reply to the letter, but she replied in so many other gestures. We are in public conversations in France, and I think that she has visions of Algeria and of France, Algeria, or Algeria, France, and she's committed to her project. So we are continuing now, in different, but with Hosni and with Samira, it really was a long exchange. And I think that, it's not exactly disagreement, but I want to say something about the tone. I learned a lot from Hosni. For example, the affirmation that I knew, but I couldn't find it in any book. Only Hosni told me that the Jews were treated like the Muslims in 1830 when the French invaded Algeria. So I asked Hosni, why you didn't write about it? Will you write it in the second book? So it's not about disagreement, but I never got an answer. And I write it in the letter, I think. I don't remember in which way I do it. Don't see, okay, never mind. I write it in the letter. So it's not disagreement, it's something about the tone. And I think that with Samira, what I experience is that I am more enraged, certainly in relation to the Zionist colony in Palestine. And Samira is more capacious in her capacity to contain more than I can contain in relation to the Zionist colony in Palestine. And I want to give an example. When as I'm reproducing, jewelry that my ancestor did, I started to have a jewelry atelier around the table with, I presented this essay for the first time in the conference that Adel curated here at Brown about the destruction of the Lower Kasbah, the destruction of the neighborhood of craftspeople. So I have this visual essay around, and there are many, many jewelry that I was able to collect from Algeria or to reproduce in the middle. And we are sitting around in a fabrication narration situation where for a few hours I help them out to reproduce jewelry, but I'm not a jeweler, so it's about a different transmission and different conversation. And I'm trying to make, not make sure, but I'm trying to invite around the table people who are implicated in these worlds, descendants or diaspora of the Maghreb. And I remember that I had this jar of coins that I inherited from my father, coins from all over the world, and I drilled many of them before I went to Marseille to do this atelier. And I have many from the colony. And I told, people around the table that my ancestors did their necklaces with coins from the colonizers. So this is why I share with them these coins from the colonizers. And I remember Samira was around one of these jewelry atelier, and she made a very nice necklace in which she integrated 1 or 2 pieces from the colony. And she went back to Algeria, and she tells me that her friends ask her, but why do you have coins from the colony? And she told them, this is my memory also. So it has less rage, I think, than I can have in relation to this. So it's a question of tone, in a way. She just dedicated to me a poem yesterday. It's in French, so I cannot share it with you. It's on my Facebook page, maybe also on my Instagram page, and in which she speaks about, she calls, to resist, and she speaks about, obliquely, about the resistance of jewelry that I speak about, and she uses a term that I didn't know, so I went to the dictionary to look for it. It is chaux blanche, which I don't know how you call it even in English, but it's this kind of white mineral with which you paint houses and trees, etc. And when I read the poem, I wrote to her immediately, and we had several, we exchanged several emails, and I told her, every time when I look at images from Gaza, I see these kind of horrible minerals that seems like coming from the earth, but actually it's, the effondrement.
You ask me?
Me, in English.
You mean like Robin?
The collapse of houses.
Dust from the building.
Yeah, so but it looks like, minerals that are coming from the earth. And we had, an exchange about this, and I felt, yes. So it's not about disagreement, it's about tone. I'm more enraged, I think.
Can I jump in that one?
Yeah. Enraged too?
I was not going to say that. I was going to say, is it only tone or is it also location?
Maybe.
because she can be in Algeria, you can't really be in any of these places?
Yeah.
Because I don't know her like you know her, because you introduced me, and I just had a couple of coffees with her in Algiers, and it seemed to be that I'm talking with Jill there, because Jill knows her very well, right? Like it's a way to actually move and breathe in that world in Algeria. To be that, she's trying to sort of like encompass everything.
Yeah,
right?
In a way that every time open, my heart to what she's saying. So it's not disagreement, because the way that she does it also is a way that I cannot not be with her, the way that she articulates it. So it's a question of tone.
All right, so we're going to take
And I think, by the way, that it's very interesting that disagreement is not the only thing. As we are speaking about gestures and objects and tone and where we are, it's really about, I don't know. I'm learning from her every day when I read her poems. She's very important to me.
All
To
right.
say about something.
Yeah.
Can I please have this to be the last question? And then you can continue, perhaps ask Ariella during the reception. Just please use the mic. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think this question maybe could be answered briefly, so hopefully it won't be too long. I meant, whatever.
I'm laughing about me, not about you, Tam.
First, thank you. I've been really moved by what everyone has shared. I want to go back to something that I think Elizabeth brought up of how you frame your refusal of Israeli identity and sort of refusing the quote, gift of empire, which resonates with me as a sort of, personal politic and stance or ethic. I'm curious how you imagine a sort of possibilities for collective politics of refusing the gift of empire, or perhaps if you see examples of this already happening.
Again, as I like, to account for or to reply to questions about refusal with their longer history, not to place myself, in the front, but to really acknowledge the longer history. So I just want to remind that in 1870, when the Jews were forced to become citizens of empire in their own country, and they were forced to fulfill a promise that was forced on them to become French citizens in Algeria. This came after a different event 5 years earlier, when Jews and Muslims were invited to ask for citizenship, for French citizenship. And there were 200 Muslims who asked for French citizenship, and 150, not 50,000, 150 Jews, 200 Muslims who asked for French citizenship. I think that I don't look for resistance only from the imagery of decolonial movements. I'm looking for resistance in every breath that they took, and they didn't go to ask for this citizenship. So now I want to speak about where I am. I'm working on the third part of my trilogy. The first one was undocumented, the second was The World Like a Jewel in the Hand, and the third one is 1001 Jewel, and it consists of 1001 tales of jewels told by guardians of jewelry, mainly from the Maghreb, that I'm filming for several months now, and I'm in the process of editing it now. And next month, it's Yemei Tshuva, it's, Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur are coming next month. In Marseille, we will be 5 Algerian women. One of them is the camera woman. I am the director of the film, and 3 singers who will sing Kol Nidrei. Kol Nidrei is a Jewish prayer that was banned in Europe, mainly in Germany and in France, in the wake of the French Revolution, because in this prayer the Jews say we renounce on all our promises. Nedarim, how do you say nedarim, Adi? It's like in English. We are in English here.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, nedarim, it's similar to...
Vows.
Yeah. So we void all the vows every year anew, and this made them to be really the incarnation of the despised Jews in Europe, because they were unreliable, right? They can withdraw their promises. And we, 5 Algerian, Tunisian, and Moroccan women, we, the Maghreb, the feminine Maghreb, will be on the beach in Marseille looking at the Maghreb, and they will sing, not me, I'm not singing. The 3 women, the 3 singers, one of them is Laura El-Kasli, and I really recommend you to listen to her project of singing Jewish, Judeo-Arabic songs, Salim Alali, Line Munti, etc. So they will sing Kol Nidrei, and this ends the film in the sense that we make void any promise that was extracted from us against our brothers and sisters, Muslims in the Maghreb. So this is a refusal, with a long history of refusal.
All right, we're done.
Spoiler to my film, come to watch it when it will be ready. The
Yes.
spoiler doesn't spoil it.
All right, thank you so much. Thanks, Ariella, for the great conversation and for the great day and for sharing the intimacy of the book with us. And for the books, we got free books, me and Adel.
Thank you,
Just saying.
Ahmed. Thank you, Adel. Thank you, all of you. Thank you so much. Really.
And thank you, Ahmad, who did an amazing job organizing the conference.
Thank you. And please, I'm very happy you were here and we shared, and I think we built the space for all of us together, and I think this is a beginning of many beginnings of these spaces to continue. So thank you again, and please enjoy the food outside, and
have a drink,
relax and chat. Thank you so much.